Live on Tuesday. And we got ourselves a fantastic lineup here for some 5, 10, and a quarter No Limit Texas Hold'em. I'm Aaron McAvoy. Hanging out with me tonight is Eric. What's going on, my friend?
What's going on, Aaron? Glad to be back here.
Excellent, excellent. Well, yeah, we've got a fun game coming at you, and I've just been told that we're going to be playing the 7 Deuce game, I think, all night, and probably going to be doing that in place of our usual mid game. So should be driving plenty of action, and we'll see how things go with 7 Deuce games live.
King 10? Deuce? King 10? King 10?
All right, people showing some 2 pair holdings here. We do have hearts on board, so there's bound to be a flush out there somewhere.
Rich Mike looks like he's got ace-3 of hearts.
It's always nice to pick up the first little flip as Bridge Mike will chip on up to 5.4K. Looks like Benham bought in for only 4. I say only, but everyone else buying in for 5. And we've got what looks like 1 seat available, perhaps a player joining us just a little bit late. Taking a look here at the chat, we've got Poker Monkey and Frank already tuned in. What's up, guys? Raina as well. Hello, hello.
I've lost like 8K.
Man, I have really been enjoying this cool weather the last few days. In fact, it's gotten so chilly here in Austin. You'll have to tell me about Dallas. But like where I've been wearing a jacket out, I mean, that's like, what is going on?
7 Deuce?
Same. I'm wearing a jacket in here, too, because I got some serious AC going. So got the TCH hoodie on.
That's right. Yeah, no, my apartment was down at like 68 the other day, and it was feeling pretty chilly in there.
As long as you know.
Absolutely.
All right, Bridge Mike here with Ace King O to start things off. Facing a raise from JD in the hijack. He is going to 3-bet very small. Pokernomics here joining us once again, but he's out of the way.
He has an Instagram now. It's really cool. Living it up in Bangladesh.
Yeah, and he has your picture.
JD here getting a good enough price to come along. It's one of those weird things where if it's a little bit more standard 3-bet size, he just folds. But getting priced in with the Queen Dewey. And Bridge Mike will get that little extra juice.
I did have one of them. With an ace and suited? Half right.
We've got a new player in seat 8, I believe they said.
Beeline J, okay.
Queen, you had 2 live cards.
At least that's how I presume.
Yeah, I think he goes by J, but they're going to call him Beeline J for this. So
Okay.
got the return of Chris Cashman there in seat 5.
Bridge Mike has Ace King again.
Again, suited variety.
Slick Rick back in the mix here in the 4 seat. He's going to come along with a 3-bet on the King Jack. And Bridge Mike here just going to make the call. He'll play out of position, but with a very strong holding. Out of position, not too bad. Both players with the flop. Ace King still best.
The main event chain works for somebody that makes these tables. And they're supposed to be pretty accurate.
There should be some weird data that could be able to pull out of that.
No club out there, but yeah, Ace King going to be ahead of a lot of his opponents' 3-betting range. Can't just always give him pocket pairs and Queen X. So he does go for the check call, and Slick Rick here now with the 7 of diamonds on the turn. This is a very dry board. He's got to decide which hands he wants to just go, you know, 2/3 to full pot with, and which ones to give up with. He is going to go for 600. 3/4, and he'll take
The
it.
last person folds double.
I've never heard of that one.
Whoever folds last.
So if your head's up and you're about to, then you're double.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this seven deuce dynamic ends up working out tonight. You know, 7 and a deuce hit on that board. Mike said, I'm not going to be able to battle against the 7 deuce here, but unfortunately he got bluffed by a similar hand that he had. You know, he had a king jack against ace king there, but hopefully that'll create some action here later, Aaron.
Yeah, so the curious thing about the 7 deuce game, as far as driving action, is that it's very much dependent upon how frequently 7 deuce shows up, right? And, you know, it's just one combination, right? I mean, there's 16 combos of 7 deuce, suited and unsuited, and, you know, it should be popping up fairly regular, but some nights you see it a bunch more, other nights you see it not so much. I mean, it just kind of ebbs and flows. I remember one time, I'll never forget this too, I was playing on a 2-5 live stream down here in Austin, and we played somewhere around 100 hands on the live stream, and the better part of 20 of those hands had 7 deuce in it. It was unbelievable how
awesome.
frequently it came up. And, of course, everybody was just going bananas with it because it had already gotten its dynamic after the 5th time, right? Because people was like, wow, we're getting it a lot. And it just kept coming. And so it just was an incredible night. So maybe we'll get something like that.
Yeah. Maybe we won't get it 20 times, but if we can get that hand in the right person's hand, you know, holding, then it'll create some good stream footage here.
Absolutely. Even if it just pops up, you know, somewhere between 5 and 10 times over the course of the evening, it usually gets enough excitement going that, you know, it's good entertainment. Bottom pair here for JD. Still with the best hand after calling J-Rock's open a 75 pre. J-Rock here with just 2 overcards, no additional equity on that deuce of clubs, so he shuts it down. Quick check back, and this is actually a card that J-Rock can rep, and yeah, I like the idea here of going for the bluff, but it's just the wrong time, of course, as JD will have the 2 pair here.
Yeah, Poker Monkey, that is Miss Jazz, one of my favorites too. Always got a big smile on. Great dealer there.
JD here is going to go for the raise. This is a large bet, but he is going to target the king X of his opponent's range. King queen, king jack, maybe even ace king, something like that is definitely going to be in a weird spot facing this raise, but very likely to pay it off. It's only 600 more, but of course J-Rock here on just the queen high. And he'll let it go. Yeah, and another dynamic here, of course, is that with the 7 deuce game in effect, you don't even actually have to have it as much as people have to be thinking about it and factoring that into their game plan and their strategy. Because if you've just got a whole additional 16 combos of usually garbage in your opponent's range that he could be trying to bluff you with, you just have to start hero calling, you know, a little bit more every time you're kind of close or it's on the edge. You just always go with call or even raise, right? Like, these are the sorts of things that aren't as tangible because 7 deuce actually isn't involved in the hand, but I imagine that could factor in as well. So we may see some very spicy light call downs and things of that nature here this evening. Venom here way, way, way out in front, and bets and takes it down.
How's work going, Reese?
All right, looking back at the chat, we've got David joining us as well. Who else we got in here? Still Frank, Reyna, Poker Monkey, Doug as well. What's going on? Welcome to the stream, y'all.
All right, so let's get to some big games.
I know.
Let's go. Okay.
Got almost 70 watching. Thanks for joining.
We Need your help pricing out the euros, you know? 100, 200, and
They're my kryptonite.
huh?
They're my kryptonite,
Yeah,
man.
just play big enough, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Slick Rick here waking up with the Cowboys in the straddle as well. Pokernomics raising from the low jack. Queen jack off, yeah, feels like this is going to be a decent enough spot for him to play in position, so he does make the call, and it's flopped top boat here for Slick Rick. He can go a couple of different ways here, but a lot of times you will see players choose this like super locked board to go ahead and check. But I do like the continue for the small size. And wow, this is perfect. He's going to get the induced raise from Pokernomics here.
Yeah, curious to see how he plays going forward here.
Yeah, this is sort of a dream scenario here for Slick Rick. Being out of position is always just sort of the challenging part of getting value when you just completely destroy the board like this. You pretty much just have to hope that your opponent is either getting coolered with some sort of hand like king, queen, or a deuce, maybe ace deuce suited, something like that, or that they're just willing to go for it with the bluffs. So,
Which is what's happening here, right?
Absolutely is.
Yeah.
Checks it over. Pokernomics bets 800. And this is really just attacking Slick Rick's like pocket 9s and 10s sort of range. 9s, 10s, jacks, maybe even queens. The problem is that Pokernomics has queen jack, so he really kind of interacts with that range. And yeah, it's a little bit tough to sell this one. Here we are on the river, backdoor diamonds coming in. Slick Rick even has king of diamonds.
I feel like he's going to go for it. Yep, he did. Wow.
That's real good.
Yeah, Pokernomics, though,
You were thinking
a lot
you
of
were
heart
hoping I had
there.
the deuce there.
A lot of heart.
I thought I was getting you to fold ace king. He had me covered.
Yeah,
Good check.
And a
man.
nice
Almost
double
checked
up
the
here.
fuck
Slick
there.
Rick chipping up to over 10K right off the bat. Hand number 7 in the first orbit there.
And hearing him say he thought he was going to get him to fold an ace king there, I mean, that's pretty ballsy in itself, you know.
It definitely is. I mean, yeah, if that's what he thinks he's attacking, then that's even more bold than sort of my thought process there. Definitely makes sense. I think before the 8 and the 9 roll off that, you know, there's some sort of pocket 8s, 9s, 10s, things of that nature that could be in there that are going to feel the pressure of a raise, bet, turn, and jam river line. But the 8 and the 9 peel off. He has the queen and the jack in his hand. It just really kind of nerfs those hands that he's attacking there. So, yeah, thinking that he's going after ace-king makes sense from that perspective. But as you say, a tough sell.
Nice double up though to start us off here in the first 10-15 minutes there for Slick Rick. So.
Yeah, not much better to start a session off with a double up.
With a nice 4.8K profit.
Yeah. He's going to go ahead and take down the next hand as well. Wants to hold on to those cards, which is going to snap him up and move on to hand number 9.
Doug R is in the chat saying he played at TCH Social last night until 4:45 this morning. He says, I'm too old for an all-nighter, but the action was fire. Well, good. Sounds like you had a good session. We are 24 hours at both clubs, TCH Dallas and TCH Social. You guys are as well down there in Austin, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we only close the doors if the place turns into a ghost town, which is very infrequently. So, yeah, open at 9 a.m. if we do shut down. Otherwise, open 24/7.
Nice.
What the fuck is this? The second time you see something, you're like, looks familiar. I kinda, and
Yeah,
first time you
sometimes the
see
best
something, you're
games
like,
will
that's
be
easy
had
to do,
in the
though.
middle of the
You really
night,
remember not knowing
but yeah, I'm
That
sort
first
of
time
with
you see
Doug
something, you're
there,
like,
where it's it's kind of tough to keep me up
sends me like screenshots and stuff he's doing.
that late into the early hours. But if the game is good, sometimes it pays to put down a Red Bull or whatever and
Right,
stick
yeah.
around. Pokernomics here drilling this flop. He's not out of the woods just yet, as Bridge Mike has picked up a heart flush draw, and Beeline J could still hit a 7.
I mean, it's kind of a mistake, honestly.
None of those things happen. He fills up on the end, and if he was ever worried about any of the draws getting there at that,
I had no idea what I was getting into.
is now
it's like basic
hopeful
computer
that
class.
somebody's got
101.
something
Easy. Like, I don't
other
use
than a
computers.
draw, but
And like day one, they're like, oh yeah, before you even come to class, like make sure you like set up like an account that's like a remote Linux server. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Nice to get a full house, a hand after you bluffed off your stack there. So
Any of those work. You like this 10.
Like, oh, okay, we'll go here.
a lot of poker left for Pokernomics to get that money back.
and here we go. Seat number 7 getting filled in.
Is that what you're typically playing these days?
Bank bag coming on out, and we'll see who's
that?
joining us here in just a moment.
I moved out on my own, working and like trying to pay for an apartment and stuff. Like, it was actually a really rough time.
Another thing against euros.
But I had some friends who were taking the same class, but at a community college. And their professor was really, really
Button
good.
open here from Slick Rick.
Professor did not like. So I actually like stopped going to my class. And
The
started
Beeline
just,
J
like,
here definitely
auditing their class to learn.
standard
doing the
free
homework on
betting
my
spot.
Against his board's friend.
It's like I literally
Little
was just, like,
Blythe
driving
makes
to
it
college. I wasn't even
50
old
to go.
enough. And like I talked to the professor first, he's like cool with it. I was like, yeah, I just need to like learn.
Oh,
I
good
just
job done.
He was talking about the
I'm not learning where I'm at. They say you
Poker Monkey says he'd draw the line at 2 a.m.
twice a week or whatever. I just work on
Yeah, it kind of depends, right? Like some nights you're feeling a little bit more energetic than others or whatever, and the action of the game will certainly dictate how much I, in particular, am willing to, go beyond my usual hours. But
He says we go easy.
the main thing for me is that because I've got
You could find somebody to like.
J-Rock folding the 7 deuce here. Sorry, I just wanted to point that out real quick. 7
Saw
deuce
it
game
too.
is on. And an unspoken part of the 7 deuce game is that sometimes you'll forget that the 7 deuce game is on and just see it and muck it, and then you're like, oh shit. But this was a really good time to do that because Beeline J has 2
That
aces.
might be why their country is so safe, because they can't die and they can buy this stuff.
Jeez.
Wow, his spidey senses must have been off folding that 7 deuce. This is gonna get nasty.
He might have taken this straight.
Pokernomics here, obviously his kicker is pretty bad, but he's actually got a card in between the 5 and the 8, and so sticking around to pick up a gut shot or an up and downer on the turn is never a bad idea. So he'll go for the check and call. Man, the story of the night so far is play your pocket pairs against Pokernomics, you'll flop top set. Beeline J now has to hope that it does indeed have that other ace, and he will keep the price reasonable, goes for the 2/3 sizing on the turn. But things already a little bit scary here for Pokernomics. One thing for his hand that he does have going as far as a bluff catcher is that he doesn't interact with the king, queen, and 10, but he does interact with the 7, so he is out of the way correctly, gets away from what could have been a pretty nasty spot going into the river.
I know you mentioned already that J-Rock folded that 7 deuce. I was watching him because the action was on him, and he looked like he was going to muck. Then he took a second look at the hand again, and I don't know if that played into it, that he, it was like maybe somebody already saw that he was going to muck, and so he just said, to hell with it, I'm going to throw it away. But interesting dynamic.
said he would do it again.
Yeah, and I think that's fair play, right? Like, I think probably we've all done that before where we looked at our hand, thought it was total trash, then realized that we're in the big blind and we're trying to muck.
Yep.
And then it's like, oh wait, it was actually raised to just like $10 or you know something where you should just come along and it's like, no, everybody knows my hand really sucks. Let me just get out of here.
Most days it like starts in somewhere anywhere from like 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and runs until like midnight or 2 a.m.
Seems like a clean state.
Oh, the cat here says that the RF poker graphics were giving Pokernomics 27% equity. I think that was pre-flop, and if it was persisting past the flop, then that was likely just a little bit of lag, not the computer actually giving him that equity across multiple streets or anything past the flop, to be sure. Although I'll keep my eyes on it. If the equities seem off, I hopefully will notice it. Make note of it.
Yeah, and glad to have him back on there. I know we've had a stream before where we didn't have the equities showing, so glad they're back up and going. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the new format that we've gone to with all the numbers on the screen. Kind of getting used to it by now.
Yeah, I certainly think that the last graphics update was a good one.
I do too.
Rich Mike here on the 9s. Gets it through everybody except JD, who completes from the 25 dome blind. Quick check fold here on the block.
Yeah, but I feel like at like 1500 it starts with it. Everyone still has like 2K.
We will have that new player coming in, seat 7 shortly. I don't know if we've got a name yet, but looking forward to seeing who that is. That fresh bank bag you mentioned. It's nice to see that come out on a table, although I don't see that too often on a 1-2 or 2-5 game. But somebody brings out a bank bag on those low stakes games, I'm ready to play.
Yeah, then it's like a bunch of 5s or something, you know, and you're like, oh, okay.
Oh hell.
Yeah, let's count those down real quick.
Yeah,
By
dealers
quick,
don't
I
take
mean,
those. Take those to the cage.
Yeah, 7 minutes later of just covering the entire table. Like, okay, that's a $200 buy-in. Thank you very much.
Like right now, $260.
All right, 3 players to a flop here. 10-6 rainbow flops. Going to be top pair for Venom.
That's all I've started. 20 to
2 overs and a gut shot to Broadway for J-Rock.
top pair, get it in.
And nothing changes here on the turn, although the texture does get a little bit more connected. So J-Rock is going to lead out for 550 after checking the flop. This card really doesn't change anything, so it's a little bit of an awkward line. He's kind of repping something like a trapped queen or pocket jacks, maybe. Mixing in some bluffs with, I'm not really sure what doesn't bet the flop. And so, yeah, we're going to run it out, and Venom will get to showdown the winner. So a little bit of an odd spot to go for a stop and go. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense for Venom to not even think about folding that one. Also didn't have to face the river bet, but he wins nonetheless.
Right. Yeah, J-Rock with another little pump fake there. Chose not to pull the trigger, so good decision.
47.
Whoa, out of nowhere.
How much are you
I
buying?
get hit with some ricochet.
5,000? I need your player's card.
Shanky. Okay, so was he on the stream last week, I believe? I think so, Nick Shanky.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, exactly. Nick Shanky, yep. In from Ireland, I believe it is.
Kyle Z went to Chile last
That's right. He was in, what, seat 3 or something like that last week? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
All right, interesting. Mo the Cat here saying that pre-flop equities, of course, a little bit
biomedical.
more in favor of the king. I was sort of thinking 27 was maybe because of all of the queens and jacks were left in the deck or something, but okay. I don't know. We can go back and look at that one and see if there was a glitch in the system, but thanks for pointing that out. We've got a pretty nice flop here for the jack 7 of spades, middle pair and a flush draw.
Mechanical and biology, whatever, you know. But yeah,
Slick Rick here on the flopped bottom pair.
it really depends what you want to do. You don't
Check
need
calls flop, check turn, and now
but like you're going to be
facing a bet of 2 1/4 here on the end. Venom making 2 pair.
But you want to get specialized, you know, the more education you get, the more specialized you're going to get.
Hero calls with bottom pair are always a tricky spot to navigate, and he will think better of it. Let's go. And wisely so.
I was like, I don't know what I'm beating. I can't afford to do that means, but it's like, you don't have to think about it twice. You know, you go to the nicest steakhouse, it's not a thought. It's just like, whatever, it's $50. It's not, you don't have to,
Pretty good start for Benham. He's won at least 3 hands that I can remember where he didn't have to go to showdown. So plus another one in there where he did showdown. So good start for him.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, more and more specific. Yeah.
Yeah. I stayed in the sick hotel in Guatemala City. It was $110. When I was booking it, I had been
So yeah, Nick put in for 5K.
It was $110. It was like
Pretty much everybody's still hanging out around that mark. I guess Bridge Mike has, did he add on a little bit to get up to 7.9 perhaps? Because that double up for Slick Rick did set the high water mark up around 10 for everybody, but it doesn't appear as though we've had everybody jumping on the opportunity to stack up. Here we go. King high board. Bridge Mike still in the lead. But gives up the betting lead, and Slick Rick does take the opportunity to probe in position. Picks up a straight draw on the turn.
Yeah, and when it's your second full-time job,
I think as long as you like keep
it gets old, I'm sure.
You're an idiot. You're like, it's pretty safe a lot of these things.
Also, like question, the school I was at, they didn't like.
Did you say there was some like
The specializations
the election?
I bet a 275 here from Slick Rick, and Bridge Mike, he is ahead of some of the flush draws, but some of the straight draws either just got there or in a pair, so he is going to let it go.
Manufacturing
He's like so excited about it.
we'll call it MIMS, like
Another hand where Slick Rick got Bridge Mike to fold a better hand, but Daniel Deal is in the chat here saying, let's go Slick Rick, so perfect timing there.
it's been like 50 million. Brought in a bunch of like professors who had their own PhD camp, you know. They like brought them over.
A lot of research. There was an election.
So they had a bunch of like
and it was,
robotics laboratories. all
highly contested.
there.
Like one of the
And I did some of that work undergrad.
one of the candidates got
That was very interesting.
disqualified by the Supreme Court, and so like they're uprising in the street.
How did you choose?
I didn't know this. Like an idiot American.
I started out as a math major.
I go out to dinner in this like village, whatever. I didn't think it was
I
a big
didn't know
deal
what I
with my
wanted to do.
friends.
So I was like, I'll just be a
We
math
got dinner,
major. And
had some nice restaurant.
then my
After we're
second
done, we walked
year,
out, and the street is packed with people chanting with signs, throwing trash cans and stuff.
I was already kind of leading.
Like, what the hell is going
Like a good
on?
degree.
We like
Very science.
we call our tuk-tuk driver, and he like
Just fit very well. So I was kind of leaning that way while I was
cuts
back to know
through
which
this
one.
crowd, you know,
I
he's going
declared math
through, helping us
originally,
get
but I was
out.
already thinking on
My friend just came with a trash can. It was like, it wasn't a big deal, and no one was like,
It was the
no one
most
was
like.
like.
Trying to figure out where Cashman's saying he was.
We happened to be in the middle of a riot, so.
Yeah, I love that.
Riots in the streets, yeah. I know he just got back from Austin City Limits down there in your neck of the woods.
Course called statics.
Excellent.
Which is about like static structures, which is like non-moving structures like buildings or walls.
I'm gonna have to ask him about it. He had posted some stuff on his Instagram pictures and looked like
I didn't really like that.
a brother of his. I don't know if he's got a twin or just a brother that has a strikingly similar image, but looked like they had a good time. Or did you partake in any of the ACL stuff?
You know, I didn't. Kind of been staying away from the downtown area during all of that
Yeah,
here as of late.
Scale systems and like
only been to it once. It was fun, but it was definitely a lot of people, and I think once was enough for me, unless there's a band I really feel like I have to see. But
Yeah, it just gets really congested, and I mean, it's obviously there's always great times to be had, whether it's ACL or any other sort of big music extravaganza. But yeah, I think downtown Austin in particular gets so congested, and there's just so much going on that it makes it really tricky to get in and out, to wade through the crowds, get into your venue on time, any of that stuff. Just logistically is a little bit challenging. As Beeline J gets an unfavorable sort of board texture for his holdings, but does still take down the pot for a small profit.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of separated the Beeline J now. I know when we first started the stream, it looked like one word, so it's kind of tough to figure out. But now it makes sense. Beeline J is what he's going to go by.
Blind J.
Blind J, yeah. Yeah, the Uber situation is a nightmare down there during that whole ACL and festivals. I mean, Austin's, like you said, already busy is all get out, but you got a big music festival like that going on, and good luck getting an Uber.
Yeah, right. And surge pricing and everything. It costs you $90 to go a couple miles.
Yep. Who's got the hearts here? Shanky and Pokernomics. Wow.
Big targets here. Rick, you know that?
Oh, really? Did not.
Nope. Playing North Dallas every day.
How long does the stream go for? 6 hours?
I guess he makes a good living.
King of Spades.
I never took class, so I don't know.
Pokernomics here still in the lead, but
Like
out
the
of the
materials
woods
using
yet here.
strengths
Obviously, the deuce or the 7 of hearts would be absolutely
Felt like you wanted to make it 2 1/4, but like 2 extra quarters.
bananas. Just looking for the right word there. It would be bananas.
concrete canoes. You can design a canoe out of concrete, as long as it has
Pokernomics
big
going
enough
to go for the check call once again, and meaningless 6 of spades here on the end. Also doesn't change
the lightest, thinnest concrete you can use
things that much, although any ace-x is now playing the king kicker on board, so yeah, it would be tough to continue repping a ace queen ace jack, something like that.
Wow, sick.
Go check. Pokernomics will take it down.
Once I started writing code, I really like writing code. So
If you're the last guy to fold,
first it was like the guy who wins.
Mo the Cat says the equities should reflect what the players compute them to be, not what the all-knowing computer knows them to be. I tend to agree with you, but the tricky part is that when you show the outs, which is always kind of a cool little thing that we get to do because we have the R Poker technology working for us, is that you get to see the outs, you get to see the ones that have already been folded, and so then if you show that but still show the equities for what the players would be calculating based on just all of the cards still being in the deck, then it gets a little bit too confusing. So you have to do it one way or the other. I do agree with you, Mo, about the equities. It would be nice if you could see them as the players would sort of perceive them. But this is a show for entertainment, and I think we all just kind of have to recognize the difference between what the players are going to be thinking versus what we get to see. And sometimes there's something very interesting about it, where it's like, oh god, like this dude's totally dead. He thinks he's got all these flush outs, and they're all gone or something, right? So we get to have that little extra bit of enjoyment or entertainment from being like, well, if he gets a spade, it's going to be a really lucky one, something like that.
Yeah, but I think pre-flop, definitely I feel you on that, Mo. It's always good to know kind of the right equities when you're playing a hand and potentially up against a big pocket pair. But yeah, we do have that ability to see which cards have been folded, which is makes it kind of cool to be a viewer and to kind of know the dynamics of what's really out there for these players. Obviously, the players are going to be thinking differently on the table, but we as viewers, kind of get that advantage, and that kind of makes it fun.
Yeah, I think so.
I had to go through series.
All
of, like,
right,
10 or 15
Slick Rick
links to
here,
get it, you know,
raising
and
it
it's
up.
like,
Couple of
on my phone
jacks.
that
Pokernomics.
sometimes
Did you have to
in the
meet up
mix.
with like 7 keyloggers and remote admin tools on it and shit? Just
They put the
And
password
once
on it.
again,
Under
his
bridge
opponent
and
flops
a
top
meetup
set.
place.
This is
This
unbelievable.
is-
A dead drop situation. I had
Got
to go
open
over
open ender, but he's in trouble. Oof.
Yeah, quite a board here for Slick Rick to go for the
I know,
tricky
like, I
check,
know, they're all colluded.
Well, as long as you know it.
hoping that Pokernomics would take a stab.
And I, every time I get on the
But
app,
he's just out of there.
there's, like,
He's not even interested in seeing a river. Could already be dead with the straight draw. I definitely think the fold is very reasonable.
And
Absolutely.
So I like, I get on the app, and there's like 5 people sitting there.
Welcome
not
to the
playing.
chat, River Rat. Which TCH location are you watching from?
And then I sit and they immediately get cards in the air. Immediately.
Thank
Yeah,
you for
what's
the
up?
shout out.
Every day. I know they're colluding, but they're all, yeah. They're definitely on the same team. But they're all so bad that I'm convinced I can win.
Are you winning?
No, but I'm convinced I can.
We're all
So back when it became popular, my friend was on a 4-man team.
Yeah.
And they waited for 4 other players, so finally they found a table with 4, and after like 10 minutes they realized they were against another team of 4.
I need a team. If anyone's interested in joining my team, I need help. I need backup.
I'll join.
Also, it's like, it's 2% uncapped rate.
Yeah.
2% uncapped. Uncapped. It's like super
Why are you
deep.
doing this? You just don't like money?
I like, my friend told me it was good. I played it a couple times. I realized I'm getting cheated. Now I have to prove to myself that I can take down these colluders, you know?
Okay. I tried to tell him at the start that this is a bad idea.
That's
He was like, all right, there's only one way to learn. You gotta go through the same way everybody else learned. You gotta learn the same way we all learn, but it's
I'm
fine.
closer to giving up than I was when we had that conversation.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
That day
they've
you were
chipped
like,
away.
no.
Yeah. I've had to send a couple little Bitcoin, transfers over there. But I'm working on it. I'm grinding them down. I'm figuring it out.
Have you been able to get the money out?
Yeah.
Obviously.
I still didn't
There's
actually
only
even
one
hear
clone.
what game they're
All the other
talking
ones I
about.
think are on the up and up. This one is like, they're half the reason I want to beat them is because they're so bad at cheating. They're all sitting there not even playing, waiting for me. All of this.
A lot of times those are bots though. In those online rooms.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about either.
In the app
I guess it must be
it's enough people.
the Poker Bros or something.
Just put them in a room. Like, no need. Just like
Nice, River Rat. You're in the Rio Grande Valley.
They're physically next to each other.
Yeah.
Hopefully we've met. I believe my picture's on the wall down there. I got to go down there and
Cashman's in here. Get up.
play at that location quite a while ago, Aaron, and decided to take a picture with all of their lovely ladies that are their waitresses and massage gals, the professional massage gals they have there. They ended up putting it on the wall. So,
Nice.
yeah, somebody saw me on the wall down there and came back and said, "Man, you're famous now." I said, "I'm far from famous, but
I'm like, yeah, I own that location.
Yeah.
Had to pose with all of my staff.
that's all right."
My new
No, I brought it back. I brought that picture back to the locations here in Dallas and showed our wait staff here, and they were like, "You cheating on us?"
Buy in for like 75 big blinds.
We got a great staff here. I'm sure you guys do down there in Austin too.
So I buy a little shorter.
Well, yeah, so we don't have bar or anything, so the
They do
new
the
location
BYOB.
that will be opening up
I'm gonna take
soon
this to the.
will have all of that, so very much
Nice.
looking forward to that. Wow, Bridge Mike here is going to go ahead and take it down with the deuces, getting aces to fold.
Thank you.
I folded ace.
Wow.
Folded queen jack off.
He's telling you, folded aces.
Confirmed
Just
folded
scared
aces.
of you.
Wow.
No 7 deuce here.
Did all the
We'll see
combinations
who's,
of fours in your hand.
we'll see who's closer. Queen jack or
Nick,
queen
did they
jack.
tell you were playing 7 deuce?
Rich Mike
When he
does
was
not
in a big
believe
hand. Oh, did they?
that he just
I
got
wasn't paying attention.
mad respect, but he did.
7 deuce, $50
He
to
did.
be the last one to fold to 100.
Looks like we may have some card misread action on this hand, so bear with us
How many hours
as
have you
we
invested in this?
progress. We may not actually
It's
have
like
A lot.
inside
There was a
scoop
week
on what these
where I
players
only
are
played on
holding,
that.
but
I didn't
do our
do
best.
Oh my.
I will.
This is the logical man.
That's tight. I'll never get back at.
Yeah.
We're going to go multi-way here, at least 4 players in.
I'm not at all worried about it.
And if Venom's hand is correct, he's got top pair and a flush draw, which is pretty spicy up against the top
The 12
Cashman.
kids that came before you that also didn't take our advice, like, it's cool. We've been here before, you know?
There are 14 players worldwide that aren't on the team, and you're one of them. Good for you.
Seriously? Trailblazer.
As long as we're playing 100 hours a week like you are.
Trailblazer.
Betting a call, and it's the 9 of hearts immediately on the turn.
Yep.
That's a good test of skill.
It's a good test of
Being
skill.
a team of 5,
The
yeah.
admin on the other side of the tables looking at the sessions every day and like, I don't know, guys, fucking lose some back to him or something. I don't know. Like,
Exactly. Sometimes I feel like
we thought we would scalp him by now,
Yeah.
but he's just.
This guy must be loaded.
That's a tough card for Chris now.
One day, at least, you know? I'm booking anywhere.
But you can never cash out. That's the problem.
Yeah, loses 2 straights and flushes, but only at the top of his 1 pair.
53% processing fee.
We'll cash out and the egg's just gonna X
You
out the
would
screen.
prefer to
They're gonna
have
be, "What app?"
You have
Ace
now
of
negative
hearts or
interest.
something, and yeah, for this large
later.
sizing, I think Venom is getting a little bit too big for his britches with that almost full pot wager on the end. Too much out there.
He told me about this like,
Scare
this like
his
novel idea.
opponent.
I told him he's a
He does
decade
let it
too
go.
late. Like, 10 years ago, this was sick. You're a decade too late.
I'm in a couple good clubs. Like, I'm in this German one that George got me into.
Decade too late.
Yeah, curious what that right amount there was that he could have got Cashman to call there, but
There's actually
he
a
went for
lawyer
a big
in
one,
Nairo
and
you send
Chris made a
1,000 to, and
really
you get your
disciplined
money
fold
back
there.
for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venom's size was targeting more 2 pair plus type holdings, which makes sense. You want to get paid the most, and you know, if your opponent does roll over a flush, you feel kind of bad about just betting half pot on
Right.
the end when you could have gotten closer to full pot. But you do sacrifice a little bit of that top pair equity. He also had the queen of hearts in his hand, right? So
Yeah.
There's some really good ones on
he's
the
kind of blocking some of the 2 pair combos his opponent can have. And
Fifth through sixth.
yeah, I guess there's not really that much because
insane.
I
There's
don't
that
know.
dude that,
I'd have to go back and look at that one a little closer, but
that dude that
you know,
bought the
at the end of the
two
day,
phones for like
if his opponent ever has a
80 million
straight or
dollars
something, he can get that
Chinese
much
ones
value.
originally were like,
Don't hate the idea.
tax the winners 5%, but it was like every like 6 hours. So it was like per pot. Like, you know, you play for 6 hours at the end, whoever like happened to be one up, and they would tax 5%. So it was just paid nothing, the winners paid 5%, which actually wasn't too bad.
J-Rock getting the best of this flop with the queen high flush draw.
Yeah.
That was true on all the sites, really. You probably were on some of the local ones.
Yeah, I was
Mason
on
and all.
all the local ones.
You got rake back and all of those.
Yeah, I was pushing all of those guys to make the local ones before the local ones existed. Because I didn't want to be the guy running them because, like,
I think Mason made a lot of money recently.
Yeah.
So.
looking back on it, maybe I should have just done it. At the time, I was like, this seems risky. Like, you can make a lot of money, but, like, definitely illegal. I don't know anybody's ever gotten in trouble. And I've seen one article now.
2 flush draws come in on the turn. The king jack of hearts, though,
They were
is
running
in the
pretty
muff.
smart.
Oh,
There's private clubs and stuff.
That's Nick Shanky betting
Richard Tenkin?
475 there.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that was his name on the
Flop.
I would assume he had something pretty
Rock
lucrative.
continuing here in position with the naked flush draw, but he gets there. That also gives Nick Shanky the straight,
Yep.
but he's quick to check it over with only 2.7K behind, less than pot remaining. And J-Rock is going to try to just reel him in, and he will get it to pay off.
He will, yeah.
Brutal card, yeah. Wow.
As JD takes a closer look at that river card and is like, ooh, yeah, that's a good one to get paid on.
Absolutely. Spicy river.
The worst part about the Concorian is that I had some garbage. I was like messing around.
Like you said, though, good, nice safe check there. Felt like he could have, been facing a flush draw all along, so decided to check it to him. And
Get the same thing as a
Yeah,
By the way.
also an idea to go for there is a block bet. right? Because Nick has already bet 2 streets, so he can certainly have some club flush draws of his own, and you know, throw a little block out there with some of your flushes, like your middling flushes, as well as some of your bluffs, right? And maybe even your straights if you do end up with a straight like he did. And try to get paid by some 1 pair, 2 pair holdings, whatever it might be. And also, if you get raised, then you just are kind of like, all right, this is almost always a flush, and I can just fold. But it's tough to always construct that at the right time and whatnot. So always tricky. But I love looking for those spots to put in the blocks. And, you know, you see them a lot more frequently these days. They've certainly come into, you know, sort of popularity as we've looked at more and more sort of solver positions. But yeah, I think anytime you can work them in order to be balanced with your blocks, so that it isn't just always like, no, I've got some middling strength hand where I don't want you to raise me, but I could still get called by worse, so let's do it, right? Like, you're going to end up getting punished at some point because people will start to recognize that that's all that you're ever doing with your block bets, and they'll be like, oh, I could just always raise on the river, and you're going to have to fold. So you need to mix in some good hands and some bluffs even, right? Like the block size bluff is amazing. I love getting that one through so much.
Yeah. Because it's looking like you're begging for a call almost, or.
Well, I mean, it just kind of looks like what it is usually, right? It's like, you know, the straight or the flush kind of came in, but I still have, you know, top 2 pairs, so I'm just going to put this little block bet out. And if your opponent was just holding on with 1 pair, and they're like, all right, this just doesn't look good for me, everything got there, or whatever, and they just sort of begrudgingly fold it for the small bet, and you're over there on, like, super dust because you know you were in there with some sort of bad draw of your own or something, just kind of holding on for dear life. I don't know. There's a couple of different ways that it can go, but it always feels good to get that one through for the small side.
Another flush hitting here.
I see. All right, where are you?
It went check on the river. Interesting.
Yeah, well, Nick was just sort of checking out of position the whole way down. It is always tricky when you're out of position. At some point, you do kind of need to put in the bets yourself if you make the flush. But certainly J-Rock has a hand that never wants to bet that river, so it makes a lot of sense for him to check it back.
Right.
We're still yet to see a big 7 deuce hand.
We've seen the one get folded, and that's it so far, right?
As far as I remember, I mean, we had a couple of hands where a couple of cards didn't get read or whatever, but I presume everyone is dialed in on the 7 deuce game. It just hasn't been popping up yet.
1-2. Mostly 1-2. Sometimes 1-2-5.
Looks Rick here going to go for the squeeze out of the cutoff. Perhaps choosing a little bit too small of a size here. It's called in 2 spots, and wow, what a flop here for
What a flop.
When I play, there's a lot of. I usually play during the day when I'm waiting for the bigger game. I play with a lot of.
Checks to Slick Rick. He does continue for 1/3. Obviously, just hoping that his opponents have big cards and that they will simply fold away their equity. 6-5 of spades, not going anywhere, and does just play it as a call. A little bit interesting, perhaps, that he doesn't go for the check raise, as pretty much J-Rock has all of the sets and Slick Rick has none of them. Can't really imagine squeezing with pocket 7s even pre-flop. Slick Rick is going to continue telling a story of perhaps I've got an overpair here, and I am trying to get value from your middling pocket pairs, your 7/8s, things like that. 1,000 into 1,600, and J-Rock will again check and call, and improves to the best hand, a pair of fives on you. And now, after check calling flop and turn,
You have a lot of regulars and stuff.
he will take his time and does settle on check once again.
Wow, 3,600 in the pot. Check, check.
Yeah, Slick Rick, he shuts it down there, and it's I don't know, one of those spots where, yeah, the spades missed, and it's one of those boards where, like, if your opponent's already called you twice with 7/8, like, are they going to fold now?
Right.
Maybe not, but then it almost doesn't make sense to bet the earlier streets if you're not going to blast the river, because, like, I don't know, you only beat the busted straight and flush draws, and pretty much all the straight draws just turned into at least a pair, if not a straight. So I don't know. That one's
I was curious to see, you know, if a 2K plus bet, you know, if he could have gotten that through, or if that would have been one that J-Rock would have made the call for. But, you know, a big hefty sized bet there on the river. Tough to call with just a 5 unless you're just putting your opponent on a pure air type of hand there.
Yeah, and another question too is, like, what would I do if I had aces, kings, or queens here, or even, you know, pocket jacks, which had just turned top set something, which is kind of what he was telling the story of across the flop and turn, right? So it's like, if I'm gonna bet the river with those hands, then be bluffing at some frequency, but I don't know. That one was just kind of tricky all the way down. Economics here is going to finish with the best hand and check back on the river.
Okay.
Go down.
What 2 pair? Yeah. I did not want to hear which 2 pair.
No, definitely not.
Mighty Hammer in the chat. What's going on, brother? Hope the poker streets have been treating you well. It's 2 hammers. We got a hammer in the chat and a Mighty Hammer.
Turns out to be any slugs in your box, you know where they came from. Sounds good.
Sounds good. It's really good.
Ooh, 7 deuce sighting. Here we go.
Let's go. See what the youngster decides to do with it, Mr. Cashman. He doesn't want to hit a 7, though, does he?
Recently watching the new.
Yeah, this is rapidly turning
Uber show
into
on Netflix.
a situation that he
Super pumped.
didn't want to see.
What is
However,
It's like a.
yeah, the dead
Drama
money in
about the
between
fight for
from
Uber.
J-Rock
Oh, okay.
actually does kind of make this a little bit juicy, and he is going to go for it. Makes it 1.1K to go. 4-bet is on the books, and Benham had a dusty hand that cannot continue, so he's out of the way.
Fascinating. Like, these were really, really talented guys that you know, built it.
And J-Rock hard blocks the 7 deuce, so now this looks like he's up against, like, ace, king, pocket pairs. Bigger pocket pair, of course. And, you know, maybe the odd bluff here and there, ace-5 suited, ace-10 suited, something like that, but he's going to make the call. And he'll have to play this one out of position with pocket 7s against a 4-bet range.
Right.
the fruit flavors, and they were like, oh, well, if we can hook teenagers, we have a lifetime client. Like, they were really
What a
intentional
board
about
here
all
for
the-
Cashman, too. I mean,
It's tobacco, man. It's an
you
interesting
kind of
industry.
expect the ace-high board to be one of the
The
best
thing they were
scenarios
solving
for
against,
you
like, the way
to
they
get
attacked
this
it as an
through.
engineer, you would love this, dude, because like
Your
all
opponent
the
call
E6 and the
calling
Vs are out there
three.
sucked, and so like they
It's
finally
going to be hard locked
first
into
couple
a
of
lot of
products,
these
it's just not
middling
really there.
pairs,
Didn't
maybe
give, like, the
some
smokers, like, what
big
they're looking
suited
for, and they
connectors,
fucking
like
figure it out.
Jack 10
Blows
suited,
people's mind,
and then
you know? There's like all these stories of,
maybe
like,
some
they'll test
ace
them and they just
queen
explode
or
in the-
ace queen suited that just
You know,
called the
when they're doing
400 and
R&D
has
and
been
stuff.
like, oh, well,
I'm
can't
sure
really go folding
it's kind of hard to have
for
like a battery
15 or 1150.
heating unit and
The
stuff like
design-
So
Dude, the-
there's really not that many
yeah,
hands
the
that you're
small-
scared
how
about. It's
small,
like
like,
ace
the
queen
back
suited, I think,
Yeah,
pretty much
yeah.
exactly. And sure enough, he gets
Hey,
J-Rock to let this one go, and there it is.
I called it too. I
was it 50?
That
It's
was
weird that
awesome.
J-Rock is saying that he felt that almost, but it's like
knew it too. I just
you mentioned it. He was hard blocking that hand with 2 of the 7s, so yeah,
that was a
perfect flop for that hand. Yeah.
Pocket 7.
Wow. That was amazing. I love it. I love the 7 deuce game.
And they're doing what, $50
7
a hand, $50 a player.
Yeah.
$50 a player, and J-Rock had to pay out 100 because he was the last player to fold.
Love it.
Yeah.
And he picks it up, and throws it back down. that adds a fun dynamic to the game. That's fun.
drama like Jordan Levin Levitt is like
Okay.
he like plays like the CEO and
Yeah,
the founder
yeah, yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, this is the one time where I really don't mind getting the bluff slapped down on the table in front of me, you know, like, because you just kind of expect it.
Right.
Like, if I'm getting bluffed by the 7-2, I'm going to get shown that bad boy. That's for sure.
175.
Incredible what's gone on with Uber and Lyft since they were paying the drivers are getting 70, 75%. Now they're getting
Dusty
like
rolls
35,
going away, or
45.
going around here on
I mean, they
Streamlabs.
cover some of that too, and they're
But how's that? Why
Sorry,
how is
guys.
it possible they're not making a lot
Better
of
luck
money?
next time.
I don't understand
they
it.
were losing money. They were like there was literally like
How are they losing money?
before
Yeah, but
it was overhead and marketing and all that other stuff. I don't think they're. I don't know if the driver's side makes money even now. To be completely honest. The food delivery side makes money, but I don't think the driver's
Of what's that? Of
Uber.
Yeah, they all these big tech companies with mega market caps have never been able to like
turn
from
profit.
Twitter.
Wow, another
Uber will
7
get
deuce
there.
sighting. This
DoorDash
time
will end up, like, they're
JD
not
has it
profitable at all. They'll end
from
up
the
being-
big blind.
Yeah, I think they'll get acquired, or the technology will be the same race there. But
Definitely one of the players I was wanting to see the 7 deuce with. So let's see what happens here.
Like
hell yeah,
significantly.
hell yeah.
Venom has a hand good enough to defend his button with Queen Jack suited, and flops an up and downer backdoor hearts.
Yeah, I think that you have to just—it's very low margin,
And
high volume. Like,
in
you have to
comparison
be
to the
ubiquitous
last
in every
flop, this
city.
one not nearly as advantageous for
Be the authority.
JD to just get it through on the
I remember a
flop.
time when I was your age, and we'd like try to get fucking cabs to go downtown and shit in Austin,
Down
you know,
bet
and like there was one
275,
cab
quick
company, it
call.
was like real hit or miss. You had to call them.
Are you from Austin?
No, I'm from North Texas. I went to school at Texas in
And
2004.
yeah, this card can go both ways. JD will take another peek here.
And like I went for ACL this weekend.
Yeah,
It's like
I saw
the
your
greatest
pictures in there,
time
yeah,
ever.
man.
I had them.
It's either a
It's a cool
chunky
area.
bet
really
or
cool.
a check.
It's like there's so many
poker
good places
scene
to eat. There's like good poker scene. And
Most
it's like
of
there's
the
actual
time,
nature.
I would
Unlike
say.
Dallas, that's the
Yeah,
thing about Dallas. There's no
Thanks,
nature.
inventory here on Venom
Scene.
stack.
It's just like strip malls,
Exactly.
business parks, and shit.
I really like Dallas, but there's no nature. It's nice that Austin has some of that.
That's where I first started playing this. It was like during the poker.
Bit of 1,000 there, and he will show the 7 deuce. Let's go.
Hey, oh, can I get one more?
Who was left? Venom?
Probably 50.
You can hop over to Houston or San Antonio.
I'm close to San Antonio. My brother goes to school in San Antonio. And so he like popped over for ACL.
Gotta
and
love
I'm
it.
surprised
Hell
he
yeah.
did. It was great, man.
Are you gonna go to UT?
Yeah, yeah.
Good for you, dude. You just take a few years off to
Yeah, I just
crush.
played some poker and head back. I have a few years on my assured admission.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, fantastic. I didn't know they had something like that.
Yeah.
You doing business there or what?
Yeah.
You in McCombs?
Yeah.
Good. That's what I was in.
When you
The
started,
best
when you
business
started,
schools in the country. dog.
Eventually, probably this fall. I have until next fall to start, but I'm probably gonna start this spring.
Good for you.
You know what track you're going down?
He's like, I'm gonna start next semester. Yeah. He's giving us the lines. Giving his parents are. Mama Cash is in the chat, so he's gonna be. Oh yeah, next semester. Next semester we're gonna.
Wait a minute, we thought cash flow was already in. Oh, our money's going to the Chinese company. We all, it's all spilled now.
I thought he was
Cash.
graduating.
You start playing the lodge streams. You'll be like in your class schedule. You're supposed to be at class. You're playing the daytime lodge streams.
Finals not until 10 a.m. tomorrow. I got time.
Right.
Hold
You know, my
my
class
way
is on
here, Venom.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, so like
Flopping
Thursday,
best,
3
top
o'clock.
pair,
just
middling
wheels
kicker.
fell off, man, till Monday evening.
Fucking business guys. Fucking business majors.
Rich Mike 3 to a straight through to a flush and a pair. He'll come along.
That's a scene. There's
Dude,
a
it's
lot
gotten
going on.
way more sketchy.
It's so sketchy.
When I was young down there, like, I mean, like that E6 Street was like, we all hung out there, partied and shit. It got real,
Thanks so much.
real, like the last,
Check
probably 5
turn.
years ago.
Queen of
less than
diamonds
that.
rolls
It's
off, and
changed.
Rich Mike is gonna
Really
lead
sad.
out for
Yeah.
200.
You're good.
Not sure what he gets value from with this bet, but he goes for it, and Venom will make the call and take it down.
I was surprised when we talked about it, like the party street in Austin, we went, and we were like,
You'd eventually have to have something.
it's like, all right, we've seen enough now, you know, we're gonna move on.
Yeah, it got to where now there's, you know,
I had a pretty big hand.
shootings and people getting in cars and shit. And there's always
I
little
think they have
stuff.
a little bit of a homeless issue
Of
on
course.
6th Street.
All right, 1 hour in, 34 hands on the books. We are cooking along at a
We are cooking.
here.
A blast there.
Southwest is a music festival.
Yeah. South by is the one over, like, they do it intentionally over spring break, so all the students are gone. And the weeks before South by, they have the tech conference before that. They have an interactive tech a week or two before. Do you know what path you want to do in Macomb?
Yeah, eventually I want to try my best to get into like IB or something like that. It's very difficult, but that's the plan. 10 and 2.
Nick Shanky dropping the $50 straddle here.
That's awesome. Is there a specific school for that, or a program, or is it just a...
No, I'm just gonna take like general business finance and then
J-Rock not seeing the 50 out there is going to have to make this a min-click raise.
All my friends were like finance majors at UT when we were graduating in 2008. They were all like taking jobs like Lehman Brothers and shit. We got a domain-wide email. It was like, if you've accepted a job with Lehman Brothers, come talk to us right now. I'm like, oh shit. Okay. Yeah. So change things around.
Technology is that expensive.
All in with the 7 Dewey.
They were chronic.
I did the MIS
Penny
program.
and someone else
That's
doing
my
all
tech
the work.
background. I loved it. Love it home.
Understand
Good
that.
shit.
Makes no sense.
I'd never,
1800 or something.
academically, it was hard. I'd never made a B in my life before.
Kids are 50
And like the accounting class, there's a couple of classes that just very intentional, like weed out classes. You know, they try to filter people out.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. I haven't looked at their report.
For now,
I feel like
still
they should be.
zoned in on the poker.
Well, you doesn't have some good balance going. So if you don't have to work,
1,000 people, they all
go
do
to school
anything.
20 hours, play 20 hours a week. It's a
I
good
think
thing.
the other problem is just like because there's so much competition that like there's kind of like a race to the ball.
Getting it done. There we go.
I already had it out.
There you go.
Am I guess, am I the last? I get
You're the last.
Okay. Damn.
Only reason I knew it wasn't last.
No, he was the last. He was the last.
It's like, man, I'm going to gamble in college before you got it.
Some dead money out there. You pretty much got max value there with a $50 from everybody else. And the extra 100 there at the end. Pokernomics.
What's it at?
I gotta watch what my watch will flow when it's like when I'm working out, and I'm like every time I'm in a big hand, I'm like. I have someone tell me
We've now had, what, 3 of the 7 deuces get through. Or the only 3 7 deuces I think we've seen
Not now, watch. I'm busy.
have gotten through here.
You know no way J-Rock saved us 50. Because he only made it 100. Yeah.
It's true.
If he'd seen the straddle,
I would have seen the straddle, would have been 300.
More.
Yeah. Then I'm priced in. I would have taken my chance.
Little set here for Pokernomics. Top pair for Slick Rick, but monotone board. Just a
JD,
bet
how many
and
times
a
have you seen
call
me just
here.
straight airball the
Check
game
call
here,
at
like I
that
did
from
with Slick Rick here on
Pokernomics.
my first hand? Never played with him before, never just airballed.
I don't think I've seen it really.
I was pretty sure I could get him to fold a minimal hand. I was wrong.
You probably fold ace king there, yeah.
I was hoping.
Not my boat.
God damn, I was like, did he... I also, like, I was like, man, if he got funky with a deuce here, this is a tough spot.
That's the only way to
Seven
get.
deuce.
That's the only way to get with the deuce is funky.
That's
I
right.
put
That's
him exactly on
advice.
kings, and I put you
Check here
purely
on
airball,
the end.
Is it, go to
Shut up,
betting,
man.
right? I'm sure I have it, but I mean, would like
Gotta be good.
I knew he had kings for sure, and I was like, maybe you got 7 deuce down there, and just pop trips.
Yeah. Oh, but you for sure pegged him on king?
Oh, yeah.
Nice little pot there. Little
Limited
revenge
streams I've watched, I've not seen Slick Rick
for
get 2 out of line, so
Pokernomics.
it's like,
Still
this is very
down
advantageous
about
line.
3K, it shows here on the board.
Spice on the king deuce deuce.
Slick Rick still leading the way at the top
Yeah,
of the
yeah, you bet
leaderboard.
the 300 or 400.
Yeah, Pokernomics was just reliving that big early hand there.
You'll make the content, man. It's a little,
JD saying that he had Slick Rick pegged for kings the whole way. But yeah, that was a tough one, but he can still come back from that one. Saying Slick Rick is a player that has not, gotten out of line much on these streams, so he was really hoping to get one through there and get him to fold a big hand like we talked about earlier, but it didn't work out for him.
No, 7 deuce.
JD puts in the 3-bet and gets no takers. If you look at the V-pips, Nick Shanky, 43% Venom, nearly 40% as well. Cashman holding the line at 11%. Now well below the Lottie line, but still relatively early. Not a ton of hands here. And yeah, it seems like all of his table mates are getting the big hands right around him. As Slick Rick will wake up with the ace-king. And Nick here, flopping top pair, immediately leads out for 2 1/4. Venom makes the call, and Slick Rick is like, what? Go to ace king, bro.
Wow.
Tons of money, like, always like acquire new customers, marketing.
Yeah, always coming deuce here, apparently, on these boards. Venom vaults into the lead.
It's like, I don't know how much longer I want to be working in the opportunity cost that time.
Immediately going to raise him.
Profitable and chill,
Get
not
another
invest anymore
business
for like a
venture
decade.
going.
You could just chill and make
Min
money.
click as well, 350 up
that
to
was a good lesson
700.
for me.
Nick really doesn't have that much behind, so Venom here is just trying to get him to put in enough chips that he feels compelled to kind of put the rest of them in there as well, at least by the river.
To help.
Really, that was the issue.
Oh yeah, we started at 18 bucks an hour and we went all the way to like 24, 26 bucks an hour.
Cards
Getting consistent people
ponder his decision.
and having a Rolodex of them that were readily available. If these are not people that's going to be super consistent, like mowing yards in Texas and stuff.
Were you doing like residential or commercial?
We're starting to pick up some commercial. There's mostly residential and some landscaping jobs and stuff like that. We're making a decent amount on the landscape jobs. The service is very, very low.
Like the residential service?
Yeah.
Chips it in here, drawing
Just
dead.
a gateway to some other opportunities.
Yeah,
There's just not.
the little min click there from Venom gonna get the job done. As he'll roll over the ace deuce and
So like,
What can you even be charging for residential yard where you can pay it?
absolutely.
looks like he's
Really
gonna
good start
reach
from
into
Venom.
bag though.
You had to average like 2.5 yards an hour, and So that was the other thing. It had to be
I
very.
know you mentioned Benham's VPIP was pretty high, but he's had some pretty playable hands, and the ones he's playing are hitting. Good start for him.
Fucking low margin.
Quality goes down at some point when you have this be so many cards, and it's like.
Yeah, folded the aces there to to bridge Mike, but still hanging in there.
Yeah.
They are so good at it, and
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
they're efficient. These guys that do this for a living and have done it all their life, that have the crews and get extra help and stuff. They don't have the fancy tech and the billing systems and all the shit that I had, but if I can put out a good product, it's like dirt cheap.
Yeah.
I ended up, my guy that mowed my lawn, I ended up being like, hey dude, you want some more lawns? He's like, sure. I gave him our book of business. Here, take it, dude. Done with it. I'm staying with fucking tech. I'm done with it.
You're out of that business?
Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We sold all the brand assets and all the equipment and everything. So not having the labor, the guy that was the lead actor in that, he was like mowing a lot. I was like, dude, if we can't get labor, this isn't gonna scale. We gotta make a hard decision. So we can
After Venom,
good learning experience.
but for a small size, D-line J is in there as well. But now, easy bet and take it down on the flop.
No, they don't give a shit. It's very commoditized on that side, right? So, yeah. We're like, and it was funny because like
That's a hand a lot of players there in early position will just check when you see a flop with all those high cards out there with a small pair, but he bets and gets them to fold.
It's such a commoditized industry, and there's a million fucking one-off lawn crews at any given time in our neighborhood. It's just like,
Last night was a bad night at my house.
I was optimistic getting into that, but it was good. Good lesson.
Not either.
It's crazy how much volume, how much revenue you can get in as a commercial landscaping company. You know Steven Benavides? You know how he plays here some of
Yeah.
He's like private equity.
Pokernomics getting a little frisky with the 8-4 of clubs here.
Yeah.
You know, they're not
And
bad.
really doesn't want to see clubs come out. There are none on this board.
Yeah. Oh. Can't name any other players.
Top 2 pair for Pokernomics.
Fold away.
But a single
Yeah,
bet.
dude, so like the big landscape companies, that's what I've really learned too. And like if you get the infrastructure to do...
Can't flop much better with the 8-4 of clubs when you're against the ace and queen of clubs.
Big shout out to the Fall Classic going on down in Houston. The main event getting kicked off today. Starting flights at 6 p.m. started today. Still late reg open down there. Got day 1 flights all throughout the rest of the week going into the weekend. With day 2 on Sunday. $500K guaranteed. $800 buy-in. If you're in or around the Houston area, be sure to check that out. Put that on your calendar. Go get in the mix. It's a flop here between Bridge Mike and Slick Rick. Rick with the betting lead, he'll put out a C-bet and taper down.
Does that, freelances it, does it professionally.
Also, speaking of tournaments, here is our reminder for the even bigger one coming at you here at the end of the month at TCH Dallas. $250K guaranteed tournament, $300 buy-in.
It was, for sure.
All the information right there on your screen going into day 2 on October 29th. All this information can be found on TexasCardHouse.com. And yeah, if you're around, fantastic value for these tournaments.
What it needs to.
Yeah, that tournament's been run really well. The normal Saturday tournament prize pools have gotten maybe a little bit smaller because a lot of people are saving some bullets to play in that bigger one. So I imagine they're going to just smash that $250K guarantee. Saturday tournaments are still going well. I think they're still crushing theirs as well. But that one is just too good of value for people to turn down. So there's people firing multiple bullets into that one and really getting that prize pool juiced up a little bit. So that's a fun one.
Yeah, I mean, turning $300 buy-in into like a 50K maybe score is pretty amazing.
Huge, right?
And that's it's
Slick
interesting.
Rick is in here with Jack 4 of diamonds, flops top pair, no kicker, and
like that.
the best hand. Beeline J, 2
I'm sure,
overs, gut
there's
shot to
gotta be
Broadway,
other
and
industries like that where that
the range
consolidation play is
advantage
so
here.
strong, 'cause they can get all the
That's
infrastructure and they
150
can
on the
might as
flop,
well put
sizes it up
peanuts
now
to
on
those
the turn
guys.
with an
Guys who are
overbet,
retiring, they're done with it,
600
they're
into
moving on.
465. And
It's really interesting because like a lot of what I've
applying maximum pressure here to Slick Rick's marginal holdings, of which Jack 4 is definitely one of them.
some of they're all like real like hands-on industries, like pool cleaning.
Yeah,
They rolled up like pool cleaning,
sure.
you know. They
Like
rolled
it's non-sexy industries that have a lot
Cool
of.
rainbow board out there as well, so no flush draws
There's a guy that plays with us
to be
here on the
concerned
streams
about
that
Slick
is
Rick here, just
San
holding on for
Francisco
dear
that,
life with the top pair,
you know what I'm
hoping
talking about?
his opponent
You
is
guys
bluffing.
visited a couple times?
Yeah. Yes.
Three of hearts on the end changes absolutely
Yeah, dude,
nothing.
I think he's a player in that phase. Playing more tech oriented San Francisco tech companies. So.
Let's see if Beeline J has one more shell.
Patty's an engineer right there,
For the river.
Yeah, man, during COVID, up until about a year ago.
A lot of players will give up here after overbetting the turn and getting called, but Beeline J will bet once more, a little bit more tame this time, 2K into 1665.
One platform, one big mature MSP, it's an $8 or $10 million shop. You know?
Still just about 1.25 outsized bet, and Slick Rick here
$4 $2 million ones.
love it.
Yeah.
And that evident that those $2 million shops are making 10 points. They bring it in all under one roof, and now they're.
Yeah, he's got the 2 pair, playing the 10 as a kicker. But still an uncomfortable spot to be in. I know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100% a spot where he loses to all of his opponent's value and beats all of his opponent's bluffs. Like, there's never a spot where Beeline J is somehow like turning Queen Jack into a bluff, right? Like it's he loses or he wins, and he just has to try to decide how many bluffs does my opponent have, and should I be calling with Jack 4 suited here?
Figure out those business fundamentals, man.
This is always tricky because you're going to have a really wide range calling from the $25 straddles for a raised 75. So you're going to have a lot of hands in your pre-flop range. So you're going to need to fold some of them by this river.
I'm wondering if that turn $600 bet kind of what's really making him think about this. It was such a kind of chunky bet there on the turn into that pot. Maybe felt a little bluffy.
Well, it's very polarizing, right? It's either a bluff or it's value, and like strong value as well. And then that, of course, is the same story that he is up against. And there it is. Slick Rick makes the call.
Look at that.
Jack 4.
I say he doesn't play a hand, he fucking snaps it off.
Wasn't exactly a snap, but it was a good call.
That's the guy you try to bluff.
I know.
But you kind of have to put him on one of 2 hands, right, Aaron? I mean, it's a king queen, an ace queen, ace king. I mean, there's 3 hands really that he could have been raising free with there that you put him on, I guess.
Yeah, those certainly make the most sense. I mean, it is just a $75 raise pre-flop, so you know, it's not like Beeline's range is super condensed either.
Smaller pairs could have done that.
Yeah, it's like, but you ask yourself, like, if he ever has some like marginal showdown, like why would he be turning that into a bluff, especially for that size? So yeah, it's pretty much just these big overpairs, flop sets, things like that are going for the maximum, and then some missed straight draws. And yeah, Slick Rick in a tough spot. I mean, let's be honest, we can see the cards and we're like, yeah, bro, make the call, like
yeah, bro.
Hero, but you're sitting there at the table facing this big chunky bet, and going, you know, what do you actually do with Jack 4 there?
Yeah.
Credit to Beeline J though for sticking with the line, applying maximum pressure there, and I mean you could see that Slick Rick didn't really want to put those chips across the line. He was pretty concerned they weren't coming back. Very next hand, he wakes up with the 7 Dewey, raises it to 750 over the original open. JD makes the call on the button. And connects with middle pair. Another ace-high board here, though, for the 7 deuce raising range. Down bet here to 350. JD relatively straightforward, continue in position for the small size. See if Slick Rick has the gusto to keep going for it across multiple streets like his Padre down the other end of the table. Very good card, all things considered. The king only going to help Slick Rick here. Pretty much ever. King 9 of diamonds, sort of one hand that you might give JD every once in a while, but
I just washed my hands, by the way.
Still quite a small bet here, actually, all things considered. 0.2K, but it's enough. Half pot, and that'll get the job done.
Oh, goddamn. This guy. Anybody grab that?
Hey, boys.
Book the flight on Easter Sunday.
And just when they were talking about Slick Rick's not the guy who gets that line on stream. Introduce the 7 due game, and there you go.
Oh yeah. I was like, I just made this, but
Sick. That's a great tip.
give it back to JD.
Easter Sunday, okay.
We haven't yet got to see a 7 deuce, you know, just complete blunder yet, where somebody just overplays the hell out of it and loses their whole stack. But
yeah, that's certainly the other side to the story, is that these have just been like really nice boards for the player 3-betting or 4-betting with the 7 deuce. And so their opponent is just kind of handcuffed into a more passive line and then eventually folding. But yeah, you can imagine some spots where, like for example, when JD had the 7 deuce against Benham with the up and down straight draw, right? Like, that was a board where had Benham improved and JD just kept barreling away. I mean, that was a perfect setup for full meltdown.
I should. You guys might not see me for 3 months.
Didn't see it there. And right now, the pocket 10s are holding on to top spot.
Just making on the cash.
Whoa! Uncalled for. Understood.
Yeah, it was low.
Benham will check it back, take
Out
his
of nowhere, I didn't even know you were
card.
in your shot. Damn. All right. Noted.
Shots fired.
When I dominate the Chinese app game, you're gonna wish you would have said that to me, all right?
At least I can say I knew the guy. I knew the guy.
You'll be able to say
He proved it, and then next week nobody ever saw him again.
the end game is I join them. The next thing you know,
Yeah, there's sort of an art to the 7 deuce game of how to not blow up your stash when the board and the dynamics of the hands and everything are just sort of telling you that it just isn't going to work.
Yeah.
Because some people, you know, in particular, right, it's not like a game that people are putting on all the time. And so, you know, it's usually kind of uncharted water for a lot of people. So you start playing it, maybe a couple of people sort of reluctantly decide to get involved, and then they get 7 deuce and they're like, oh, I have to win. And end up sort of lighting the stack on fire because you know, it's just not a good spot for them to try it. But, you know, it's I think it's just hella fun. And
Yeah, I haven't played it, and it looks hella fun. You know, if you're not getting 3 and 4 bet, if you're the one doing the 3 and 4 betting, you know, that really helps your range. You know, once the flop comes out, you know, Broadway cards compared to what your opponent's holdings are going to be. So.
top trips here for Beeline J. Pokernomics with a pretty reasonable hand to continue. Beeline is gonna go for what looks like
moved here semi-permanently.
quarters
so
here.
I'm gonna be here for a while.
350 into 460.
I'm gonna be in Chuck Feltus coming.
And wow, Pokernomics is gonna get away
Stay
from
there for the
this.
circuit. Just grind that out. See what
Hard blocks the 7 deuce, so he's like, yeah, whatever else you got is probably good enough. Although when you just watched a guy bluff,
Yeah.
with the ace king like across 3 streets like that, I don't know. I mean,
You could tell he was looking at him. Like, is he doing it again?
Or no?
Is he lighting more money on fire here? Yeah, I agree. But
Yeah, just move.
being out of position just always sucks.
Immediately
Like,
got in contact with
pocket
an
sevens, I think,
I paid for his immigration.
you know, a solver is gonna slam dunk.
Yeah, expedite
his green
card process.
right.
A pair of sevens on that
He's
board
my
is
livelihood.
really strong. But
Worthwhile
yeah,
investment.
correctly gets away from that one with no further damage.
Yeah, we've seen what 3 hands with Bridge Mike and Slick Rick, where Bridge Mike's had big hands pre and just been out of position post flop against Slick Rick, and he's definitely taking advantage of that position. So being out of position can really just suck big time if you're not hitting.
Beeline J in there with the 7 deuce this time.
Nice.
Plays it just as a call out of the straddle as well. A little bit of a different approach to the 7 deuce.
He's unstoppable.
And it checks through on the flop, and this is actually just like his texture once again. So Bridge Mike is going to hold on with ace jack high, no clubs.
Dewey. Wow.
Okay. There's a one-liner to a straight out there, but there we go. Beeline J is going to show it down as the winner with the pair two.
They're
And
winning.
He wins like more than the size of the pot.
That's funny. Yeah, just as Mighty Hammer's saying, so many 7 deuce hands, but they're winning. You know, it's making the game fun. Hopefully it's fun for y'all to watch, but this has been fun for us for sure. And we're what, 2 hours? Not even 2 hours in, so hour and a half in. Let's go.
Yeah, I think we made it through something like 25 hands. It was somewhere right around there, 25 to 30 hands without seeing the 7 deuce after that initial fold from J-Rock.
Right.
And then here we've had it like, I don't know, five times since then.
Well, did you set us up, Aaron, by talking about the one that you played in? I think you may have. Let's go.
Send those feelers out into the universe. Will give us some 7 deuces, you know.
Well, we have those streams sometimes where there's just, you know, for whatever reason, the action just kind of slow to start off, and this is, you know, made it fun that, you know, we're not seeing aces and kings and these, you know, monster hands against each other, but instead we've got the 7 deuce going and bringing the fun.
Yeah, it is pretty wild that adding the 7 deuce into the mix. Like, let's think about it from just a statistical standpoint, right? You've got 16 combinations of it that you could be dealt. There's only 6 combinations of aces, kings, any pocket pair, right?
Right.
So you basically, for every time that you'll see aces, kings, or queens, you'll see a 7 deuce. And
Yep.
so, you know, it's not like you see those hands all the time, but you know, you add all that up, and you're gonna get it every once in a while on a screen. That you're on the spot too, right? Like, it's not like you just are playing some 2-5 game, 7-2 for $10 or something where you don't have to go for it. No, you're on TCH Live. Everybody's watching. You know, you got to get after it with that 7-2. Tyler with a good question here in the chat. What do you guys all prefer? Nit game or the 7-2?
It's like insane. One of the greatest heads up.
Let us know in the chat.
Already.
Oh yeah.
Added benefit of the 7-deuce game is that your biggest hands, like aces here for JD, will oftentimes not get credit or as much credit from your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely.
J-Rock, though, whiffing this board just about as hard as he possibly can.
No.
JD slow
Please stop.
Yeah, it's got the whole table sweating on, do I have to give this jerk $50, you know, every time they win a hand, but and don't show it, you know, they're like, is this the one where he's going to flip over that 7-deuce?
And no one's like lost with it, really.
No.
I've not played either one. I mostly play 1-2, 1-3, and 2-5, so that, you know, here at TCH, those usually aren't, you know, things that are allowed in the club, you know, unless you call the floor over and get, you know, go through that whole stuff. So I have not played either game, but I can tell you, I'm really enjoying the 7-deuce watching this.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be it can be kind of nerve-wracking when you're playing a game and you've got a lot of chips in front of you, because you're like, oh man, at any given moment here, things are gonna get real wild and crazy. But there is nothing quite like getting your opponent to make a big fold and getting to slap that 7-deuce down.
Slap it down, baby.
Have everybody be like,
yeah.
no.
He's hit a lot of home runs.
All right, a couple of straight draws out here. Ace high is still best at the moment, but JD is going to let it go. Cashman here with the 2 overs in the gut shot has the decision, and he settles on fold.
There's a no doubter.
Sassy in the chat says the nit game can be a bit mundane. Yeah, it kind of depends, right? Like at the beginning when everybody has a nit button, it doesn't really change the game that much. Maybe people will be a little bit wider, or my favorite actually is when people get exceptionally wide early in the game because nobody really gives them credit for getting out of line. But by and large, it's not until it gets down to 4, then 3, and then the final 2 players that have the nit button where it really starts to change their actions. And so you have this crescendo sort of building, and then it's like, all right, here we are, 2 people have their buttons left, and now is when it's the most exciting. Whereas 7-deuce game is always lurking around the corner. Speaking of it, here it is for Nick Shanky. Man, we are in a rush of 7-deuce. And once again, he just actually has the best hand. JD folded an 8.
Check.
Rock just hanging on with 2 overs backdoor straight and flush opportunities. Now the 8 of hearts really not going to do anything for his hand. So he'll let it go, and Shanky gets another one.
I'm telling you, this is awesome. And those have been his biggest hands tonight, so good for him, man.
A couple of players not at the table, and yeah, Pokernomics is going to go ahead and take those 50 down for him.
It's being shuffled, Sassy, we swear. We don't have a mechanic in the box. Jazz is a legit poker dealer here at a legit club, TCH Cala. No shenanigans going on.
Fuck the 7-deuce game.
Exactly.
Stupid game.
Shit.
And I don't think being away from the table excuses you from paying the $50, does it?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. By the
Yeah,
way,
I
while
mean,
you
you
were
don't
gone,
get
you lost $100, you know?
Yeah, right. I mean, you won't get saddled with the you know, the last player to fold pays double sort of situation, but you certainly got to pay out the
You had to pay
50.
the 7 deuce out.
I did.
He had it at 4-way hand.
If it shakes,
And with the knit button game, I'm trying to think, Aaron, in the streams that I've watched and been a part of, the only one I can think of was the fire when he was playing out of a rack about to leave when he had the knit button, just didn't want to pay it, so he barreled his whole stack in against, I think it was Poker Face Ash. She just happened to wake up with kings and stacked him, but, or he doubled her up, I should say. But I can't remember too many other big, you know, knit game blunders like that, you know, compared to the action we're seeing with the 7 deuce here. So I don't know, maybe that's why it's seeming like this is a little bit more exciting than some of the knit button stuff, is that we just haven't seen a lot of huge, you know, setting your stack on fires, except for that one hand I can think of.
Yeah, I think there have been plenty where people have gone a little bit off the rails trying to win the net game. Maybe they don't come to the top of your mind right now, but yeah, it's almost always just at the very end.
Towards the end of it, yeah.
You know, it's the two players trying to battle each other to not pay it out. So the pot has like a phantom $900 in it, basically. And that, of course, will dramatically change the action.
Oh, that's brutal, though.
Yeah, this one, I think, the 7 deuce game, the thing that I like about it is that it's always on your mind. Everybody at this table, every hand is thinking about it and wondering, am I about to have to pay out $50? Is this guy up over there with 7 trees? You know, because it's always in play. So, in my opinion, it makes it a little bit more exciting, both as a player and sort of as a viewer.
Yeah.
Because every hand is in play, but you know, they both have their merits.
I don't have a car down here, so I wasn't like.
The nice thing about the knit game for, I would say, more like professional players, you know, they're going to be opening at a pretty good rate. They're going to have a pretty good opportunity to have like a plus EV position in the knit game.
So undeserved.
You know, because there's very liable to be at least 1 or 2 players at the table who are just going to be on the tighter side.
Yeah, he was.
And those are the guys that get kind of pigeonholed a little bit by the knit game.
Whenever I go there, he's not there.
The 7 deuce game, of course, is anybody's game. You know, that's just. I mean, I will say though, of course, like player tendencies tend to be that, you know, that same player that's on the tighter side isn't also just going to torpedo their whole stack into the middle trying to win the 7 deuce. But I actually have seen some crazy stuff like that too. So never know. JD here gets 3-bet by Cashman. He has
one of the best
red
salads.
rockets.
It's like
JD
some
will
kind of
make a
spicy
call in
cucumber.
position.
Phenomenal. So cheap. It's crazy.
Flops bottom pair on what is not the worst board ever for a pair of threes.
Definitely going to come along for 1 straight for sure. That should shut him down, I'm sure, but
Best card in the world here for Cashman, although it's not terrible either. But I suspect instead of your usual like 3/4 to pot size bet, you would go more like half pot to 2/3. He's going to go for 800 into 11 though, so still sticking with the chunky size up here. Tricky part is that, you know, Jack 9, Jack 10, Queen Jack, those all start to shrivel up quite a bit on this turn. Be pretty awful if you've got those hands to fold. But as it stands, JD is going to make the call with a 3 even. So maximum value here for Cashman. If he could fade the 3, he does. But it is a spade completing the flush.
Kind of feel like JD's up to something here, but we'll see what he does and how he reacts to Chris's line here. Chris is going to check. Checks back.
Yeah, there's a lot of draws available on that turn. There's front door spades, there's some gut shots and up and downers potentially on the turn with the king coming off. So JD there with just a pure bluff catcher and didn't interact with the flush suit. So kind of again, going back to what I mentioned earlier, when you have 16 combos of 7-2 in your opponent's bluffing range, you kind of have to start bluff catching at a higher frequency. And I think that's just kind of where JD was at there. He's like, I just have to hold on a little bit tighter with this hand. And just a bad river. I mean, he was losing the whole way, but let's be honest.
Yeah, right.
The 9 of spades was not the card he had in mind when he was bluff catching with the bottom pair.
Yeah, he would have had something nefarious in mind, a bluff of his own to really get away there, but it would have been tough with us knowing what Cashman had there. Shane in the chat says Beeline J is a total babe. So Mr. Beeline J has a fan. Can't say I agree, but more power to you.
Wouldn't be your choice of words?
No, no.
Okay, well.
Oh, he's a handsome fellow, just not my flavor.
Oh my goodness, it's back. Cashman with the 7 Dewey.
There we go.
Once again, we are on an absolute tear of 7
Just a
deuce
tear.
here.
Oh man, let's see if people can get at it. And he just flops top pair or middle pair, excuse me.
One over and a gut shot for Pokernomics. He'll stick around. And he has spades on the turn, not a card Pokernomics had in mind. And Cashman, yeah, with that sort of marginal showdown value, he's just going to check rather than continue betting. And that is going to allow Pokernomics to hit the gut shot on the end.
Not the nuts, but close, yep.
Yeah, that's a really bad card for Cashman. But he's got to factor in the additional 50 from everybody at the table. So there's like $450 more, I guess $400 more in the pot for him if he wins.
You can see how it's paining him. He's grinning. Yep, good lay down.
Do you ever want to cash my hand? Ever. I just had to fucking have it straight to do it, but I fucking did it. I didn't even need that. Wouldn't need 8 of diamonds under there at all.
Shane has competition.
Did you really have it again?
He does.
Jake in the chat. He's in there.
Wins it the most time. It's
Hey, it's good to know our players have a fan club. Hopefully that's bringing in some more viewers. So if the Beeline is your flavor, jump in the chat and let us know. He's the hot one right now. He has not been afraid to put chips out there too. So we'll see as the stream goes on if he gets more into the game himself. No 7 deuce this hand.
Yeah, but JD folds the Choctaw nuts.
The J deuce, right?
Surprisingly, wouldn't have worked out for him. Slick Rick does make top 2 though. Jackie with middle pair.
Oh, this is awesome. If you guys are in the chat, this is great. Oh, man.
Yeah, Slick Rick here sort of laying the trap, but the heart comes on the turn. Not really the card he wanted to see. Let's see if Nick continues barreling or slows it down here.
Because I wanted to come in. I mean, 10 feet left and it's a tie game, you know?
I went to the last game of the Orioles series when he came in.
Does bet again, 400, nearly
Ooh.
full pot.
Yeah, that's right.
Another heart, though, so.
Nick improving to 2 pair himself on the end, so happy to check it back and try to win against anything that isn't a heart, however.
Right.
Talk to us, manager Mike.
Not the case.
I went on a blank check.
What did you say, blank check?
So you went to Columbia? Or you go to Columbia? My dad graduated many moons ago.
Rick getting hit by the deck here.
Really is, yeah. Slick Rick with the big slick.
You know what here?
Way back.
Immediately improves to the nizzles.
Just the nizzles.
Still checking. And nobody improves by the ace of spades river, so Slick Rick here is going to have to try to get a little bit of value from somebody, anybody, but not going to happen.
Yeah, that's tough. You're trying to let your opponents catch up or catch something to where you can make a little money there on the river, but you know, an ace hits and you're holding one too, so not much you can do there. But another nice win for him there.
I was born in Yonkers, Lab. Have not been back to New York very much. We go about once every 2 years for shows and stuff.
He's got his stack up to 13.1K.
Spit on the Trump Tower.
So, heck of a night so far going for Slick Rick.
I actually was in New York the week that Trump Tower opened.
Oh god. I haven't had it at all today.
Me either.
You're just that sick. You're playing it. You're not even showing it. Just for the fun of it.
What's $50?
I want to get the heart with it. Right, exactly.
Benham takes down another one there without having to show. JD was the only one I saw with a pretty good hand there with pocket sevens.
Yeah, and one other dynamic that we haven't really run into is someone having 7 deuce at the same time that someone else has ace king or pocket queens, or you know, something like that where you can really end up in a deep or maybe even 5-bet sort of scenario.
Yeah.
And you know, those are the sorts of dynamics that will really allow someone to find themselves up a creek without a paddle. But they can be very entertaining, especially if, you know, someone is able to just keep their foot on the gas all the way down and have their opponent make some big fold by the river or something. But so far, a 7-2, just kind of outperforming the field here.
saw there in the graphics, we just had 4 of the 9 players currently in the green here, with Slick Rick and Benham kind of leading the way. Everybody else kind of off to a rough start, but as we've seen on these streams, that can change in a flash. J-Rock just winning $90 with middle set there, but wins a win.
Yeah,
Not
always
the
a little
action.
bit frustrating when you don't get action on your flop.
Oh, you just smash a board like that? Yeah. Rainbow flop. You got middle set. Yeah.
Free beer, boys. I don't drink period. So. Just drugs.
That's a strong one.
Aces again for Cashman, and we're taking it up to 2 1/4. But Slick Rick is going to take the 6-3 suited into the streets and completely whiff this flop.
You're right. We had hope with the deuce, but no.
Okay. Free turn card here for Slick Rick. Picks up a heart flush draw, and with just 6 high, he is going to bet 325 into 525, and Cashman here with no heart in hand. See if he goes for the raise now or just a call. And it
He's
is
not
the
looking
latter.
for the ace of hearts here on the river. Ooh.
Wow. Slick Rick goes from 7% equity on the flop to a hammer lock here. Needed running hearts, running 6s or 3s, and he got exactly that.
And what sizing are you thinking he might go with here?
Well, when Cashman checks back the flop, he's usually going to be capped.
Big sizing.
Yeah, he goes really big. I think I would tend to go a little bit smaller, like 3/4, because your opponent can have some like Jack-10 and stuff. But like, yeah, I mean, Ace-Jack, King-Jack, like those hands are just like, I don't know, I can't pay this.
A couple really nice folds we've seen tonight from Cashman. Yeah, and I've referenced it before. I remember long ago listening to Daniel Negreanu, talk about, when you're down to heads-up play, when you got pocket aces, that you want to let your opponent try to catch up. It's really hard for them to catch up and beat you when you have aces, but with another random holding. But that one kind of blew up in his face there, and he was able to get away. So good for him, but that's tough.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where if he just bets the flop, he wins.
Yeah.
Yep.
The 450, 500 that was in there. But by checking back, in the long run, he will have gotten out that $325 bet at some frequency from his opponent, plus then however that node translates into river value. So, I mean, he is going to be making a good chunk of change across a lot of runouts, just not that one. And yeah, and I think it's important too because, I hear this all the time. Someone gets drawn out in some big pot when they had a monster, and people are like, "Oh, dude, if you just bet this on the flop, they would have folded, and that wouldn't have happened to you."
Exactly.
And it's like, okay, that's true, but you're looking at one hand and like, think about the other 99 ways that this hand could have gone. Dude had
Absolutely.
a monster, flop top set or whatever it is, and had some nasty backdoor thing running, right? It's like
Probably.
the other times that doesn't happen, the vast majority of the
Definitely.
time, you make extra money.
I'll get
And
your-
so
Yeah.
you have to add all of that up before you
You
just
want
like
your face?
go and say, oh, well, you clearly just wanted him to fold. It's like, no, you didn't.
Yeah, you're trying to get value on other streets, and unfortunately, it blew up in your face. But
Shit, then Rick, make one of my dumbass bluff.
easy to Monday morning quarterback, right?
Oh, that's
That'd be a good
absolutely
one. Look, I play
true.
with this dumbass.
People love to do it too, man. There's no shortage
Yeah.
of chatter and chirping after a hand about how you should have done this, that, or the other thing. It's like, well, all right.
By somebody who wasn't even in the hand with you, right?
Almost inevitably.
Yeah, that's when I just shut it down and move on.
As long as you get the tag, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure your tag's you.
That's
So you're supposed to
Then
do
it's
that.
worth the 5K.
it's something.
Worth more than 5. You're gonna steal.
Supposed to be wearing all the lawn business gear, you know, and then
That'd be hilarious.
punt it off.
Have we had the 50 on most of the night, or has it kind of been sporadic?
Oh, sorry, the 50, is that what you said?
Yeah.
It's becoming more frequent here as far as I can tell, but it is definitely not something that has been on every hand. Nick Shanky here getting a little bit out of line on the button with the 5 deuce. It's called in 2 spots, but actually just flops the best of it with the bottom pair.
Go if you don't want.
If you don't want it. I don't need the whole thing. I'll just eat the stuff on your chin.
This hand.
I'll be full after that.
You're eating it so enthusiastically.
I'm on your camera. I haven't seen you in a while. I mean,
really.
I don't want to take it.
I heard Jim
Feeling
was
bad
excited.
that I actually
Getting
want
hit
it.
with it. One after another, all directions. Stuff on my chin.
Yeah.
All right, Bridge Mike will not be putting the 50 on. And it appears as though the 7 deuce will not be live in this game, but we are going to go 3 players to a flop with 3 separate suits represented.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm surprised they let you eat around the.
It's a new thing.
Is it? Okay. It's probably some nice equipment in.
JD and Nick going to chop this one up when we get to showdown.
Me.
Then what?
Queen 5. Chop it up. Chop it up. Oh.
Nice to meet you, JD.
What do you think?
Thanks for.
We got him. We had him the whole way.
Another quick reminder here that the main event of the Fall Classic down at Texas Card House in Spring kicks off today. I believe Late Reg should be open for a little bit longer this evening, but more day 1 flights coming at you both tomorrow and through the rest of the week, with day 2 on Sunday. $800 buy-in, $500K guaranteed down at Texas Card House in Spring.
Southern Hospitality.
Nice location there, right off of I-45. I think that newer location has like 36 tables or something. So really nice room there in Spring, just north of Houston. Not too far from Dallas if you're interested in going and trying to run $800 up to, God, I'm sure upwards of 150K or something. Who knows how big that one's going to be.
Yeah, we'll see how much they beat the guarantee by for sure, as Slick Rick here flopping middle set. Beeline J just called pre-flop with jacks, and I don't know how that pot didn't blow up more, but
I don't either. Wow.
No.
It was an under the gun open, so Beeline J just playing that one a little bit snug. Didn't want to 3-bet and have to face a 4-bet against the under the gun range. So yeah, really just kind of taking the low variance route there, and it really had it pay off. He didn't even pay off a flop bet.
Yeah, the 1 over. Interesting.
Yeah. Immediate confirmation too that his read and everything was correct there as Slick Rick rolls over the 10s and is like, yeah, I had it. First raise and take it we've seen in a while.
There you go. That'll be my rebuttal video.
1-1.
It's like, oh shit.
You got a nice tan.
I'm still drinking coffee and it hasn't worked yet.
Got a nice tan there.
Thank you.
Cashman here, ace king suited, squeezing out of the blind, gets it through.
Thanks, Jazz.
Good job, Jazz, there dealing that first couple hours for us. So we're on a dealer change here. We'll be doing a PLO bomb pot. I believe this is Ricky who's in the box now.
This guy with the nuts.
Oh yeah, nut flush. Nut flush.
Ricky,
It is Ricky. There we go.
Nut flush.
Ricky is also a part-time stand-up comedian.
Very nice to meet you the other day.
She does stand up locally around Dallas and Fort Worth. So you might be able to catch her doing some open mic nights.
Yeah. We all that's what we gotta do.
Back in the olden days, we tried it.
And if you're just joining us, this is TCH Live in Dallas. We're playing a 9-handed game here. It's 5, 10, 25. Right now they're doing a PLO bomb pot. We just had a dealer change, so they're going to do a PLO bomb pot real quick. No betting after the flop.
It's like kind of a, I mean, it's for disaster. People are gonna get messed up. Oh my god.
Got a couple of hearts. 3 hearts now. Who's got the hearts? Board pairs. I see a Jack 6 for a full house.
Oh, 6.
No good. 6, no. Oh, he got
Jack 6.
Oh, he's got a boat. Full house, full house. Both. No full houses.
J-Rock's going to take that one down.
Easy game. Easy game. 1 out. Maybe a couple more outs. 1 out.
Effective 1 out effective.
Got it. Oh, we had a sun bet, so
If you're new to our stream here at TCH, please check out the past streams that we have. We've got a few years of streams where you can go back and rewatch a lot of really fun streams and highlights. Subscribe to the channel and give us a like. Help us grow this thing. I started out watching this and have obviously been blessed with the ability to come in and join Aaron and do some commentating here on the stream. But this has been a good thing running for a few years now. So thank you all for joining us.
Absolutely.
Flip was good other than that same old cup.
Right, exactly.
Aaron, we currently have 37 likes. One of those is mine, so we need to get some more likes on the stream tonight. A couple hours in.
You could double down at any time.
I can
surrender
add my
anytime
fuel to
you
the
got
fire. Let me
Boom.
pull up my
automatically
YouTube
won.
app here, and I'll
There
smash
were
the
a bunch
like
of other
button.
gimmicks, but
With the
deal
force of 1,000 ostriches,
busted
and
at
I definitely
23
encourage
instead of
all of you to do
22.
the same.
We definitely need some likes from the Beeline J fan club.
Mathematical genius who ran all the games. Said it was Monster House game.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like it. That one extra.
Yeah, that
I mean,
one
that's
extra.
huge, man.
But there are a
Nick
lot of-
Shanky sticking
Well,
around
well, you
with
could-
the
but you
gut
could
shot
double
to the
down.
wheel. Pokernomics here with the best of it.
And like against an 8, a 10, and you get a
I'm
blank,
sorry,
you
did
can
Nick
now
fold?
surrender.
No, I thought he called,
So there were some, if you played
but
perfect
he is going to
strategy, he said you
fold
could cut it
on
down
the turn.
before you started. You'd have to play.
I like that. You play perfect shot in a super complicated game. You
Right.
get back almost to the back door you started.
Exactly. Better than that Windstar where they give up 50 cents a hand for $5 blackjack. Start behind 10% on every
Just
hand.
3 players right now in the green there. Slick Rick, Benham, and Cashman.
You got a max bet at Windstar if you're going to play.
Yeah, Slick Rick's chips are starting to encroach over onto Cashman's spot there. If he wins any more hands, he's going to
Yeah.
mortgage that real
Always
estate.
JD's
Giving
really good.
5%.
Just yeah, he's kind of just
Milk in your drive.
Oh, 1%.
building to his left there.
$5
Then I get to the river, I'm like, there's
$1
some balls that I beat. There's like some bluff combos that
$1.
I can pay him off.
Everybody has clubs. JD's not enough of a fan of his to get involved. Which Mike will come along with the king, queen of spades.
Yeah, you're on the bottom side of it, you're getting
players to a
screwed. You
flop
gotta go top
unless
side, so whatever.
anyone else
You gotta bet
is snuck in
1,000,
there. Nope.
Whatever, 99. Whatever the max is.
Oh yeah, Nick Shanky did get in there. Queen 8 and the best hand.
No longer. As Benham just smashes the straight there.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah.
And this professional online slots player graced us with his presence. And he was going through
He
the
usually
whole...
raises it up as you do
online slots player.
with the stone colds, but
I mean,
No,
is he
that's all
playing
he
the same
will
hand?
get.
I'm not speaking for the rest of this thing,
So we look at the V-Pips. Cashman here up off of the Lottie line, holding on to the bottom spot still, but at 20%.
We are. That's why I can do it.
Yep.
Oh, all right. We were.
There's a guy that
We're gonna have to build it back.
that does like high stakes slot streaming.
Yeah.
And he's sponsored by one of the casinos. There's videos of this guy's having like $10 million swings in a session.
You're talking about Trainer.
Yeah, that's exactly who it is. Yes.
That's a perfect
Drake,
real.
so, yes. And Drake is like a ambassador for whatever online fucking gambling bullshit. Something like that.
It was
Yeah.
Stake, but they launched their own streaming site.
So
Kick?
yeah. So like
Okay.
Drake and this Trainwreck guy will get on and they'll be playing slots and shit for like 10K a pool, like digital slots. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Is it real money?
It's real money. And I think the dude in real life, I don't think he has super high net worth. I think he's like gets some sweet breakback deals and shit like that. Just a DJ gambler.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, there's sessions where he loses $10 million an hour. Like you can watch him. I don't get. I
The
don't
chat is
understand.
rooting for Beeline J to win a hand, so
He doesn't have a super high net worth.
see if he can get involved in some action here.
I think, yeah.
Welcome to the chat, GTO Optimized.
Shit ton back.
Curious where all you guys are watching from. I'm not sure where Mr. Beeline J is from.
Around him for the side or whatever that they probably can hedge losses.
You do think that, like, the actual numbers are real, though. It's not just some, like, digital,
Oh
like,
yeah,
some-
dude. Yeah, there's like fucking live stream. Drake won like 16 million or 32 million on a
Nice
roulette
hand developing
wheel,
here, Aaron.
You know, in like a 32 to 1.
Yeah,
online.
this is JD opening from middle position.
No shit.
Venom
You know,
putting in the
online
3-bet from the blind.
Yeah, I
And
don't know how it went down
damn,
that rabbit hole, but I
JD just
found the
gets
guy's
out of the way.
stream.
Doesn't
That
give
sounds
Venom
like this is
credit
off
for
screen.
enough bluffs there.
See him do the reducer.
Doesn't even want to tangle with his,
He'll stream for like
sort of the
30
bottom
seconds
end of his
Oh.
Every once in a while, he'll be
3-betting
like, "Oh, I gotta go
range,
for a little
pocket
reducer," and, like,
9s,
leave the camera
10s,
on.
jacks,
Come back,
things of that nature. So
11 deuce.
so,
Reduce.
He's all reduced.
Reducer.
Yeah.
Goes off camera for a second.
Yeah.
and just fucking-
Woo, I'm reduced.
My favorite part about Trainwreck is like when he hits big, he vaults it. So he'll like move it. He'll, like withdraw it and put it in a different like Bitcoin wallet. He's like, all right,
That's
vaulted,
awesome.
vaulted."
kind words
Second starts
about
going
your
back, he's
coach.
like, "Ah,
The
let's
most
like,
aggro
straight
fish
back
in
to
the
vault."
Northeast.
Straight back onto the cap.
So
That
he's
should
fun to play
definitely be
with.
his almost like tagline or whatever.
Right.
For coaching services.
You can go in the ball real quick, you know?
Maybe you guys see Dumb Money.
I haven't seen it. I heard it's
GameStop
really good.
was great.
Movie? Yeah.
All about GameStop. The
Happy
guy
to have
who-
you guys joining us here this
It was
evening.
great.
Very much
The guy is
appreciating the
unbelievable.
chat
Great.
banter.
Yeah.
They're keeping us smiling over here, aren't they?
That's for sure.
It's the all-time phenomenon.
All right,
It's the
here's a
history
straight
of the
through to a
world.
flush
It's
here
not
for Nick
what happened.
Shanky, but J-Rock with the toughest of pairs.
His followers,
bet
I mean, it's a
to take it
completely
down.
true story, but I mean, they live in a garage apartment basically, and he had like 100 and some million profit, and he wouldn't take it.
Haven't seen a 7 deuce in a while, and we're definitely due for a cooler type of hand.
I mean, it's the scariest story.
Eric's over here willing a cooler into
I'm
it.
willing it. Oh, you feel bad for the players when it happens because you don't root for anybody to lose. But you know, let's be honest, we want a little blood on the stream.
We all want to see blood.
We want to see blood.
I thought it was the options king. Huh? I thought it was the options king.
We raised 300.
We just want other folks to experience what we've all experienced at the table. You know.
Like I have my net worth in AMD.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
Whatever movie theater chain is.
AMC. That was the same
AMD's a
thing.
good one, too.
That was the same thing on the smaller scale. What
I was all in.
All right, J-Rock
$1,500.
closes the action there
All
with the
in.
5.
Like out of the money options.
Or perhaps, no, Bridge might close the action. J-Rock just snuck in as man in the middle, but Pocket Jack's still the best hand.
I kind of forgot about it.
And Pokernomics will take it down.
Just expired.
out of the money.
Yeah.
We definitely haven't seen any big, like,
So expensive.
multi-street battle.
Forgets about the options.
Wall Street bets
The
on,
biggest one,
so
Beeline
some of the
J
strings
there
people
with
would have,
the
like, when
Ace
they're
King
options
on the
called,
Jack 10 high
what do I
board
do?
against Slick Rick, right? Like,
Immediate deposit.
outside of that
$800
hand,
your
we
account,
haven't really seen anything.
Did you see a kid freaked out?
Yeah, just a couple of bluffs that
Suicide because he sold
didn't
off
work
into
out
the
for
week
players
and
tonight.
fucked up. It didn't show him like his
No set over sets or big flushes, full houses yet. But
That's real?
Well,
Big
6 hour
pair.
strain, that
Didn't
we
realize
know
that
it's
on
coming.
Monday the app fucking cleared out, and
I think it went. I think actually that was like even more. I think he found there was a loophole in the app where you could get like unlimited loan, basically.
yeah.
So you could get like, you know, usually trying to only give you like 3 extra money or whatever. 2 extra
Right.
money. But he's like, oh, if you do it like over and over again, there's like a way you could get like 1,000 extra.
Unlimited margin.
Yeah.
Here's the 7 deuce.
So you put in like $1,000.
Folded.
You got, like 100.
Wonder if that was correct.
On Cash App recently, there was a glitch where on Cash App where you could send money to yourself, and it was only on for like a day, and somebody posted on social media went fucking nuts, and so people did all this shit. Well, they reversed all the transactions, so then everybody was showing their accounts with the clawbacks, you know, because like you could. There's a way to deposit money and it wouldn't go through your shit, and you'd have like money in your Cash App, and then you could send it out. So they figured it out because these people showing it off on social media. Then
Wow, that's a wild story. I haven't heard
amazing
about
the
that,
glitches you can
but also
find.
don't use Cash App, so
They
makes
had a
sense.
sports place called
Top
Five Dimes
here,
that charged
gonna
nickel
lose
juice.
out to JD in the middle two
Parlays,
pair.
they tell you the normal, but,
Yeah.
but about between once and twice a year, your glitch paid 5 cents, and you had a plus expectancy by doing parlays. So you had to like do one a week to see what the payout was.
Yeah.
And when it hit, you just yeah, you had a plus expectancy.
that's pretty sick.
On Wall Street bets, there is this one like
A-Rock
legendary video.
recognizing
It's
that
almost like the infinite money
his
board.
board is a little bit coordinated for his hand.
Like 5, you get a $3,000 money account, and somehow he's picked
Check
up.
it over and
Money goes like
makes the call on the end, though. Gets shown the bad
and he goes all in
news,
on
2
the
pair on
combo
the turn.
options. And there's this video where he's recording himself and the screen at the same
Yeah.
time. And you can see he's in his car.
Yeah. Oh god.
He's in his car, and market opens, and it drops. He's minus
That makes sense now. Shanky was not in the hand, away from the table, but was dealt the 7 deuce, so that makes more sense now.
And he makes this sound. He's just like looking at the screen like this. And he goes,
GTO optimized in the chat, a little salty about Slick Rick making the call there, since he's got some of
infinite money glitch.
Beeline J's action. Yeah, that you were definitely cheering for that one to get through, but anybody that might have a piece of Slick Rick was cheering the other way. He did gut out the nice hero call.
Yeah.
It's like 1%.
Jay.
1%.
Jay, when are you heading back to Boston?
1%.
Tomorrow.
Advisors.
Yeah, I leave tomorrow like
It's wild.
9:30 p.m. I think.
Okay.
So
How long were you here?
super week.
2?
1 week.
Oh. You visit any other cities or Dallas?
No, just Dallas. I was here last year.
Okay.
In like February.
Yeah.
I guess earlier this year. But I played here mostly when I was around.
Yeah.
That room, the social was opening up like 2 weeks after I left. So I was excited to check it out.
Okay. Yeah. Are you
Really nice.
are you gonna go tomorrow or
Go home tomorrow?
no
or-
social?
I don't know.
Okay.
Depends on how late I'm up tonight. We'll
Yeah.
see.
We get an Omaha game going here. We get a big one, Cash. Get a 10 quarter kilo game going. I think it would just be us. I don't think anyone else out there will play the quarter with us.
So you can see in the background there's definitely quite a bit of cash game action going on here at TCH Dallas. They've got a tournament going on tonight too, a black chip bounty tournament. You get $100 for every player that you knock out. So that one tends to be one that is pretty fun.
That's the one that like
I think it's a $300 buy-in, and then you get $100 for every player you knock out. So prizes get pretty good there. And you know, I've seen players with 16 or 17 black chips, you know, from the knockouts. So it can be a fun one.
All right, let's go. Let's gamble. Got on the list.
Here's an interesting line. Nick with the 7 deuce opens, gets 3-bet by JD, and just makes the call. Is going to play in position. Does have the only club
You want to come, or if you want to play PLR from the New
in
England?
the hand.
Yeah, a lot of big games. Yeah. So you know it, okay.
JD,
see
very
pictures from that
small
place
bet here,
Yeah,
150.
Yeah, there's a dude on TikTok that plays there.
You're gonna
that
raise him?
Can always post.
Yeah, which is a little bit
Yeah.
concerning for
And now
JD,
it's
but
just PLR.
also,
It's like 10, 25, 50.
like,
You get like 2
he
tables.
kind of just has to
Just
have
like a card room up there. Is it
a
seen it?
flush right now. It's kind of hard to flop a flush,
Where is
so,
that?
Exactly.
like, even a set is, I mean, maybe a set just raises straight away and checks back the turn, or maybe puts another bet in on the turn, something like that, but
Okay.
Nick is going to pick up some additional equity here.
600.
Here's the
Like
7.
25, 50 on the weekends and stuff, but it'll run like 4 days in a row.
That's badass.
It won't break, like it'll just run. And it's, yeah, that's a crazy game.
That win Boston good.
1/3.
The rate, you're paying 13.5.
Yeah,
for
JD's,
5
like,
Okay.
for that
It's the
price,
highest
I'm not
price
going
I've
anywhere.
It's a
The
beautiful
call
thing.
and
It's
now
in Vegas.
Or is it
very
half hour
nearly
for
3,000 in the
Okay.
middle.
Yeah,
Stack
yeah,
pot
it's not
ratio
bad.
at
It could be
2. Queen of Hearts
Pretty
bricks
bad.
off,
So that's
and
up there.
Yeah.
But if you ever been to like the win in Las
how
Vegas?
Nick approaches
Those
this
game looks like
river.
identical. It's,
Okay.
It's not run as well, but it's like
Yeah.
pristine, like the
That's
everything's-
1/3
That's where I stay. I
again.
was there last week.
Yeah, like the chips are beautiful, the chairs.
And this is either just super value or
Gorgeous. It's like
what?
It's becoming
Says
my
JD.
favorite spot.
And he threw it out there really fast.
I like the win though.
Yeah.
Didn't stay in there.
I'm
Yeah,
wondering
it's-
if JD's picking up on something.
Well, it's a little bit strange. It's like, what value do you have that is just so confidently betting down, but for this very small size and position? It's like a set of 9s and a set of 5s? 10-9 suited? And JD blocks
That's
that?
a nice hang there.
Like big combo draw on the flop that got there. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are flop flushes, right? I didn't even mention those. Flop flushes certainly would just be snapping chips out there, but yeah, I mean, it's just such confident betting, and for such a small size, it's very concerning to JD that he is just getting taken to value
you
town.
went out for like the December.
But he does make the call
Something there. I just
and
drank cash
chips
normally,
a gigantic 5K pot, and that's definitely the 7 deuce factoring into this game.
Absolutely.
but I didn't go last year, but I heard that winter series like kicked ass. Like
Yeah, I just wonder if he had a
I'm sure it'll lead.
maybe put out obviously a bigger bet, but taking a little bit of time. If you know, it might have confused JD a little bit more, or made him think about all the hands that could have beat him there. I just didn't seem like he believed him at any point there. Good call there by JD.
Yeah, and I think, I mean,
Take the pain of
the
paying
expectation
$100.
in my mind for the way that hand played out with the small bets from Nick,
You just show me the nuts.
it kind of looks like
get that.
the ace of clubs
don't get that?
and then something else, you know, like ace jack with the ace of clubs maybe, and is just kind of like small betting down but then when it gets to the river, it's like, oh yeah, well I still have the nut blockers, so like you can't have the nuts. I'm gonna come back to that in a moment because Pokernomics here is running into it. JD with #1 Pokernomics pocket kings, and things could get real nasty real quick here.
I knew I was going to hear you screech mid-story there when you saw the hands here. Kings versus aces. Let's go. Oof. Just rips it.
I call. You got it? Did you really? Once or twice. Once, man.
It's the worst feeling. He says, do you have it?
Fucking open. I don't know what. I guess there'll be an ace in the window, like a scarecrow.
It was a $700 bet, and he just jams for 6.6. Ugh.
And that's going to do it. Rip it one time.
God damn, I could have got away from that turn. That used me covered.
Yeah, Pokernomics there kind of going for the all-in size to make it look a little bit bluffy so that he can get max value from queens and ace-king, I suppose. That, you know, if they see a scary flop, they're not going to put the rest of the chips in. I mean, it can make some sense. It depends on the spot for sure. And, I mean, you can never usually go wrong with getting all your money in with kings, but yeah, I don't know. Like you said, it was a raise to 700. The more standard play there, of course, is to take it up to 1,700 or something and have a stacked pot ratio around 2. You can get all the money in by the turn. I don't know. There's of course multiple ways to play that. The biggest problem, of course, there that you know can't take away anything from the play or whatever. It's just that he ran into aces and he had kings.
Right.
So I mean that's just a setup.
The money's probably getting in pre anyway. It's just the way how quickly it went from 700 to 7,000 was just kind of strange, but.
Gifts from the poker gods for JD and you know, the smitenings from the poker gods for Pokernomics.
Pokernomics proved he was not afraid to get his chips in this stream so far, and unfortunately he just ran into the ones there. But
Yeah, I'll do two, please. Yes, please. Thank you.
Three is three. Yeah.
GTO Optimized says that BLJ folded the Jack-2 suited, and he said the kid's just special. A solid fold there.
Very disciplined. Both players with a pair here. JD with the best of it. But J-Rock doing the betting. Two-thirds. Trying to extract value from straight draws and flush draws, presumably. Queen Jack was double gutted on the flop and just got there. Other sort of two-pair combinations. So J-Rock slows it down. JD knuckles it back and drags another pot and chips up to almost 25,000 in the stack. Another quick reminder here that at the end of this month, we've got the even bigger one coming to TCH Dallas. $300 buy-in, $250K guaranteed in the prize pool. There'll be 8 starting flights starting a week from today. Day 2 on Sunday the 29th.
Excommunication is imminent.
Go
to TexasCardHouse.com
Imminent
for
or inevitable?
more information.
Why is he not playing here tonight?
He's there.
He's right there.
Yeah, I know. I saw him. I talked to him earlier.
Another spot where the pot could have blown up a little bit more pre-flop, but players taking it a little bit slower. Ace king just calling for Nick, and he flops the best of it. Both Benham and J-Rock in there with playable hands as well. All three players will see the turn.
He's got a brother who looks similar to him.
He does have a brother. They look very similar. They could be playing front. It's probably his brother. Oh yeah.
Swore, I mean, I've only been out there twice, but I could have sworn.
I think brother's here.
His brother was here. I saw him earlier.
I've only been there twice in the last 2 years, but I could have sworn I saw him.
I run too good. Running too good.
Nick Shanky shows the ace king there, says, yeah, I had it. J-Rock frustratingly mucks the 10.
Yeah.
I know for that even bigger one tournament that you just put up there on the screen, I'm working that weekend, but I think I may try to see if I can't get into day 2 and maybe get those days off if I can make that second day. That's been a really good tournament here in Dallas. Do you have any tournaments coming up that you're going to be playing in there?
We've got the second iteration of the Deuce to 7 single draw tournament this Sunday that I will definitely be playing here at TCH Austin. $200 buy-in, $2,500 guaranteed prize pool. We had like 28 entries or something, got the prize pool up to right around $5,000. So it was a really great turnout, and going to be running it again this Sunday. So very much looking forward to that. Hopefully we can turn that into a regular weekly tournament or bi-weekly tournament. We'll see. But so far, off to a great start.
That's fun, yeah.
Wow, Bridge Mike here with number 1. Relatively small pot so far. As Bridge Mike check calls flop and is still checking on the board pairing turn. Cashman just on king high. He's going to bet. And wow, aces go into the muck.
Interesting. I was thinking to myself, how interesting an ace on the river would have been with Cashman hitting Broadway there and Bridge Mike filling up, but we didn't even get to see a river in such a small pot relatively there.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed at that. I mean, I understand that that board texture is not great for aces, but I certainly wouldn't have pegged him for folding to the turn bet. But sure enough, Cashman getting the job done there with just the king high.
So your siblings sit around and sweat?
And wow, aces again. Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Man, we had a rush at 7 deuce, and now we've got pocket aces going
In this club, this one I'm getting committed against, you have to have a minimum lifetime VPIP of 30% to play this game, like 35%, and we play 9-handed. So, like, just playing the big game or whatever, I don't have a 35% VPIP. And QJ Rock, give him a second. Let him come up with something.
I can't talk right now.
All right.
Mike coming along here with the draw.
So, like, you don't need there's no minimum VPIP for like the 1-2-1 games, which is I think it's like 10 cent, 20 cent, or 20 cent, 40 cent. And so for a while, I would just like play these 1-2-1 games
Absolutely.
to get my VPIP up, like play every hand, play crazy.
Obviously would have loved to drill the 5 immediately, but does have a lot of outs and not going anywhere. Is out of position, so what happens if he makes his hand and he does? Is he going to seed out now?
So I told my little
He
brother,
is, yeah.
He's 14. He's probably watching.
Nothing
I
funner.
told him, I was like, hey, I don't want to do this like grind 1-2-1.
Let's see if Nick Shanky can find a fold with the birds.
To like lose money for me in the 1-2-1 games, just play every hand.
He
He's like,
cannot.
cool. And so I pay him $20 an hour.
Wow.
Oh wow.
$6,200 pot going the way of Bridge Mike with the 4-3
We
suited.
have $20 an hour to play the 1-2-1 and get my VPIP.
Cracking aces.
He's involved in the operation.
You're paying a guy to lose your money so you can lose your money?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
I got it.
I did hear that Pokernomics is done for the night. We are going to have another player coming in seat 6. Be a recognizable face. Mr. Danny Marks is going to come in.
Very good. Well,
put him in the big game.
good game to Pokernomics. Tough run of it here tonight, but I'm sure we'll be seeing you again pretty soon.
He's winning in the 1-2-1 game. Yeah, he actually is.
Yeah, he's definitely one that we always like watching on the stream, and I know everybody that plays with him likes playing with Pokernomics. A good player, definitely good for the table. So sorry it was not your night, but we know we'll have you back and probably see you run good next time.
On HH Poker. That's what it's called, HH Poker.
I got it. Get red.
I got it.
I got cash.
Thank you.
Beeline J taking out a $40 pot. Let's go.
Your friends.
What? Oh my God. Hey. Cashman. Constant Couple used to be on those types of ones. You could make your own club for free. And then just like play yourself.
Oh, wow. It was like lifetime defense overall.
Yeah. Because it was like
it might be like that this way.
So you
Puppy
just
sighting.
Wow,
make your own and you just
play heads up with somebody.
Yeah, it was yourself. And you just make two. Because it counts free, right? You just like give yourself chips.
Green. No, it's over there. You coming on today or not?
Sure, Danny.
You coming on?
No, I'm just 325.
So cute.
You have a license for that thing?
I may be incorrect there. That was Danny Marks in the background. They're holding that puppy that they're giving hell, asking him if he's got a license to carry the dog. But
Actually, Cashman, the way it works is like there wasn't like the minimum.
he may not be coming in after all, but we'll see. Hopefully we'll get that spot filled.
You are allowed to like use a cut. You can pay the site to see their stats.
Yeah, it's like
right. But then you could like once you do that, you pay them to see the stats. And then you could be like, you could like realize the stats for like global stats, right? Like it would just tell you like lifetime this is every tip. So then you could just like go and start like altering your own stats. Yeah. Yeah, hustles left and right 8 years ago.
This app has all of
Love this chat tonight. You guys are awesome, and thank you to everybody else who's tuning in as well. Very happy to have you guys joining us here on this fine Tuesday evening. If you haven't already, please do help us out. Consider hitting that like button. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Hit the notification bell to be informed about all of our future broadcasts, which happen consistently throughout the week and on the weekends. Live cash games as well as tournament final tables. You can get it all here on TCH. In fact, I think we've got a PLO stream coming up here pretty soon out of Austin. So plenty of different games to watch and get excited about. And if you're interested in playing on any of our live streams, you can find all the information pinned underneath the video on YouTube. I believe also consistently scrolling chats in the chat box where you click the link, let us know who you are, when and where you'd like to play. We'll do our best to get you in. Of course, you can also reach out directly to Mallory if you'd like to play here on the Dallas live stream. All that information on your screen right there.
Set up rank on your play money club if you want.
Okay.
Like they don't test the money. Right. But to be able to send out chips to people that you got to pay to be able to do that.
Absolutely. They're always looking for new faces to get in on this stream. I know we've had some visitors come in from out of town and didn't realize we had a stream and have wanted to come back and sign up to get on the stream. So Mallory would be the one to contact, especially for the Dallas location. But like Aaron mentioned, we have streams in Houston and in Austin as well that you can get in on. So click on that link there on our website if you're interested in playing the streams and let us know where you want to play and which game.
It's not a good look, actually.
I'm definitely interested in that PLO one there, and I want to watch that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to pull up Poker Atlas and see what night that is, actually.
Yeah.
His story ever.
feel like maybe it's this Thursday or maybe the next. I think it's this Thursday, but apologize for not having that.
2040 limit on his computer. He had like 50,000.
What do we got here? That is,
One of his foremen came by and thought it
yeah,
was
125 PLO. Looks like that's this Thursday. Yeah, so okay.
This is why
In
I'm gonna try
just
to
a couple of days.
This is why I'm trying to bribe your brother. Like, oh, you're on there? The cat? Like, yeah. Let's fucking fire. Yeah, Bitcoin off each other. Yeah, you deposit Bitcoin.
This guy sat down and saw like 50,000 ahead of each wave.
That's sick.
Yeah,
Wow, that's.
There's also
All right, I see a rack of chips there.
would do this, and that was
I
like where they
was
were like,
looking at my
regular.
poker atlas, so I didn't see who came and set that down. Was it? Did you see? Was it Danny Mark?
Losing all your money, you're
I didn't. I know he does carry a backpack with him all the time, so that's going to be my guess, is that it is in fact Mr. Danny, but we shall see.
My kids, you know.
You're like, my little brother got on. I wasn't in it.
Okay, well, in the meantime, we are going to
Tell
have
me you were the guy playing the
on open
Littles
here from
games,
Bridge
and
Mike
he
on
was
the
one
button.
playing
3-bet from Slick Rick and Nick Shanky waking up with the ace king suited, and once again just going to call the hand, giving Bridge Mike position and an incredible price, but he's going to fold the queen 10 of spades.
What is your balance on that account right
And
now?
would have flopped the best of it.
Right.
There.
How much are you starting?
Interesting decisions here throughout this hand already. It's Slick Rick now with the betting lead.
Oh, you got. I didn't see the.
No, actually, I got.
Start with the lights.
Mike's a real smart guy. Definitely, picks his spots. Like he did with the
Yeah, he like hooked me up with this.
suited 3-4 earlier.
So they gave me a bunch of credit, and I haven't had to pay it yet. But
Chooses to get out of this one and let these guys battle it out.
Coming due.
I don't know about that. Listen.
Betting a call here, Slick Rick picking up the diamond flush draw.
No, that's too messy.
Let's just say I don't know if I'll be visiting China as a tourist anytime soon. Yeah.
And wow, ace on the end. Nick's kicker is kicking.
You know Shorty gets some of that rake, though. You know,
Slick Rick here is probably going to bet to charge a queen.
Yeah, he doesn't have to play. He's like.
And how did Mike know he needed to get out of that hand?
Hustle's not playing. The hustle's a recruiter.
Oh wow. Nice hand.
Yeah, Slick Rick here probably just couldn't even believe that there's a way he could be losing this hand.
Right.
He just gets called on the end, but sure enough, he's
So what you're supposed to be doing, you're supposed to be hyping it up right now. You're supposed to be like, sick, you guys should all play.
Strange hand all around, but nice win for Mr. Shanky. He's still down quite a chunk, but
When they see the American flag,
might be a hand that helps him get back on the right track there.
All right, that's okay. I got to teach you hustle number 2. Hustle number 2 is you should have a Chinese flag and a Chinese name, obviously. Like, obviously. You just like looked up some Chinese word, copy pasted it, and like boom, username. Boom.
That's it. That's actually.
Denim has gone a little bit card dead here. J line B or B line J a little bit card dead as well, but he is going to play this one from the straddle with the Queen 7 of spades.
You probably see 5 Chinese guys, but probably none of them are Chinese. Probably. That's probably one part.
It's weird. They all speak in German.
Top trips here for Nick.
No, they don't. They chat in Chinese.
I know you can hear all the chatter in the background. That there was a bunch of commotion going on for that big tournament going on out there.
They're honestly really bad cheats, like really bad. They don't even play. If you were a good cheat, you would like play amongst yourselves, waiting for someone to show up. They just wait, and then my dumbass sits down and doesn't think anything of it. Game immediately starts when I sit.
So what's the end game? I mean, obviously when you win, I get that, but
Which will happen. Go ahead.
So what is your number?
That I'm willing to lose?
No, to win. Have you even thought about that yet, Cash?
Honestly, we haven't gotten to this.
What's your best possible outcome?
Slick Rick here seemingly thinking about hero calling with the queen, huh?
No, even you could have.
I think it's possible to win.
But does think better of it.
I was
You're
thinking
facing a lot
about
of
it
adversity. You know, there's
with my
a
queen
lot
high, and
going
I was
on.
like,
I don't know if it's actually.
I feel like his
I'm
bluff
gonna give
beat
up.
me actually.
I'm gonna give up. But it's only
Yeah,
one of those
and
calls I
Nick
play.
here
Like,
really hasn't been bluffing that much as of late.
Yeah,
He's tried a couple of them for sure, but
it's like I have a little like 0x in the front. That's why it messes up. But I can show you that.
Yeah. I'm in if you're taking orders.
75?
75, raise to 75.
Boba? I'm good. I got Perrier.
Heads up.
Thank you, though.
Heads up here, J-Rock and Slick Rick.
Oh, that could be worse. Sorry. Rick.
Careful when there's a dog there, right?
Was there a dog still there?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Oh, I think he ran him home.
Yeah, you might remember.
You've had that before? It's like with MOBA, it's like sometimes you know whatever. Yeah.
So he got
Pocket fives
some-
and a
decided
bet
that
going
was
to be
his
good
best
enough
chance
for
to get a
Slick Rick
girl
to take
and
the
a
top.
dog.
Definitely one of our smaller pots so far.
Say joint
It's
cuts or
complicated.
something.
Oh, okay.
Complicated.
All right.
I haven't pressed them too much on it.
Okay.
But it's complicated.
Understood.
He's co-parent.
Oh.
GTO optimized. How do you guys have so many points? That is a good question. There is there's sort of an old guard that has been with TCH Live from the beginning.
Oh, yeah, they got one.
And
Yeah,
some of
that's
those
right. I remember
folks
Kim
have
getting that. Yeah,
a lot of points. They've been doing this a long time.
French bulldogs, and they
It does help that the algorithm was a little bit different back then. Made it a little bit easier to accrue those gigantic numbers, but you build it up to 10 and get a favorable roll, you'll be well on your way to building your own
Haven't seen Kim
Streamlabs TCH Live loyalty points bankroll.
I see her once in a while.
Her
I
and
see her once in a while.
They traveled.
I see him.
They traveled for a little bit.
125.
They show up like every day at 4 a.m. to play PLO at the new place.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. Yeah, every day at 4 a.m.
Wow.
2-5 PLO. Kid made.
JD's got a 25K stack here, so I think a $125 bet's a standard call there for him.
Where you playing?
Try to see if he can hit a draw.
I just put 2-5. 2-5's just insane late at night.
Really?
Yeah, it was
I heard there were a lot of like new Europeans and stuff. I heard the game hasn't been that good, but it's. You think it's been?
it varies from day to day. Yesterday there was two young guys who were just stuck and they were just firing 600-700 in every hand.
Good turn card there for Slick Rick, and he'll take that now.
They should put you in charge of who can get into the poker and who can't. Like that.
Exactly. There should be a board.
Yeah. Passport check. Germany, no.
Germany, no.
Spain, no.
Vietnam, yes.
Yes. Middle East, yes.
Iran, yes.
King 6 suited here. Slick Rick gonna open it from early position.
That's the Bart Hansen approach.
Yeah,
Bart
yeah.
Hansen proposed that,
He always talks about this. Yeah.
I kind of agree with him, but I don't know if I would be saying it. You know, if I was in his position, if I was talking
It's one of the things that you would say that in like private.
Yeah.
Flush draw for Nick, pair for
It's not great look. Yeah.
Slick Rick, but the flush comes in.
And especially it's mostly carries on white.
He bets flop, and yeah, this is not a good turn card for Slick Rick, so he will just get out of there, no further damage.
2x rate or 3x rate.
That's
They'll still come. Some will still come, and it doesn't impact like the card room's bottom line because they'll still get the same amount of. Like I think a third of the Europeans will come and they'll pay 3 times the rate. What's your solution?
So that's a solution that scales places you don't want it to scale. Because the next person they're going to increase is you. Just so you know. Like, you're next on the block, but
I'll pay it.
then they're going to increase it. I think that's perfect.
This is a formal announcement to the
This is something you don't want to be.
Texas Card House management.
You see what I'm saying? This is why this is something you don't want to be promoting.
13's not enough.
That word gets out, they're going to be like, oh shit.
button open that gets it done for Benham. Takes $40 off the table. And
Not a solution.
we continue right along. Hand number 95
It doesn't
here.
include dynamic pricing. That would fuck you.
Almost
And
to
we
100
still got
hands, all
12
right.
minutes till the 9 o'clock hour. We are cooking.
Dynamic
This
pricing would
solution's
be
gonna end up
crazy.
costing yourself like 30K a year or some shit. I don't know how much you pay.
I thought you said something. Dynamic pricing? You like that as a data
Actually, gonna be the biggest
analyst,
victim.
right?
You'd be like, why did I do
Classic
this?
data scientist.
Yeah.
You gotta look out further, you know?
When I
That'd be
open
insane.
a poker room or an online Chinese club,
Yeah.
I am going to, I'm going to give it a shot. I'll give the old,
Yo,
European
buddy,
a shot.
it's not a novel idea. It's a very, very, very common idea.
Call.
Cashman raising it up with the Ducks here.
Very common.
Cascade of calls here. We're going multi-way.
So yeah, I gotta turn my thing off. Be on the phone.
Wow.
Are you bored?
Huge flop for Beeline J and J Rock. And JD.
Well, I thought that was a bad
Yeah,
board.
let's not
Goodness.
forget JD also with the
What'd the
same
guy have?
nuts. Yeah, we could see a
Really?
bunch of chips go in here. I mean, obviously both JD and
Those are
Beeline
dangerous
J,
boards,
they don't have spades, so there's like this ominous kind of king queen of spades specter hanging over their nuttiness. It makes them not want to just pile all of the chips in if they can help it. But J-Rock is going to go for it. He's like, yeah, gut shot, nut, second nut spades, let's go for
They
it.
might have a jack or straight. That was a really bad.
Beeline J with only 5K behind as well. JD is very likely to just play for it all here as well, even with the chance that he's getting pre-rolled.
And good lay down by Benham before he had the King 8, so he had the bottom open ender with the
How I play.
chop opportunity there, but
I just came here.
All right, pretty good spot here, all things considered, for J-Rock. I mean, yeah, he's up against the nuts twice, but like he gets two shots at a flush to scoop the lion's share of this pot.
absolutely.
Getting called in 2 spots really improves his equity, or at least his share of the overall equity.
I heard JD say I'm ahead of everything but King Queen of Spades.
Queen.
Nothing doing on the turn for J-Rock. Needs a spade. Doesn't get it, and nobody has
Instead
a pair
it
to
runs out
quota.
nines. Jeez.
All right, so Beeline J and JD
Made you sweat though when he's the house.
gonna chop up the other J, J-Rock.
It's not that much of sweat when you get the nuts, but
J on J violence on that one.
And Cashman's pocket deuces would have won that hand. You know,
This is true.
sick run out when you're J-Rock thinking, you know, I just got to hit one of the remaining spades, and instead it runs 2 out of the only 3 nines left in the deck. You know, it's just gross.
Yeah. Yeah, tough spot there. I mean, but you know, at least he got called in 2 spots instead of just 1, so he had that shot at a nice payday. And if he does that enough times over the course of his life, he'll get his money back eventually. But does feel tough to go to the felt there, and it looks to me like J-Rock has taken a
Exited.
lead.
Yeah, I think so. But Danny Marks is, yeah, coming in.
I do that too.
And then you beat me with the 7 deuce. It cost me all this money, you know?
Rena, would you have held on to your jacks your deuces, your ducks that long? Is that what you're telling us? You would have won the hand.
Say that again?
The last person to fold is 100.
What is that mean?
So if your heads up with somebody and you fold and they have some deuce, you go 100.
Oh, cool.
The last person to fold.
You have it pre-flop?
Yeah, you just regardless.
And then,
way to get 50 from everybody.
Make him or what?
And what?
Are you gonna make him or what's?
We were doing something just today and sending it to him.
I heard to make friends, you just have to offer guns. Does anyone want guns? Anyone want to be my friend?
Yeah,
I was told if you ever. I was told if you ever offer a gun, you should always say yes.
Speaking of deuces, nobody has one,
If you
but
offer like a breath mint or gum, you're supposed to say yes.
Beeline
Maybe
J
Yeah. What?
lets go of his pair. Interested to see in the chat how his buddies feel about the Beeline J fold there.
So he's 2-1. He's 2-1. He's 2 out of 3, but the one was expensive.
One was expensive. One was 1,800-ish.
Danny coming in for
But I
5K.
won.
He won like 900 between
All
the first
caught
two.
up
The one that I
on
was
7
straddling
deuce game.
was a couple 75 raises.
Playing
Oh,
and
yeah.
I won like 6 or 7.
he'll get started at trying to
What's your name?
wrestle some chips away from these guys.
Where are you from? Boston. Boston? Yeah. I saw you hit the Carlos here.
Boston? Yeah.
You ever play the win out there?
All the
I
time.
hear
Yeah.
it's you're mixed reviews.
I'm surprised it's a mix. It's usually just bad.
Yeah.
Mix is
He doesn't have the thick Boston accent. He's got a little bit of an accent, but here Beeline J's
I mean, it's great pick over. It's awesome pick over. It was
from the
awesome
Northeast
pick over,
and specifically Boston.
I wasn't 21 yet, but I heard it was awesome.
I heard it was great.
Yeah.
I tried to
Not
go
sure how the poker is up there. I've yet to
Still,
visit
It's still quite
Boston.
there,
Need to for sure, for a number of reasons.
Oh yeah, you gotta pay $509. So,
Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've been in that neck of the woods, and I don't think I played any poker up there. No, I'm pretty sure I didn't on that trip. But yeah, I know they've got
really nice.
cards, some poker rooms up there, or some casinos rather.
yeah. It looks a lot like the Vegas, the one in Vegas.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, similar aesthetic.
that part's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I hear cool.
I leave tomorrow. I've sat here for like a week.
Pocket tens here, Beeline J, makes it 75.
If you tell me, I'll definitely do it. New Hampshire? Come on.
Won't be making a set as all the tens are gone, but Nick Shanky is going to make the call with Jack 9.
You got there. Close enough.
Heads up to a flop we go.
Going to Maine or you?
So I was there for my brother's wedding, and it was like flying from like here to Portland, Maine was like $800. I mean, it was like cheaper to fly.
And wow, what a flop.
It was like cheaper to fly to.
So was that your dog?
Check raise here.
To Boston.
Really?
And yeah, Beeline J goes from
But then you gotta drive like 4 hours.
maybe we don't hate a call to okay, this is not my favorite thing, but he is going to make a call. What a full house here for Nick Shanky. He down bets even more, bets 100 or 75 or something, and that's enough for Beeline J to
I'm driving to Portland. She's like, she probably spent a total of like 2 days to get to Portland. 3.5 weeks. I'm not flying. I'm actually, I can fly to Europe for 600. I was like, I'm not.
Yeah, unfortunately there were not going to be any tens coming for him, but good fold there.
Yeah, everything is so cheaper when you pull out from Austin.
That's good.
Yeah.
So I drove to Austin one night after I got off work and paid down to like 2.5 hours and then flew out.
So I'm curious about the Beeline J. I know his name is Jay, but like, does he live off of the Beeline? Is that like his bus route, his subway stop or whatever? Like, where's the Beeline from? This Venom here is on the A line, the A line.
The double A line.
You're next. Then slick Rick. Just go up.
That's pretty burnt out. I think
It's got cooler in them all.
weeks, and I usually try and slow down a little bit after that. So you've seen 2 people. It's like a turnip. Slate heads up by the rock.
Yeah, you just gotta cool them. You don't make the nuts.
How much you actually got check the kings for? Over 5, over 6.
He takes the Beeline to max value. All right, I can get behind that.
I think so too.
That's a pretty quick response there. That's well done, GTO.
Yeah, I feel like there's got to be an actual reason that he goes by that. That stemmed from something, but you know, we'll take that.
Hopefully a appropriate one that we can read out loud. But
JD loves this.
Brookline J, his neck of Boston. Okay.
It's all good.
See, there we
I
go.
was
All
only half
right,
joking
Brookline.
over the rest.
I like it. Thank you, Nick.
All the kids came before.
Thank you, Nick.
Giving advice, and, you know, it's fine. I've been there. It's fine. I get
I'm
it.
working
Did
on
not know we had royalty in the building. We've got a king in the building.
it. No, I'm making progress. He's not making progress,
The only progress you need.
Mike here, 7 deuce gonna get paid as ace queen hits the mug.
7 deuce takes another one.
I'm done. There you go.
58%, you said?
Yeah.
Wins 105 from the hand, and then what does he win on the side there?
Yeah, 400.
I don't think I do.
Smooth, man. Smooth. Just keep spinning.
I only have
I
one.
like how you know who to ask, though.
If you can scalp it together.
We were just talking about Cashman and giving out loans. So.
Sorry,
we were
buddy.
just talking about it. Good time.
Well, I have like 5 others here that we're buying.
I'm surprised he didn't know you were broke.
Raise to 75.
I'm just showing.
I'm just kidding.
I told you, excommunicated.
What did I do?
Yeah. F that guy.
Excommunicado.
75 to go here from Cashman.
He's too good. I have enough.
Whole lot of not much for the rest of the table so
Tell
far.
him,
Tournament champion. That's why I gave him like 3 tickets.
Indeed, that's a raise and take it.
Yeah, yeah. Give him 20 big blinds.
That's your spending allowance. I don't even know if it is 3K.
Give him a random one.
I know JD's been one of the only ones that's been opening with the $50 double straddle. I was kind of hoping that would continue and build up some of these pots, but usually when it's just one guy doing it alone, they tend to stop because it's just not everybody's doing it. It's a little frustrating, but this game 5, 10, 25 plays big enough as is.
Wait, that wasn't you, Eric, with the 7 deuce, was it? Okay, good.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
No,
Although, a lot of these sort of
I already got one today. I'm not greedy.
either pocket aces or nothing kind of going around makes it hard to get big pots and big clashes between these players. Slick
Rick looking
get
up.
out of line here.
Yeah.
Deuce.
The body language, you could kind of see it coming.
Thank you.
Smells like 7 deuce.
Close enough. It really was close. He just said, I'm just going to take down that money.
Closer to ace queen.
In between those.
That's funny. He said in between those, ace queen and 7 deuce.
You like that here so far?
Of course, the stream is on a delay. I'm sure they can find out later or they'll watch it later. But I know Bridge Mike watches the stream. His wife watches the stream when he plays, so he'll find out later that that was not an ace queen, that he was forced to fold his 4s-2.
Yeah, and like earlier when Benham said he folded aces and he just like snapped, didn't believe it. It was
Yeah.
like no chance of folding.
It's like, what, a queen jack maybe, you know?
Preston and 121.
You didn't fold aces.
I call that shop for my wife gets back.
That's close enough.
Yeah.
So have you been there?
I've had it several times.
It's phenomenal. Pretty good.
What is it called?
Here, we bet it up with the ace king. Danny
Oishi
makes a
sushi.
call with 7s and
Oh,
top
hello.
trips here.
Oh, it's more than I thought. You can lie to me.
New player coming into the 1 seed.
Could be a Harvey sighting.
Got 7 deuce blockers.
121 and
Yeah.
yeah, that's really good.
I'm gonna have to check it out.
Yeah.
I was doing alright, you know?
I would say more than 42.
You got here.
Looks way more.
4,000.
Did you have some of your own money too? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see how many-
He was fucking broke. He's kind of like 1,400. He got like 6K over here.
Here's Mr. Harvey, one of our regulars on the stream. Another young player like Chris Cashman, who's just been crushing it in both, live poker here and on tournaments. Definitely somebody that we've enjoyed watching come up and just play really good poker here in Dallas. So excited that he's joining the table here.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. He gets a little bit of a rake when he does stuff.
This shows that Venom has opened the 10 deuce off. I'll believe it when I see it, but as we just had a new player entered into the system, I feel like we could have had a little bit of a misread situation, or just perhaps Venom getting after it, but either way, he wins the hand.
Sounds good.
See, Cashback got you, that's how you mess up.
You get 5%. 5% is great.
We are back to a full table here. So hopefully this gets exciting again. We get some big hands brewing.
Where is the stadium here in Dallas? Because I think I live close to that.
It's
Oh, okay, yeah. I live pretty close. Like, yeah. Do so many people come and watch the games usually?
Yeah, we play good. I think I'm pretty good. Like, last game we almost filled the stands.
Oh. Is it, how much is it, the ticket?
It's free.
Oh, okay. Even for me, which I'm not as rich.
It's our first time seeing queens, and they will finally show themselves, and Danny will just take that one down.
Another home run for Phillies.
Is that what they call it? Assist?
I didn't get it yet.
Are you usually in a starting 11?
I have been the last 4 games.
Ah, I see.
I didn't start the season.
He took all their money in the poker game, so they What are the playoffs?
It's in like 3 weeks.
Are you guys like favorites or second, third? We're probably favorites.
You in any fantasy football leagues there, Eric?
Yeah, I am. I think we talked about this once
weeks ago,
before.
right?
Yeah, I think we did. I'm just in one. I can't handle the stress of multiple leagues, but
They're much better.
I like anybody else have gotten hit a little bit with the injury bug, a little bit. Had not a lot of luck with the running backs this year, with guys having to sit out every other week, it seems, with injuries. So been a frustrating fantasy football year for me so far, but still hanging in there. I'm in a 12-person league, so still got a shot to make the playoffs. I think I'm right at 500 right now.
Okay, 3-3. Yeah, that's not the worst. You certainly love to be 4-2 or better, but yeah, I'm 2-4 in one of my leagues, and was lucky to scrape by and get a win this last weekend.
Nice.
To get up to 2-4. So it's been tough sledding for me. Like you said, a bunch of injuries and such. So that one's been tough. And that's the one that's, the sort of the locals, all of my poker buddies and stuff that are in that one. So to be getting smoked in that one is kind of frustrating.
Speaking of sports,
I've got it's all guys I used to work around or in the oil and gas industry with, and we call it the Houston Oilfield Trash League, and I'm one of the only ones who's not in Houston, and I'm no longer in the oil and gas business, but still a good fun group to play with. But yeah, I was given the win by 2 points, and then it got taken away from me. It got adjusted because of an error about 2 hours after the last game. So,
oh, good Lord.
It was a cooler.
That is a cooler. Harvey here with pocket aces on one of his first hands. He's up against up and down straight draw and top pair, though. So definitely gonna have some chips going into this pot.
Definitely.
It's the scrums.
Checks over to Danny. Bet is 200, and it's a check raise here from Nick Shanky, and already Harvey facing a 2-bet on the flop with the overpair.
Cricket sometime. Cricket. Second most popular game.
It shouldn't be a lot of 2 pairs here, even with the small blind calling.
At least they hit the ball and they try to catch it. I understand that part of it, right?
Yeah, single raise pop pre-flop. Definitely going to be a lot of this sort of stuff, suited connectors around the 4 and the 3, but also plenty of sets. So certainly a little bit of a tricky spot. Danny now in an awkward spot as well. When Harvey calls the 2-bet after checking the flop, that raises a lot of alarm bells. But Danny says the price is too good. Can't be folding this already.
Of course, now what are you thinking if you're Harvey when Danny calls behind you as well?
I think Danny is going to have a lot of this sort of top pair sort of stuff. So not too worried about him. It's sort of Nick in the small blind as to whether or not he's got a flopped set of 4s or 3s. In my mind, that's sort of the concern. Bottom card pairs here, taking away some more of the sets, and yeah, it just checks all the way through. I think now at this stage, Harvey should feel really good about his hand.
I saw they just, I saw an ad for it on Instagram or something that like they opened a cricket batting cage or something.
Now I think he has to target a 9. Oh, never mind. Nick Shanky is betting here. Yeah, he's gotten to the river with 6 high, so he's going to try to win with a bluff. But 575, this is a 1/3 pot.
Not going to get it done.
And in fact, I mean, Harvey here has to think about how to play this. Does he try to get value from 9 that Nick Shanky has, or does he call and hope that Danny could overcall somehow? But I think, yeah, the standard here is just going to be to raise.
Replace the tractor pulls they used to have on
Round keep going.
When ESPN first started, they had tractor pulls.
The only thing that you could ever be running into, I shouldn't say the only thing, but that you're concerned about as Harvey is if your opponent had a set of 4s, they check raise the flop small because they're like, this is a rainbow board, like what can anybody have? Then they fill up on the turn and they're like, oh, hell yeah, we check and let these guys get something, anything by the river, please, and then go for the value there, right? So I think Harvey was very much going to raise and fold if Nick had jam, but
yep,
could be wrong.
Swing the bat, I don't know.
And Danny just calls out his hands there and says, what, did you have aces? Danny's been pretty good on this stream of telling people what they have. He's kind of like our local Negreanu as far as just being on stream and just calling it out.
I got this. I got this.
All right. Little rush of big hands here. Bridge Mike waking up with the Cowboys on this one. And it's another
You
aces
gotta be
versus
kidding me.
kings situation. Harvey on aces back-to-back hands.
6 months conversations.
Welcome to the stream, Harvey.
It didn't work out, but it was not on my end. All right. Listen. Yeah, that's not me.
Bridge Mike here on 10K, covering Harvey by a 2-to-1 margin. Raises to 625. And here comes a 4-bet from one of the snugger players at the table. Harvey could probably already taste the margaritas.
If he's old enough to drink, that is, right? Can't be getting Harvey in trouble on stream here. I guess you're legal in Mexico, right?
Yeah. Harvey here, I guess, trying to decide if he wants to go all in now or just call and try to get the rest of the money in on the flop. But yeah, you just go for it.
Bridge Mike looks sick to his stomach.
Yeah, he shook his head, and he knows what he's up against here.
Yeah, he does.
Super white bubble order.
Very, I didn't say it, you said it. But I do, yeah, I agree.
This is a man who has seen some stuff.
He literally just said,
5-bet.
I know it's aces against kings.
That's all right. Gotta be needed.
How much?
Well, part of playing great poker sometimes is getting dealt the nuts, but yeah, you're right, GTO. This is 6 spot.
I mean, this would be some next level play if Bridge Mike could somehow get away from this. The flip side of this, though, is that Bridge Mike needs to put 3,000 into a pot that's almost 9,000 already. So, like, at this point, he's getting a little bit under 25% on his money. So he's not even that far off from just like an even equity call. Because Harvey didn't have that much more on the all-in. If Bridge Mike had bet any less on the 4-bet, it would have been, you know, a little bit more in the realm of like, okay, maybe this all-in is, you know, only giving me this, you know, small percentage that I could possibly think about folding. I don't know.
Yeah, and he's already told the table what his hand is.
That's going to be the most embarrassing ever.
The 7-deuce game is on. I don't know how much experience these two guys have together, but I mean, Bridge Mike is spot on in this instance that it is running kings into aces, but imagine folding and having your opponent turn over 7-deuce, and you have to not only watch this $8,500 pot go his way, but you have to pay the man $100 for the bounty. Like, that also has to be going through his mind, right?
I think they've played enough, and Harvey has a reputation enough around here for being a really smart, up-and-coming young player. It's probably not jamming with, you know, less than what he has here. Just crazy because he had aces the hand before, but he didn't show it.
Yeah, I mean, Bridge Mike 4-bet. How often does Bridge Mike 4-bet? I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not trying to throw shade at the man, but I think he himself knows that he doesn't do that very often, and to have someone rip it all in means that they've got to have it. They're starting to run out of time here, though, as Bridge Mike has been in the tank for quite some time.
Answer your question there, A. Griff. There is no betting line here. So it's kind of a more of a motion thing here, I think, is how they would rule it.
It's your cards are your effective betting line, but there's some flexibility there. There needs to be intent plus chips in front of the cards.
You can tell he wants to push those cards forward.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to look like he just doesn't want to look like an idiot folding kings to 7-deuce. I mean, at this point, he could have someone flip him a coin or something, you know.
Yeah, we did have kings folded a couple weeks ago, didn't we, in a big bluff against John Ryan.
Yeah, very different situation
Very
there,
different.
of course, but this one, yeah, he wouldn't be able to sleep if he folded and his opponent had 7-deuce. But, I mean, he's not out of the woods, right? There's 11-5 in the middle, and he can still win all of that with a king.
I mean, we're gonna see it anyway.
They are going to run it twice.
We're gonna chop this pot. I just got a feeling.
I mean, it sounds like
Definitely chop. Yeah, right. I would say raise. Just calls mine.
Unless they changed it.
Safe run out
Yeah,
40
there.
aces.
your allowance is raised next month, son.
That's wild.
And there's a
Whoa.
king
Got him. Got him.
currently chopping it up, and
Wow.
he is going to keep his money.
I had queens.
Danny Danny said he had queens. He liar. He also told Harvey that his allowance was up for the next month. Kind of needling the young guy at the table, but oh man, what a sick situation though. Get dealt aces twice, second time against kings. If they run it once, you know, he gets a double up there. Just gross.
Isaiah says cards and chips over the line. Mixed messages. Well, I think everybody else understood me, so you
If you
did.
win a tournament, that tournament.
Your cards become your effective betting line, So if a bunch of chips get in front of your cards, then that is committing them to a call or a raise or whatever.
Sucker for a good price. Like, yeah, give me half the action. I'm in. I'll
And
take it.
you know, that is a
Show me grace,
flexible
I'll
ruling.
still
There
call
are
them.
definitely gray areas around how far you can get them out there. If you're, especially if you're counting, right? Like it's a big bet. Someone's like makes it $8,000, and you got to count out $8,000, and some of those chips, you know, sort of quote unquote go past your cards. No one's gonna think that you're like for sure calling or something. It's not that cut and dry, but it comes down to intent. And, so we just had aces, kings. A couple hands previously we had queens, and now we got jacks. So big pairs going around. Bottom pair here for Nick. He will make the call in position.
Wow, you're so skillful. You can teach so many things. Poker, coding, whatever.
Life coach,
JD sizing up Nick's stack. You can see that he's got under 2 pot size.
You have 2 or 3 of the one case. I can't.
That's remaining.
2. Thank you.
Yeah, should be pretty easy to pick a good size here. The only issue is that if his opponent is on a flush draw, he'll want to sort of have him commit as many chips as possible without making it too big that he could fold. So yeah, 700 seems like a good size there from JD. But Nick lets it go.
Thank God.
Yeah, just to go back to the betting line situation with this table, this is a felt that we're eventually going to change here. This was for the Poker Atlas tour that we had back in late August through September. Poker Atlas came through, and we have this final table, so we had the felt change to represent that. Most of the tables here at TCH, just FYI, do not have a hard betting line on them. So it's, you know, kind of a situation where the dealers, you know, kind of will make rulings on, you know, players if they're going to, you know, make a movement with their chips to bet. It's kind of up to their discretion. But there's, you know, definitely rulings that are made, you know, here, you know, with players in mind, and, you know, try to keep the etiquette where people aren't, you know, angling for sure.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, I definitely have played at some casinos in the past where there is the hard betting line, right? And they make that pretty clear, usually up front. You know, sometimes if you're new there or sort of just passing through or whatever, you might not know it. And you definitely run into one of those situations where, you know, what's pretty fair play in most places where you put a big stack of chips out, cut out the bet or the call, and then pull the remainder back.
Pull the remainder back, yeah.
And like, you know, they're like, no, dude, that's your bet. All those chips went across, and that, you know, the first time that happens can be a little jarring, but.
That has happened to me as well. I played and lived in another city in Texas for a few months while working for a company, training in an area, and they had a hard betting line, and, you know, I thought I was about to learn the hard way, because any chip that crossed that line, you know, even in the air, you know, had to go into that pot. And fortunately, they were nice enough and knew that I was new to the area and gave me the benefit of the doubt one time, because, you know, trying to bet $25 or so when you got 200 in your hand, you know, just dropped a chip, but you crossed the goal line, you know, with chips in your hand. It was technically supposed to stay, so that was a little unnerving.
Yeah, and the flip side of it is interesting too. Like if you're a player that has perhaps like grown up and only played on at a table with a hard betting line, and then you go to a place where they don't have it, and someone reaches a big stack of chips across the line, and you're like, oh, dude, he's all in, and I've got the nuts or whatever, and you snap call and turn your hand over.
Turn your hand over.
Right?
Yeah.
I've seen people do that, and the dude with the big fistful of chips is just looking at him with his mouth open, like, "What are you doing, bro? I haven't even finished like calling or whatever they were about to do."
Right.
And you know, the other guy just, you know, it's so in tune, it's so ingrained that this is an all in or all of those chips are committed that they just sort of spaz out. So I've seen it go both ways.
Yeah.
And I can't remember from, you know, WSOP in Vegas if those hard betting lines are there or not. Do you remember? Or
No, WSOP does not have one.
Does
So
not
you
have
have
one.
to be
Okay.
very careful about what players do. It's a cut and release. And so yeah, you could reach out there with a big old hunking stack of chips and then just, you know, let one drop off at the bottom.
And that's all that's in, yeah. Gotcha.
Now, depending on the action, of course, you could have some things go a little bit awry. If, you know, like if it's a big bet and you reach them all out, and that's enough. Well, I don't know. I can't think of the best way to articulate this right now, but you know, it's always up to the discretion of the floor staff too, as to whether or not what you've done is going to be counted as a raise. So
yeah, constitute as a call or a raise. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I have seen some weird stuff happen, both at WSOP and at some other venues. But the bottom line is to just always be clear about your intentions, and most of the times that'll get things cleared up.
Going to bed. Studying.
We're almost 3.5 hours into the stream. We've had aces versus kings twice. We've had the 7 deuce, what, 6 times or so?
Gosh, I think a little bit more. I think
Yeah.
this may be close to 10, if not the 10th.
Oh, here it is, yeah.
But you guys got a sick game on the bus, you know? It's all those college kids.
Harvey basically gets aces again when he flops trip deuces. Jeez.
And he goes from trying to just win the hand to now trying to get paid on the hand. Oh my God.
Doesn't count though if you gotta do that, right? Definitely not.
Oh, it's incredible.
That is.
Just come here, I'm taking out 50 a hand.
Aces twice, 7 deuce, gets a fold.
I've never seen like 7 deuce win so many times.
Jeff here says it's difficult without a betting line because of the way that different dealers will sort of let things slide or whatever. I mean, yeah, it's like I said, whoever, like if you're used to one way, seeing the other way blows your mind. You're like, what are you guys doing? This is the sloppiest way of doing this. Or, oh my God, that's the most like hardline, rigid way of doing things. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that most people are just trying to play the game and enjoy themselves, right? And so having too much rigidity and too much like focus on how you did something or where you did it is, you know, sort of second to playing the game of poker. And it should only, in my opinion, really get like a hardline ruling of like, nope, you did this and this is what's going to be enforced if someone is doing some kind of shady work. You know, somebody's trying to make you think that they were calling a raising or trying to make it seem like they were doing something they weren't in order to try to gain some sort of edge. Otherwise, it's like, what were you trying to do? Let's go with that.
Pretty interesting hand here. Cashman 3-bet with ace queen of clubs. Got called by Slick Rick on the button with 7s. Flops top pair. Gets drawn out on the turn. Just an uncomfortable spot here.
Learned that one from Steven.
And Slick Rick with a little bit of interesting body language there, but he does go for value, and I like this. I was wondering if he would. Wasn't too sure about the
Bell got mad at him last week because there was a hand
body
where he had
language
Steven
there
in the nuts
before
spot.
he put the bet out.
Bet
But
like 14K on the turn.
yeah,
Put
Cashman,
Steven all in. Steven really had
like,
like
yeah, this just doesn't feel
17K.
right. That lets it go.
And so Steven went into the tank for like 3 minutes before rejamming for the last 3K. And then like when Don called, it was like, it's more okay.
That was a good take and good advice there from Jeffrey Tobin here in the chat, saying the best advice he was given is without a betting line that your cards kind of are the line. So keep your chips behind your cards there. And that's pretty sound advice, especially seats, you know,
That's where Harvey
4,
gets
5,
this
and
one.
6 there, where you're right in front of the dealer, and it just seems like your chips are already out farther than everybody else's. I've seen situations with those, you know, those specific seats where, you know, their cards have been mucked, you know, because they put them out too far. Or chips were considered in a pot because they were put out too far. So you really got to be careful, you know, when you're in that 5 seat, especially with both your cards and your chips. But that's good advice there, Jeffrey, that you were given, and something that I would probably give out as well.
I was like, Mike's fucking just covering his ass.
Top
right
top
now.
here for Nick on the flop, but we check through to a deuce of hearts on the turn. Venom will make the call.
It's like, Mike, you tricked me one time. Now I never believe. Remember that? You told me you had a hand on the stream. I was like, oh yeah, I believe you. And then like 2 weeks later, I learned that you were lying to me. I was like, oh my gosh.
300.
So now when you're like, oh, I have kings, I was like,
It was early in the game.
I know.
Betting a snap call here on the end, Venom.
All right.
Says, I don't know how you can have me beat, but
You know, see,
Ace 10 will do it.
stream players I know.
Oh yeah,
That's what I'm missing from now.
flips are moving.
Do you play with a card
Steve would be the one
protector,
right there, he'd be like, oh, I
you know,
got kings. He really has fucking
coin,
90s.
or
He doesn't have 70s,
anything that you
fucking
put on top of your cards, Aaron?
90s. Way out.
not a like you know little trinket or anything, but I put a chip on my cards every hand I play.
You know, that's another thing you see all the time. A lot of new and inexperienced players, often the 1 and 9 seats right next to the dealer, or that 5 seat. You know, if they don't have a chip or some sort of a card protector on top of their cards, those cards can get mucked if they've got them pushed out too far. They're too close to the dealer. I've seen it happen. More sound advice: put a chip on your cards.
Could you stack Pokenomics?
Another 7 deuce sighting here for Harvey.
One of the first hands.
Oh, really?
I flopped the boat. Yeah, I had
Yeah,
kings.
single raise pot. Harvey here just calling from the straddle.
I see bet, and he just blasted all. I mean, I got a call.
Yeah, what'd you do?
I just got a call, yeah.
Gives up after pairing the turn. Had the only
There's nothing
live
else other than
club,
maybe
and
7 deuce that he was like,
wouldn't have mattered as Beeline J is going to back into the straight. Sorry, he had the straight on the turn. I apologize.
Right on the turn.
That's what I was going to secret. So I was like starting to cover
Yeah, I thought Harvey might call once, but hard to think you're good with just a 7 of clubs.
Shanky puts a little bet out there with the ace-9. Not sure what he was trying to get paid by, but snap folds when he gets raised. And Beeline J takes down the pound.
Pure equilibrium playing high-stake poker and just really enjoy your work on it.
No, not really. You know, sometimes you need something that pays the bills. That's where the dumb girl is.
Well, it almost doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
The small last.
Yeah.
I think I'm the
I forget.
See the PFR pre-flop raising there, 10% for Bridge Mike. You know, kind of goes back to that
All the benefits.
situation with the aces and kings where, you know, he had not raised many pots at all pre-flop, and you know, the fact that he was 4-betting pretty big there and then gets 5-bet jammed on, you know, just I really thought he was going to find a fold, which you just don't see kings folded often at all pre-flop, and rightfully so, but really thought he was going to be able to lay that one down, but
I'm not an expert though. So
Yeah, that would have been a pretty massive fold, and I mean, we would have never seen those 2 runouts, so we wouldn't have known how it would have worked out. But you know, also just getting to see 10 cards on 2 runouts, you've got a decent shot of getting half of the pot. So you know, that is the flip side of it. Is okay, it's 3K into a pot that's going to go up to very nearly 12. So I'm already getting just 25% or thereabouts direct pot equity. And then, you know, what if we get to run it twice? You know, I'm like 1 in 3 to get half or to keep my money here. So really not too bad of a spot to take.
I have to like set up my own company or whatever. And And I did. I just didn't do it.
Of course, I'm sure having Harvey covered had a big factor in there with his call. You know, he's like, well, kid can't stack me. You know, just get my damn chips in, and if he's got it, he's got it.
Well, Bridge Mike has already gotten paid for the 7 deuce
So weird how they
once,
make Texas so complicated that no one,
but
no one knows what
JD
Texas
not going to
is.
let him get it
Should be able to
through
tell me
quite
that,
yet, and there's a 5 in the window, so bottom pair for JD is still the best hand,
Like,
or
you
is
need to be
currently the best
responsible
hand.
for it to understand how
Say.
to pay taxes.
Might be tough to hold on across multiple streets, though. Bridge Mike betting 150 on the flop, full pot. Pairs the 7 on the turn. That's a huge. Gets it done.
Throw him the money.
When I was younger, I tried to avoid paying taxes. Now I want to try to
And
pay
Jeffrey had just said the amount of time 7 deuce has been dealt on this street.
It really has been a lot.
Yeah,
It really
just keeps
has.
getting out there. We've had at least 2 that we've seen. I guess the players were away from the table. We had J-Rock folded the one early on. That was the first sighting of it. But yeah, it's been dealt quite a bit.
Like this game more, JD, or
Like you mentioned, there's just so many more combinations of that hand than there are of your aces and kings and all the other exciting hands that we look for. But 7 deuce has made it into this one a bunch, and it's been fun.
Absolutely has.
I'm not a huge 7 deuce fan. I mean, I don't.
I think like Nick game, there's like a bit more strategy.
That game it turned into non-poker at times is the only way to go to that.
Eric, you work with
I hope you have something.
I have been, yeah.
He would probably know more than almost any poker player. Because he's got businesses. He's
Yeah, I
got-
should probably ask him. Honestly, yeah, I should probably just ask him. Yeah, yeah.
I know like the industry leader is Russell Fox, but I hear he's really hard to get.
Probably. I don't need anyone. I just need someone to just do it right.
Yeah.
Just get it in. Find some ways to like not pay as much in a legal way.
Exactly. Legally.
Sorry guys, it's illegal.
Raise to 100.
Nick here going to go ahead and limp the ace-8 suited. Benham
My strategy is to lose
raise
every
it up
week I
with
play
the
on here,
ace-9
so that way
suited,
the
and
IRS
JD
knows
here
that
from
I'm
the small blind.
I mean, I've been doing it to perfection.
Sees the squeezing opportunity.
That's pretty
I lose
smart.
every time I play.
That's pretty smart.
Takes it up to 375.
Yeah,
Nick
lose
not
every
going
week,
anywhere, and
probably.
Benham here now getting a decent price, so JD will have the betting lead, but out of position against
Just
2
lose.
players.
That does make your tax issue a little bit easier.
Yeah.
There's a couple deuces out there.
There's nothing to pay.
No one's going in.
I have 0 income this year.
375.
Wow. Nick Shanky rips it in with the. Oh, he has the 8. Of course he does.
He does
Sorry,
the
I
8,
forgot
right,
he had
yeah.
the ace-8.
I should find one.
Hey guys, I
I
don't
thought he had ace high. I was thinking of Benham's hand, the ace-9. I was like, damn, bro, get after it. But top pair, top kicker, pretty good.
Yeah, some
First
of
fight,
the
you bluff at 7 deuce
next
flop
gen
trips,
guys
and
are
got
saying
shoved.
they
It's
have
like,
a
oh, I got
team that they
It's a
have.
big change from earlier. We've got 6 players who are in the green here. So that
When you
chips
don't
are being
play-
kind of
play soccer, it's-
passed around the table. A couple new players in.
Yeah, there really should be, 2 more spots on there for our 2 players that have taken their leave. Of course, Pokernomics stuck the most down,
Just have a sick, like,
I think, somewhere to the tune of 15.
Yeah, somewhere between 10 and 15 for sure.
Yeah, tough night at the office for that gentleman. But,
And do they do time on that?
yeah, a 1 buy-in loss, I believe, from our former occupant of the 1
Compared to
seat.
what the rest
I guess no.
I heard they take
Now here we are.
But this is when it gets super windy.
It's plus like sometimes
It's about the
Players could flop 2 of them, flopping top pair king kicker. Benham on an up and down straight draw.
And also, I just don't want to like everything's far. So I want to drive like 45 minutes.
yeah, it is.
Bridge Mike with the
Yeah.
extra 2% equity with his backdoor spade draw.
I guess I could like play before I
And we get kind of a dud turn card.
Also, it's something that like I rather play with like friends and people I know, not like to just play soccer.
Another brick here on the end. Mike and Nick gonna chop this up if and when we get to showdown. But one more opportunity for Nick to bet this, and he is gonna just check it. And yeah, Benham, he's like, I took all the cards I could get. Not gonna bluff the 2 players here. And while the dealer chops this thing up, I'm going to go ahead and remind everybody that we still have the main event down at Spring Texas Card House in Houston. 500K guarantee, $800 buy-in tournament. First flight was this evening, with more flights throughout the rest of the week. Day 2 on Sunday, the 22nd. If you're in or around the Houston area, come on down and get in on the action.
Yeah, so still what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of opening flights to get into the big day 2 there. Gonna be a big tournament. I wish I could go down there and play in that. But will not be able to. So good luck to all those who are in the Spring Houston area playing in that tournament. Somebody's gonna come out a big winner.
Shout out to my buddy Michael Phillips as well, still in the final 3 players. The $1,100 mystery bounty WSOP circuit in Pompano Beach, Florida. He just coming off of a win like less than a month ago, or right around a month ago in the main event, also in Florida. He's looking at adding another ring to his collection.
Hell yeah.
My buddy,
what's his name?
Michael Phillips.
Michael Phillips, cool. Good luck, Michael.
Yeah. And he pulled the 25K, the biggest mystery bounty prize as well. So
that's awesome.
Beasting.
We had a situation like that here where one of the big mystery bounty tournaments we had, there was 2 20K bounties in this mystery bounty. You know, so you were guaranteed at least, I think, $800 was the minimum bounty that you could pull, and the 2 guys that ended up heads up were the 2 guys that pulled the 20Ks.
I remember that well.
Yeah.
I called the final table on that one.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Unreal.
Yeah, and between the amount of money that they ended up making a deal for and playing for the rest, and then the bounties that they had collected, I mean, they made an absolute killing.
Way too smart for this crowd, though.
I think I made it to 41st in that tournament. I didn't get a single bounty, but I still, because I satellited into that, I still made, you know, quite a bit of money for the little tiny buy-in that I had on the satellite. But it's just crazy that I ended up, I think the minimum cash was like $1,800, and I didn't get a single bounty, and made it all the way to 41st. So I mean, I don't know, I made like $3,500 or something. But Danny Marks actually is the one that knocked me out of that tournament, and I was hoping he'd at least get a big bounty when he knocked me out, but I think he got the minimum. But seeing all these players around me knock out people and, you know, pull 10K and 5K, and I'm like, man, I just need one freaking bounty to where I can try to get a pull, but I never got one. But
yeah, it's tough. You kind of have to be in the right place at the right time in those tournaments, because you need a big stack that can constantly take these sort of marginal spots and survive.
Oh, for sure.
In order to try to knock a player out, right? I mean, someone goes all in for 12 to 15 blinds. You know, you can't have 20 or 25 blinds and look him up with King 10 suited. Like, you got to be the guy on 60 blinds.
And I made it to day 2 with like 8 big blinds, so it was a miracle that I was even in it. So I was okay with that.
You were the juicy snack for everybody else looking to get bounties. Yeah.
And I just kept laddering up. They couldn't get rid of me, and I was okay with that.
All right.
What a flop here
for Slick Rick. Flop in the joint.
JD does not want to see a red 6 come out.
Yeah, 1/3 bet here on the flop from JD. When he gets called, it starts to feel pretty gross. He is still going to have plenty of overpairs and things of this nature. Well, let's see here. Actually, JD called the 3-bet pre.
Right.
Raised to 75, got 3-bet to 400, made the call. So, actually, yeah, he's going to have some overpairs to that flop, but it's definitely going to slow things down after he gets called. Another nice little pot there for Slick Rick, up over 14,000 in his stack.
Yeah, I'm adding 3,000.
Things going very well for him today.
He's just keep beating me. It's not really fun.
And he's been a player that, you know, for the most part, besides a 7 deuce and an 8 deuce, you know, hasn't really gotten out of line much. And so bluffing against him there just probably didn't seem like a wise choice there for JD. And good decision there to let that one go.
Yeah, monotone boards are always so treacherous, right? Like, they're really hard to navigate for anyone unless you just somehow have flopped a flush like Rick did there. And so JD basically, he's like out of position on one of the most treacherous boards that there is. You know, it's just you've got layers on layers of bad things waiting to happen. So,
and if you
like
bet and get called once, you know, it's like, what do you do?
Yeah, just shut her down. Can't win them all.
I think it's yeah,
The store just opened.
Good board here for JD and the
We
sailboat.
named him one day. Like he walked in, he has this huge chain, and there are 3 coins in the
Standard
bottom.
small
Like 3
continue
coins in the
here.
house, and he loved it. And so he started
Like
going
Rick, a little under 1/3 pot on the flop.
That's one thing he's done really well tonight, Slick Rick, is just, you know, anytime he's in position, if it gets checked to him, he is betting. He's not checking back very often. He's taken on quite a few pots doing that.
Do you not have any 3-coin merch?
Great turn card for his range as well. JD going to be put in a tough spot here if Rick continues, but
Does check this one back.
yeah, I guess thinking he's got a little bit too much showdown value with the king high, doesn't need to bluff. I mean, if he did bet, he would be targeting hands exactly like what JD has, the small pocket pairs that are going to feel a lot of pressure, but he would have to bet turn and river. Having the king high, basically second nut no pair, yeah, that's decent enough showdown value. And JD here going to go full pot. See if he can get his opponent to fold a 5.
He did the fake turnover like he had 7 deuce. Love it.
Bad flop to get the deuce 7 through. Be a bad flop to get the deuce 7.
I saw this picture of Brandy in Bangladesh, like handing out 3-coin hats to the village. Do you see that? Yeah.
I didn't know what to say.
I didn't know either. He's like in this super poor, really poor village in Bangladesh. He's handing out 3-coin merch. I saw a video where he has those like slippers, the 3-coin slipper, like bath slippers. And he's handing those out to the kids.
So at the end, there are two kind of people who wear it, like poker players in DFW and then people in Bangladesh.
They're talking about Randy, aka 3-coin. I still need to look more into what the 3-coin is now that he's got merch
Yeah, his family has a foundation in Bangladesh.
flying around.
They it's a ministry and they own banks in Bangladesh.
Yeah, that man's got swag for sure.
And it's a center for 3-coin distribution.
Top pair here for Benham, well out in front. JD does have gut shot backdoor spades and picks up a spade on the turn. JD also the pre-flop aggressor, so he gets to represent this king quite handily. So the 9 is really not a good card for his barreling range. Let's see how JD navigates this spot. Don't hate the idea of a check back and go for a bet check bet line, but is instead going to go for an over bet here.
Wow.
And that gets the king to fold. Interesting. I definitely don't have as much experience with the over bet lines, so not too sure how that one all comes about from a solver strategy line. But JD there pouncing, even in a spot where the 9 is kind of not his best card.
Daniel Dunn in the chat, one of our famous streamers here, great player, going to college now at, I believe, Louisiana Tech in Ruston. Says he's watching this while doing his trigonometry homework. So it makes me want to drop out and move back to Dallas. Just doing trigonometry makes me, just even the thought of getting back into math at that level just makes me want to throw up. So I feel your pain, brother.
I know, but I'm just saying, like,
We're ready for you to come back and visit if you can.
When Bitcoin is, what you're saying is Bitcoin is a worldwide, not nationwide. Exactly.
I'm sure you'll be using trigonometry quite a bit in whatever future endeavor you're in.
I hope not. I hope that's just like that thing.
Diamond draw here on the flop for Benham. Turn pair of 3s for Nick, who bet the flop just with pretty much the biggest airball you could concoct.
It started as like a meme.
And goes from 250 on the flop to 325 now on the turn, giving Benham a really nice price.
Because when I was a kid, it was
Benham's like, okay.
you're like, it's just a thing.
You were a kid.
Okay. There's a game.
Sure enough, there's this diamond on the end.
Like below the belt. And someone looks at it.
Gonna check though, and
So again, this is exactly what happened. Is that
no more value to be had.
Yeah, he seems disappointed that he didn't get more out of that, but once I think he realized that he was up against the 7-3. Well, actually, yeah, 7-3 would have been 2 pair, right?
Drink the Kool-Aid,
Would he have had 2 pair on the river? Did I miss that? And he didn't bet either?
Yeah, checked. Yeah, turn to 3, and I guess river was 7-9.
Wow, so yeah, he probably is grossed out that he didn't bet because he would have probably gotten a call there.
I love this chat from GTO.
I do too.
Nice one.
Not sure if that's one we can read or not, but I love it. Either way.
We'll just let it sit there. Everyone else
Yeah.
can do the reading. But big thumbs up.
Big thumbs up on that GTO optimized.
Okay, pocket deuces here. Jack 10 suited just went into the muck. How did that happen? Oh, maybe we had the action missing this 3-bet from JD with kings. That makes some sense.
Can we have set over set over set? Is that too much to ask for here, Aaron?
I'm not asking for that. That's horrifying, but
oh man,
there's at least one set out there.
There's one set.
And JD still has kings, so this is going to be ugly. The
And a
one
top
saving
pair
grace
for
for
Nick.
him is that this is a 4-way pot, and when a bunch of chips go in, pocket kings aren't very good.
And curious to see what Slick Rick does here with 3 other opponents. How slow do you play it?
I don't think you're allowed to play this board slow.
Right.
Having other players in the hand. Now, if it's something like 2-3 jack, or with
Rainbow.
Yeah, rainbow or something. Or the other side of it is if it's queen jack 2, where there's like more chances for someone to raise behind you. I don't know. I mean, I'm still not advocating for it, but it's one of those things where you can kind of call to make it look like you're on some sort of one pair holding, and then have the player that actually is most likely to have two pair or something behind you raise it up. But yeah, this certainly not the board for it. Makes it 1100. JD makes the call and is now drawing dead here on the turn. Sorry, dead to a king here on the turn.
And these are two of the biggest stacks at the table, so
this is also an under bluff line, multi-way with just a flush draw. Problem for JD is that this is a very reasonable price.
No, I haven't seen Rock in a couple days, but I haven't been playing. I've been out of town.
Not able to find the fold button just yet. Pot swelling over 6,700, and it's a spade on the end. Bit of a scary card here for Slick Rick, perhaps. He does also lose to pocket queens, pocket nines. These are hands that could exist, and yeah, he's just going to take the 6,700 in the middle. Makes a lot of sense. There are some players that will sort of take a little bit more time, be like, yes, that's scary. Yes, it's unlikely that I could get a big bet called, but is there still a way to get half pot called, right? And like really put in the thought process of, is this something I could go for? I fully understand just checking that back and not going down that road, but
yeah.
Because imagine that JD has pocket kings with the king of spades, right? He sees that river card and is like, well, I blocked one of the flushes, right? And it's a very narrow subset of hands that you're targeting if you do bet that river, but it's not inconceivable that JD can have that, so.
JD hasn't folded an overpair since the third grade.
I don't know.
Yeah, definitely lost them in there.
But it's just like such a nightmare if you bet the river and JD snaps you and you're like, ugh, and he rolls over queens, you know, and you're just like, why didn't I just check that back?
Yeah, that's a good question from Daniel there. I thought that was a very small bet there on the turn as well.
Had to keep his customer happy, man. Keep him coming back for more. As Cashman's in here with the 7 deuce. Is the pre-flop aggressor, but checks this flop and goes for the check raise. I was like, yeah, I really don't see 7 deuce checking this board do anything other than check raise, and Venom is going nowhere. This is the kind of 7 deuce hand that I wanted to see. Like, let's see who backs down or does exactly the opposite.
1140 in the pot. He's gonna have to make it almost pot size or more. Almost 850, yeah. Venom's not folding this one.
I think Venom knows exactly what's going on here. The ease with which he's making these calls.
It's another overcard.
Yeah, but Cashman really shouldn't be constructing a check-raising barrel line from overcards here very often. Just really doesn't make sense. It's something much more like 6-5 and 7-6 and 7-5 suited. Sort of this kind of weird stuff.
He's calling, absolutely.
Yeah, really well played there by Venom. Recognizing the sort of situation that he's up against.
Yeah, just not the right board for that to get through. Chris is going to add on a little bit to his stack here. Nice 3.6K pot there for Mr. Benham. Continue his night of running good and playing good, making some good calls.
I think Mattisell still has the
Even with that he folded earlier.
deuce lost. Battle odds 3 times.
Yeah. With Deep,
Yukon Brad, maybe.
And you'll still
Mike, what have you been up to lately?
chatting
You been
about
playing
that
bridge or
that
poker or
hand
what?
against the bottom
Huh?
set.
You been playing bridge or
And
poker?
yeah, he
Bridge here.
definitely didn't
away,
hate
and
seeing that. Small size on the
mostly
turn.
playing
Slick
over.
Rick's turn to wield the 7 deuce.
Oh yeah. I still think
I think I
JD's a
told you I
smart
was in
enough
the
player
World
that
Championship in
he probably knew
Marrakesh.
that
The earthquake
Slick
hit
Rick is
3
not
days
bluffing
after
into
I
3 other
left, right
players
in the area, right in
too
the
often
heart of
there
the city where I was.
in that hand.
Scary.
So I think he was playing that as slow as he possibly could and trying to lose the minimum
I'm glad you're okay.
and not put any additional money in. But yeah, I think Slick Rick missed a little bit of value there, but he's going to try to get it back here with the 7 Dewey.
Good shot, backdoor hard sphere for Benham. He just sniffed out a bluff with 7 deuce 1 hand ago, and
How's your
in
business
a
been
spot
going?
to do it again. However,
very
Slick
busy.
Rick pairs the
It's a
deuce.
busy time of year, right?
Yeah, as soon as the
I
season
think he can
started,
still
we just
apply
kinda took
maximum
off.
pressure to all of these gut shot Broadway
We're
holdings
basically like
and
the
any
main
Jack
provider
X
for several
with a
FTX
size
schools
up
now.
here.
Really?
A lot of times
That's
you'll see
great.
players go up to 750 or so
We're actually,
on a turn like
gonna be
this.
talking to SMU soon. We got a
See how Slick Rick
football
approaches
program,
it.
we should talk to you about their project program.
That beats me.
Goes for the small size
Oh,
350. And that's enough to get the job done, though.
You need leverage.
Another payout. We have seen a lot of these, man. This is incredible. Sometimes the 7 deuce just like trips over itself, and everybody that tries to win with it just ends up dumping heaps. But tonight, it's like overwhelmingly in favor of the players getting either the win at Showdown or getting the bluff through and getting paid off. I mean, it's pretty incredible.
Like, and that data is just going to keep getting better year after year as we know where everybody goes. And like,
Well, hopefully you guys have all been enjoying this show and enjoying the 7 deuce game. If you have, please help us out. Hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Be sure to tune back in for the rest of our live streams throughout this week and into the future. Got 125 PLO coming at you out of TCH Austin on Thursday of this week. And keep your eyes open for the final table of the 500K guaranteed tournament down in Houston and the 250K guaranteed tournament out of TCH Dallas the following weekend. So lots of tournament action coming at you, as well as cash games here on TCH Live. A couple more hands with y'all before I turn things over to Eric and RJ for the remainder of this show. 2 more hours of live stream coming at you guys. So stay kicked back and relaxed.
Yeah, back in. Thanks again, Aaron, for letting me come on to your show and join you again, help out with the TCH Live in Dallas. I got RJ with me joining here in the box.
Hello, the nightcap. We're ready to roll.
Hello, hello.
He's caught up on a little bit of it, saw some of the hands. I think you just drove into town, right?
I did, yep. Just fresh off I-35 southbound coming in from Oklahoma and ready to hang out with TCH Live.
Rock and roll.
Cool, man. Happy to have you. So we'll have a hand, maybe 2 or 3 more we'll see before the dealer change. Then I'll let you guys take over, but we'll fly 3 ways here for a little bit as we've got hand number 132 coming at you.
I think that's actually a different game. That's a different game.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Stephen Tixay, Mr. Delivery, chiming in here. He is incensed, enraged that no WSOP champions at this table are on the thumbnail. Well, I don't have any bearing on that, but I am similarly incensed because you are.
Completely cool.
I'm such a donk.
Rich Mike
Sounds
here,
like we've
another
got
crack at the
something to
7
work
deuce
for.
as well.
I think it's like the most profitable.
I guess he would be talking about Danny Marks and Harvey there, right? Those are our WSOP ring winners.
I like a couple forward bomb pots.
I'm not actually sure. Do you know what they won?
Danny's
I was
got.
but then I just got more interested in as my other game to do tournaments instead of PLO, because that's a lot different than chess too.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Looks like my compatriots across the way may have frozen. But aces there for Nick. Going to go ahead and take down the pot as Bridge Mike could not get the job done with his 7 deuce.
You're looking out. Good defense.
And we're hearts.
The 70 suited count too or no?
Yeah, turning.
Okay.
All right, they're back.
We're back. Seems to happen right around the 10 o'clock hour that we lose connection for a second, but
Yeah, I think Danny was one of the mains at Choctaw, and he's always one of my fun social media follows. He's a good one to keep an eye on. He likes to interact with some folks.
and Harvey just recently hit a big win there at one of the big Choctaw events, so they both have a couple big scores there.
Let's see, where's Harvey today? Is he in the one? Is that him in the one?
Yeah, he's in the 1 seat. He was dealt aces back-to-back. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I missed it.
He was dealt aces back-to-back, and on his second one, he was up against Bridge Mike, who had kings, and he actually tanked for a long time because he knew it. It was a 5-bet all-in that he faced. He almost made the fold, but they ran it twice, and he fortunately got the chop. But yeah, Harvey's had a nice run.
He knew it wasn't one of Bridge Mike's 7 deuces that time.
Yeah, 100%. And Bridge Mike knew he wasn't messing around with a 7 deuce either, but Aaron will attest that Harvey's been running pretty good since he sat down.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It was within the first few hands that he got those aces, so it was just right into the fire. And yeah, he was a little bit unfortunate to not ship the pot against Mike. Running it twice, he did have to end up chopping it, but at the end of the day.
Yeah, there you go. Steven's back in there saying Harvey was the reigning Choctaw main event champ from this past year. And I remember seeing on social media, it was either Instagram or Facebook or something, then he had a nice group of people sweating it out with him. And Steven was one of them there, high-fiving him to see him get that big win. And Cashman and I think a few other folks were there with him to support him. So great poker community here in Dallas. Not everybody's from Dallas, but it's kind of like family here. We're all rooting each other on. So nice to see familiar faces and guys not only do well on the live stream, but in the tournament streets as well.
Heck yeah. All right, dealer change and PLO flip incoming. I'm going to turn it over to you, gents, for the remainder of the evening. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I'll see you guys next week.
Thank you, Aaron. Take care, Bubba.
Thank you. See you, Aaron.
All right, peace out.
We've had some really funny commentary here in the chat tonight with Beeline Jay, who's in the 8th seat from Boston, has a lot of friends watching him and talking a little trash.
All right.
Doing some fun needling.
Yeah, a little East Coast trash. I like it.
Then I've got Mr. Nick Gutierrez currently in the chat doing what he does, trying to rile me up a little bit. But
what are we doing?
PLO bomb pot on
bomb
the dealer
pots,
change,
yes.
yeah.
We got a full house. I mean, 8 or 6.
Great to see On Wesh in the chat.
Oh, baby, let's go.
A little shout out to me from On Wesh. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And RJ, who's joining me, if y'all aren't familiar, is also a dealer here at TCH.
Indeed.
One of our best.
A PLO flip. Yeah, it looked a little flippish more than bombish. But
yeah, they've been calling it bomb pot forever, but it's
right.
a flip. No betting post flop.
I've tried to introduce to my tables when they do the flip to keep the river down for suspense, you know. Just put the river out there, keep it down, then let them figure out who's got what and what they need.
For sure.
And I think Cashman was here earlier. Is he still here? Yeah, he's in the 5 seat. I think he's the only one that appreciated it so far, but we'll get it going.
Yeah, Isaiah, we meant East Coast trash talking, not East Coast trash. For sure.
Indeed.
Everybody that I've met that's come down here to play from the Northeast has been fun. Some of the best trash talkers, actually, and they keep the game fun and competitive.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
bring it on. All you Yankees are welcome down here
That's
anytime.
right.
We love it.
It's good to break up the monotony, and sometimes we get to know each other so much that a game can get a little stagnant. So it's good
For sure.
It's good when somebody comes in there and spices it up a little bit, and not to mention it. I mean, it's poker. It is supposed to be fun. So
right.
Have a good time with it.
They used to have it for 2 nights in a row.
Yeah.
Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
Yeah, last time I was here, they were running like a bigger game on. I forget which day. But it was like
I can't tell off the bat who this is in the box dealing.
This one used to be like 25, 50, 100 sometimes.
So now that they just run this one, but for a little.
And they let us poor people to play that.
Yeah, right.
We'll catch it in a minute. Texas Card House best, I'm sure.
JD took everyone's money, so he had to lower the stakes.
GTO, I know that's right.
Wasn't me.
Come to Dallas to pay your mortgage.
Wasn't me.
Texas Card House, that's what we're good for.
Yeah, I think so many people are just stop showing up because JD is here.
Yeah, I agree.
Nobody would say like Venom is here, oh I shouldn't show up. Or like Harvey is here. Harvey is here, I shouldn't show up.
That's right. It's Miss Mary in the box.
I'm in the same boat, but it has nothing to do with poker. I just don't want to socialize with it.
We've had 3 ladies dealing the game tonight. Some of our finest.
So let's see, just me stepping in late here. How's the game been active-wise on a 1 to 10 scale today?
Oh man, it's actually been good. It's been a lot of fun with the 7-deuce game going. You know, a lot of times they do the knit button game.
Sure.
So this is the first stream that I've commentated on that they've done the 7-deuce game, and you know, I think we've had it dealt at least 10, 11 times. I think it was 6-0 for a minute there, where it was always winning. So it's created some action, but we'll get back into it with Venom waking up with kings and JD no slouch here with his ace jack. Gonna call his raise. See if we can't get some good action going here.
Yeah, what my advice was like, don't listen to it. I think that was my advice.
I must have been excited. How are you going to the front of the table where you stand?
So did Benham limp with his kings, by the way? Did I just notice?
I think he bet and JD raised him.
Okay,
so
it's 3-bet, 4-bet?
3-bet, 4-bet, yeah.
When I busted, he was one of the shorter sets. I was actually one of the bigger sets. What's the guy's name again? Arthur Morris? Yeah, he got it good. I took him out. Yeah, you got it. Man, I appreciate that. It was fun to be able to root for you after I busted. Are you going to stay up there, Eric, or what?
Yeah, I just got to play. Like, I'll be there for 2.5 weeks, just camp out.
I was going to say pre-flop there. It felt like JD respected the 4-bet a little bit. But he still wants to see another.
Yeah, he just lost a good chunky pot with kings himself, so he's hoping to get a little revenge here, but unfortunately for him, he catches the bottom card, not his ace.
Picks up a jack here to see if he can get a little sticky.
I'll probably go up there November 2nd is when the main event starts, something like that.
A check back may throw him off a little bit. We'll see if he wants to put something out here.
Choctaw's a great venue. Like, one of the better value tournaments.
Yeah, I would think that he would. Ace King has missed. He's got a little bit of value against some pairs.
The tour that just happened, right? Like, it's very similar. I guess. Like,
Unfortunately, not this pair. On his best behavior.
A little softer. Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me.
Really? It was Grant?
No, Jesse won.
And it was Jesse.
No. They both won. Grant won a main event in
Really?
JD can sniff this one out. Unfortunately, with the 7-deuce game on, maybe he thinks Venom's up to something, but got second pair.
Yeah, he won like one of those monster.
It's a crying call. Gonna get the bad news. Denham continues to run pretty good tonight. Yeah, so Beeline Jay's had quite a bit of admirers in the chat, and evidently I've got an admirer now in the chat. So thank you, Nick, for all your
Very
kind
nice.
words. I'm sure your wife and kids are happy to know that you have a love on the side. So thank you.
Really, I thought that hand for JD was kind of cool in that he's out of position. He did respect the 4-bet, but he still played his hand throughout as well too. And you know, sometimes that doesn't work out. A lot of times it doesn't when there's actually kings and aces in the hand. But he's smart enough to still be able to do some pot control and see he's got ace jack. That's not a bad. That's not a terrible hand. So
No.
so he did get to play it through a little bit.
Slick Rick's another one that's been running really well tonight. Danny's going to look him up here with 6s.
I always feel like ace jack, ace 10 tells you how your days are going to go. And sometimes you're just folding that hand, you know, out of position or whatever, and not even messing with it. But when those hands run good, it really helps your night. Back in the tournament day, we said if you picked up a couple big ones with ace 10, you're on to the final table. Oftentimes they were more frustrating than final table worthy.
For sure. I think in a tournament, I'm happier to see an ace 10 or ace jack than I am ace queen, because I've busted out,
right,
like everybody else, with the old parking lot
the
hand.
The famous
right?
parking lot hand.
Yeah.
I always gave pocket nines the nickname of the truck starter. I think I've mentioned that before.
Really?
On kind of on that same philosophy that every time I got pocket nines, I started the truck. So that was my own variation of the parking lot hand. Shout out to Mary in the chat. Solid dealer. Thank you, Nick.
Lately, for me, I haven't found many a hand that aren't parking lot hands in tournaments. You know, I haven't run as deep as I've wanted to in tournaments lately. Hoping that'll change if I could start playing, playing a few more. But
well, we got the 41st club in here. I think I heard you mention you got 41st in the bounty, I was 41st in the main. So
well done, sir.
Yeah, there
well
you
done.
go. So
little did we know.
Yeah, we make our runs and then just sneak out the back.
Yeah. You know, you just got to bank one. That's what we're all.
Yeah.
We're all waiting to bank that one big one, like both Harvey and Danny here have done. So, hoping to play enough of them. I mean, you can't win them if you don't play them. I know a lot of players that play cash games like myself and others, you know, don't necessarily have the patience or want to, because we, you know, think, oh, I can make more playing in cash games, and, you know, but if you play enough of those tournaments, you know, you just got to run deep in one of these larger tournaments, and you know.
And really, my philosophy, I tell people all the time, you know, sometimes in this new school of tournament playing, we can just buy in and bullet and bullet and bullet and bullet and play it as a grind. And I'm like, man, that's a tough way to go.
It is.
I mean, you're welcome to do that, but good luck. You still have to be able to enjoy it a little more. There is, to me, the tournament has more of a competitive spirit. You want to be able to enjoy it, where it's not so much of cash game, getting in there and grinding it out with your buddies.
Well, and the great news is in TCH Dallas, we've got so much cash going on. You
Yeah.
can fire a bullet, and you get frustrated, you bust out. You just literally drive to the other location 7 miles down the road. You play cash, you get your bullet right back. And that's literally what I did the last tournament that I played in. We had that the bigger one a couple months ago, and I tried to get to day 2 3 times. And every time I got knocked out, I left TCH Dallas. I drove 7 miles over to TCH Las Colinas, got my buy-in back, you know, had fun in the cash games, and fired again the next day. So, you know, you can free roll that way as well to try to get in. But yeah, there's a lot of people that, you know, that are tournament players that will just buy in, you know, and fire 10 bullets at these
Yeah.
tournaments. But the great news is for the rest of us, that's what gets the prize pool jacked up. So
I think the last time I was at one of the local WSOP, WPT, PLO tournaments, I had come into the table and there was 6 pros there or whatever, and they're all talking about how they're 10K stuck on, and this is like the 4th tournament of the of the series. I'm like, man, you guys play like you're 10K stuck. That's weird. But yeah, they're just firing until they
hit. Yeah.
They'll fire until they find something.
Slick Rick was going after it here with the 7 deuce, trying to win this one, but
Rick's been a lot of fun in the card room here lately. He's been running hot.
playing a lot of 2-5 and 5-10, I guess.
Yeah, I've seen him in both rooms and playing a variation of games and playing well, running well, oftentimes with a lot of chips. Got to visit with him a couple times.
Nick's going to lead out here with just a king high. Bridge Mike's going to look him up. Let's see if Slick Rick wants to get a little crazy here with the 7 deuce and take down this pot plus the extra 50 coming from each player. Looks like he's gonna.
Oh, the beauty.
This is what we like to see. He has not gotten out of line yet tonight either, so if anybody can get this through.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of a spot here.
No.
And he gets it through. Mike folds his ace. Bridge Mike has to pay him 100 too. The last player to fold has to give him 100. So
I like that little wrinkle.
He wins a $2,300 pot plus 50 from 7 players, so 350, and then 100 from Mike. So nice little win there.
Good pot, Rick.
Well, I meant to say the good news is if you Northeastern guys are losing your mortgage money in Dallas, you can probably sell your house up Northeast and buy 2 of them here in Texas. We're still a little bit cheaper to live down here, although our cost of living's definitely going up like everybody else's is. We're nowhere near the cost of living that it is.
Yeah, both coasts, once they sell their bazillion-dollar houses, they come here and hang out and put it on the poker table.
Put it on the poker table.
Yeah.
And we don't have a shirt yet that says "Don't Boston my Texas." We got a lot of "Don't California my Texas," but we don't have any "Don't Boston my Texas." So
yeah, you guys are still welcome.
Everybody's welcome at the poker table. That's right. Yeah.
Besides, they got a cool accent.
Probably laugh at ours.
Yes. Got,
how about some spades here?
Got the Collins County Mumbler right there with the 035 offsuit.
Yep. So I played in a poker league in Houston for a few years when I was down there, and it was mostly old oil field retired guys that I was playing with, and that's the first time I heard the word mumbler. And I've told people about that hand, and nobody else has ever called it the mumbler.
I feel the same way. Yeah, every time I mention it here, people just look at me like I'm crazy.
So again, if you're playing a 3-5 offsuit and you beat somebody, they just mumble a lot of usually foul words because they're ticked off that you beat them with that hand.
You get that one stuck in you and you start mumbling a little bit.
3-5 is the mumbler. Glad to hear somebody else knows about that hand.
Yeah.
All the hands have some sort of a name, and that's one that doesn't get talked about enough. But
and as I've moved around the country, I just put a local with it just for funsies.
He says he lives in the Encore Boston parking garage. Rent's too high. Well, let me know if you got a spare room in the front seat there. I may have to come check that out. Rent's getting pretty high here too. I just need to find a sugar mama to split the rent with me.
Yeah. So this is my second stint in Dallas, and the second stint is definitely more painful than the first when it comes to finding a place to rent and whatnot.
How about flopping quads?
Quads are good with 7 deuce in the hand.
With 7 deuce in the hand, can you extract any value? This might be a situation you can. And Nick gets a king.
Cashman, one of my favorite players in the
absolutely
in the room to deal to. Pretty sharp. Let's see what kind of trouble he can get into here.
Well, this is awesome here. Did not think Mike was going to get an ounce of action, but he's against 7 deuce, and now somebody hitting top pair. Plays it like the only way you're supposed to play quads.
Calls 2 players. Which when the bet gets called twice, 7 deuce usually knows there's something out there. Better check that one again.
Do you ever just call here with a player behind? I mean, I feel like you have to put in a raise, but
Yeah, I feel the same way. And it just unless you know the player behind you is strong enough.
or crazy enough, right?
Right.
And Cashman's not that guy. We love him, but
Right.
crazy is not the reputation that he has.
Quads are good. Yeah, I definitely see more value in the raise there. Very rarely would it be worth trying to bring him in from behind.
Now, maybe if that was one of our other players, like a John Ryan. Shout out to John Ryan.
And if the bet's big enough, right?
Yeah. You know, you might be able to check against a player like that who wants to rep a 10, you know, in the hand. But yeah, you got to get some value out of there. You got quads, but nice hand bridge, Mike. It's hard to get paid when you have it all, that's for sure. But he got a little bit of value out of Nick down there after hitting his king. So.
And I believe 7 deuce started that turn bet.
Yep.
Correct. Beeline. Now Beeline J is our East Coast friend, yes?
He's our boss tonight.
Okay, very good.
He's been a little card dead. His buddies are waiting for him to hit a hand, so maybe he'll wake up with one here. Let's get him going.
Kind of brutal. Yeah, customer training you have at 8 a.m. tomorrow, followed by a one-on-one by a
This flop just rocking the mids, no pain for the 3s versus ace king.
another customer meeting at 8 a.m. on Thursday. Friday, I don't know. Usually it's like an hour slot, so like tomorrow morning, 8 to 9 and 9 to 10 with my boss. But 8 a.m. is just like you're off. Usually I don't have 8 a.m. meetings, but like lately it's been a lot. Historically less. Recently, like, at least 40. But like, I mean, the most I'll work like probably like it would be like 50, 60, so it's pretty rare. Usually the max is like 40, 45. Yeah.
Yeah, he checks it to him again. Now it makes it tough on the river to rep an overpair or any pair if you don't hit a Broadway card now. But Slick Rick's going to bet out.
There's projects which are like, alternate stuff. There's always just like, it's like a custom
And get him to fold.
That's just always custom.
Good discipline fold. It's unfortunate when the Anna Kournikova does what she normally does and loses, but
Maybe not that important, but it's kind of hard to tell. There are a bunch of things that are like, I had 8-7 important, but like not.
Beeline's going to pick another spot.
So it's like, how do you like, take your roll this like urgent stuff. Like
There's our profit for the night. Slick Rick is up 16.5K. Benham is up 8K. JD up almost 5K. Bridge Mike having a nice night up 4.5K.
Picking up a couple with quads a few moments ago.
Harvey's still up 1.3K after a couple big wins right when he sat down, but we still have an hour and a half and a lot of chips on the table, so anything can happen. We've seen it go all the way down to the last hour on these streams where people have just gotten heaps of chips in.
Absolutely. Especially if that last hour gets a little turned up.
Right? People are tired. Nobody's really drinking tonight or acting too wild, but you know, these players have been battling for a while, and you know, you can get frustrated. So
yeah, we're still seeing a lot of very controlled betting on the flops. This hand, the previous hand. They still have their wits about them at this point.
Yep.
And then like slept for like 5 hours and came to play. But also I need to catch up on sleep from.
Yeah, and those that are familiar with this stream know it's always been a 4-hour stream. The players requested, to go to 6 hours. They tended to play anyway off camera. After that 4-hour stream was up, so they've decided to make this a 6-hour stream for the last couple months. So you start getting into hour 5 and 6, and people that have been sitting there and running bad get a little frustrated and want to turn their luck around. So hopefully we're going to see some of that action and some of that gamble coming out here.
For sure. I miss the old days.
Oh,
You
yeah.
couldn't just pull up a movie if you got bored. You start raising. Right? And that was a huge thing.
Yeah,
that was a huge part of poker at one time,
You're not watching a movie on your phone.
Being bored.
Yeah.
Now if you get bored, no big deal.
Yeah, you'll just watch a movie, swipe left or right on your dating app, do whatever you do.
He fears it every day.
They don't get a chance to get Ben back for what he did to me.
Yeah, the best part about a game 20 years ago is when Uncle Charlie started to get bored.
Yep.
He'd fire it up.
Because I'm not local,
Where are you at, Charlie?
I guess technically that's.
You been playing much lately, or just dealing?
I've been playing quite a bit. I don't know what. I haven't looked at my hours lately. Not a ton. I'd probably give it 20 to 30 hours a week.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've been even playing less than that myself, but hoping to start playing a little bit more. But
yeah, I've really been able to take advantage of the different PLO games here in Dallas to choose from, whether it be both places. And sometimes you want to play the 2-2, sometimes you want to play the 2-5, and sometimes you want to come here to Dallas to play the 1-2-5.
Right.
And so, literally, we have structure set up to where there's 3 different sizes of PLO games, whichever you're feeling, whichever you're ready to roll. There's some fun options for sure.
Interesting hand here with Harvey playing the 7-deuce, and Beeline having a pair pre, but chooses not to bet it. Kind of giving Harvey the green light here to try to win this hand with 7-deuce, but he's going to check it back for a second time, and Beeline's going to check it back to him.
All right, it's a penalty if you don't bet the 7-deuce here, right?
It really is, because you have 0 showdown value.
He heard me. Cha-ching.
And that's got to be just the ultimate needle for Beeline. And he's got to pay out the $100.
Right.
Never took a stab at it with his pair, and has to end up paying the extra 100.
Yeah, that hand is an example, apparently, of how Beeline's night has just kind of been blah.
Yeah.
Hanging out with 5s, trying to pick up a hand. There's 47 overs out there. Doesn't cost you anything until he turns over 7-deuce.
And it's one hand after his ace-king didn't work out for him. So we feel for you, brother. He's got an hour and a half to turn this thing around.
Yeah, we know that run. It can go. It'll still go.
And actually, we've had a lot of people on the stream have their first time on the stream or even second time on the stream. So kind of beginner's luck almost. Just run it up. So
first day heaters.
Yep.
Love that.
And his table presence, he seems to be having fun, getting along with everybody. Takes the loss as well, so he's somebody that I'm sure they welcome back. Seems like a fun guy to play with. So
yeah, he smiled and had a little fun there with the 7-deuce.
Yep. Yeah, watch that deck, Mary.
And that one was pretty. That one was pretty painless compared to what Bridge Mike went through.
Absolutely.
A lap of the button ago.
A little something for everybody here, except for the strong hand and King Jack of Hearts. Shanky's got an open ender, Cashman open ender with a pair, gonna fold.
Nutter gutter for Slick Rick.
Yeah, the old nutter gutter. Like, who's gonna hit the card that the other guy has in his hand? And Queen 8 says, well, I'll take a top pair to go with my open ender.
See if the club slows anyone down.
Flop lag is real, fellas.
I was saying.
So I do like technical customer support for like our assigned account.
And Slick Rick's going to lead out here. He does have a club in his hand, but
So it's
pretty ambitious bluff here against 2 opponents.
see if one of our players can like ask questions about it or
And then when we
Got Bridge Mike to fold 2 pair there.
Bottom 2, out of here.
so I support
Gone.
when I wanted to come here, I needed to
several families of similar products.
like show them proof that my English is good enough. And there are like the standard tests for that.
There's people like me but
Nice.
in the same role for different products all across the
Nice hand for Nick. Winning that with an A. Bridge Mike. We'll see that one later and maybe think about folding 2 pair.
Yeah, good spot there for Shanky. Top pair open-ended since the pot was able to make a little move at it. Sense correctly.
Bottom 2.
A nice, comfortable takedown for him.
Dangerous flop.
sell it, right? But like sometimes that means I'm trying to help sell it. They're just gonna get train them. Sometimes like they want to use it, and they're having an issue. And they already bought it, shipped it.
You've been doing some of the commentary on the live stream. I mean, on the live stream on Saturdays for the tournaments.
I've not been, but I will be this week.
You are this week? Okay.
Yes, Saturday, October 21st. So we'll have a good time with that coming
Awesome.
up this week.
I was thinking you had done it last week, but it's this weekend. That
I
you're
actually
doing it.
dealt last week.
You dealt?
I made an
Okay.
appearance, but I was dealing in the box. So.
So they got the good side of you, the back,
Yeah,
back
right,
of your head.
yeah. Yeah. Every time I get to see that view, there's less and less hair. So
That's what I was thinking if I was on there.
That's
you know?
really fun, yeah.
I'm holding on for dear life back there, but you know, it is what it is. When it goes, it goes. I'm not going to have the monkey butt on the back of my head. You know, that hair's gone.
Yep.
Supported or like smoke detector. Yeah, our motion sensors.
See if Beeline can take a pot down here. It's been a minute. He's got the 10s, just the 1 over out there. Going to win himself a $555 pot.
I'm ramping up on some like automotive stuff right now. Like,
He just needs about 50 more hands of that size, and
that tells you how much percent is left in the
he
battery.
might be even.
Kind of hard.
I know that story.
Right?
Read that chapter. Let's see. We have our tournament coming up Saturday, and then Houston's main is still going on right now, correct?
It is. So, yeah, that's the one that we were putting up earlier. Let's see, where's that one? This one right now is going on in Spring, Texas.
There we go.
This is the main event, $800 buy-in. Started today on the 17th. Goes through Sunday. That's the day 2, October 22nd. The guarantees $500,000. It definitely is going to get.
They are going to smoke that.
They're
That's
going to
pretty.
smoke that. It'll get 700 probably.
That's going to be a juicy price for $800.
Right. With a 700K prize pool, what would you think the first place would probably get?
Well, let's see the most recent one here. What do we end up with at our 1.5, 1.8 or so? And I had 250-ish up top, something like that.
So if it gets to 750, we could be in the 80, 90 range maybe, or?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Good investment off of $800 nonetheless.
Indeed. Definitely worth the visit to Spring.
Big flop here for JD and Beeline J. Open ender, flush draw. JD's got bottom set.
Aye.
Boom. Beeline hits a flush. JD does have a backdoor boat and flush draw, higher flush draw. Wow.
Naughty and naughty.
These Boston boys are not loving Miss Mary right now, but it's not Mary's fault. It's just how the cards fall. But boy, what a river. Turning a flush, flopping an open ender, turning a flush, and just getting crushed there on the river.
The good news for Beeline J is he might hate the news here. I imagine JD will go after something. Once again, the pot's been controlled fairly well. I mean, we're just now looking at 880, and we've had a hot mess on the turn and the river.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not going to end up playing for stacks here. But he's definitely going to get some bad news here when JD raises him.
you just like wanted to change, you didn't like your job, or what was,
Yeah,
you
it
wanted
was
to try
just,
something different?
yeah, just like, didn't really like corporate.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
here is the vomit-worthy
Wanted to
news.
kind of create stuff for myself and just.
And he
while I'm young,
folds.
I don't
There
know,
you
just
go.
figure it out.
Insta fold.
Great fold on his
Like, I
part.
don't
So
know if,
much
like,
that beats him there.
Yeah.
in the end, like, poker will
Very
fulfill
disciplined
that,
fold.
but, like, it's been
And
my
there you go.
time,
This is a good
so, like,
spot
I'm-
where a fold could actually make you feel better about your day.
stuff that I'm doing,
Let's
like,
go.
the house
Let's
meetings,
go,
I
yeah.
just, like, learn about
interview with them, and it was
Versus just going in full-on monkey tilt,
Yeah,
just punting
sure.
everything away, you know. And who hasn't been in the monkey tilt range before? It's just unavoidable sometimes when you're playing. If you're just running bad, you think this could be the hand where I could get it all back, and unfortunately the villain's got it. Harvey waking up with the 2 black 10s here.
pull in, at least see it, and then let you like. I mean, if they don't,
And
hello, a couple of young bucks.
so very important.
I heard Cashman say earlier he's going to be going to University of Texas. I know that's your favorite university,
Poor guy.
Mr. Oklahoma, but
Boomer Sooner, Cashman. We'll see you soon.
we're going to miss him around here in Dallas, so that's for sure.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed my business with him. Queens in the small blind. Always entertaining.
I mean, every time I've seen it, it's been 2-7, so I'm just saying that.
Bingo, bango, middle set.
Middle set. And Bridge Mike would have hit 2 pair there if he stuck around with his queen 6 suited. Could realize how lucky he got by folding there.
Yeah. Good lesson for all you ornery folks that like to raise with a suited queen and the hijack.
Yeah, you're probably like 75.
This is funny. These guys in the chat are killing me. Bought some of his action, maybe. Telling you.
I'll buy you out, Andrew, for $20.
I don't know, maybe running back.
And we did have a couple guys on the stream earlier that you know did get busted out, so that's not completely accurate with how everybody's done tonight. We've got 4 guys in the profit right now. Everybody else not doing so hot.
Harvey keeps getting those tonight. Waking up with kings again.
Kings, aces, 10s. And getting away from bad situations too, obviously, that last hand. Whew, just missed Nick by 1 there. Could have got nasty for kings.
1 pip off. That's a good title for a poker book.
I'm telling you, every time I have 4s, they put a 3 and a 5 out there.
Yeah,
you know,
just 1 pip off.
1 pip off.
I mean, a lot of that is probably due to the
Maybe my new name here. It's 1 pip off.
system that the government uses.
I like that.
I mean, everything's like.
Double pairing the board, wiping out the 4s, but
Yeah, but I mean, it's in the like.
Could still spike 1.
could concern the kings.
They're incentivized to make they're incentivized to make their costs as high as possible.
It's the government.
I guarantee you that the.
Mark it all up.
I mean, I can't make this cranky, but.
This is a super sharp table, just plain controlled.
Really is. A lot of smart guys. Nobody really getting too crazy here. Full house on the board now.
Because they're going to have higher margins in the back end as a result.
Maybe. I don't know.
Harvey only losing to aces and quads here. Definitely not folding.
I don't know. Look at this one. I call it Jim. Give that many.
May we see a raise here?
I think we should.
Most of them pay on like government salary. Pay scale.
Indeed.
Looks like job grade.
And good fold. Smart players don't call the chop.
You get like a pension still. It's like very like.
I hate playing at a table with smart players.
Right.
That do what they're supposed to do. That just ruins my night.
Back when I interviewed, you could only your laptop couldn't leave the building, so you could only work from home. You had to be in the building. I started every day at 7 a.m. 7 to 5, those are the normal days. You got every other Friday off, though. So they did what they call 940, which is you did your 80 hours in 9 days. So you did like 10 or 11 hour days or something instead of like 8 hour days. So you could be there every other Friday off. Because you can't work from home, so you can't like be home to receive a package or like still have to go to the dentist appointment. So you had to like schedule all that stuff for that one Friday you were like off. Like, you have to bill your time to a project.
Oh, he did,
I'm back.
I think we were talking about how we hate playing with smart players who fold when they're supposed
Right.
to when we've got the nuts. But yeah, good fold there by Nick in that hand, getting away from what was only going to be a chop there with Harvey.
Yeah, and very rarely is that spot a chop. You know, sure, if you sniff out a chop and you want to make that call, like you said, though, smart players usually don't mess with that spot.
Just no reason to. Long term, you know.
Long term. These guys are some long-term dudes right here. This you could tell by the way they play controlled and just by knowing who we know in the room.
For sure. Danny going to look up Cashman with the ace-6 suited. Wanting to see some clubs, and what does he get? All diamonds.
Yeah, it's pretty common to get internships in A&M Lockheed Martin, GE, these types of things.
Well, there we go. There's some good news.
Catches an ace there.
Yeah, Florida's huge in the defense contractor space.
Cashman's still got a few outs, and that is not one of them.
It's on like the corner of the country, so it's just a lot of Navy stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I interviewed with
There we go. Now we're talking.
Danny's going to put a little bet out there. Say this $190 pot's a little too small for me. Chris has just made fold after fold after fold tonight when he's supposed to. And again, that's, you know, it's a frustrating thing when you're playing with somebody like that is they just don't make a lot of bad calls. They don't make a lot of calls that just aren't profitable in the long run because they're playing the long game. You know, they're not
Indeed.
they're not there for just one session to hit and run. Definitely still got a room full of poker going on out there if y'all are in the area in Dallas. We have 2 locations, TCH Dallas and the TCH Social Club over in Las Colinas. They're, what, like 7 miles apart or something like that, maybe 15-minute drive.
I think it takes me about 12 minutes.
12, yeah.
And I'll tell you, me coming in here late for the nightcap at 10 p.m., the parking lot was juicy out there.
Yeah.
It was really more.
Yeah, Tuesday's one of the busier nights here in Dallas because they have that black chip bounty tournament.
I saw that we had a good field runner for that tonight.
They have the complimentary beer here. They got keg beer. I think they've got Dos Equis and Michelob Ultra on tap. This club is a BYOB club, and then obviously the Social Club over there has their liquor license, and you know serves alcohol till 2 a.m. serves food till 4 a.m. in their kitchen over there in Las Colinas.
Yeah, there's been some great crowds late in Dallas and Las Colinas.
Wow, that was a big bet there by Bridge Mike. At first it said he bet 3.5K, but it was 350. Okay. Got him off of Queens there.
Either way, it takes it down.
Yeah. Bridge Mike had a bet earlier against Benham. Just kind of a crazy, maybe double paired board, and he got Benham to fold aces and didn't believe Benham when he told him that he folded aces. So he'll get to probably hear about that or watch the stream later and realize that he got somebody to fold aces. But
nice.
A couple players here folded aces in this game tonight. Folding queens there was a good fold. Our chat back pulled up.
Have you had the same job since college?
I mean, I've moved around a bunch inside the company. Different kinds of jobs.
Did you ever meet Ross Pro?
Ross Pro? I don't think I have.
Why would you have not Ross Pro?
He owns TI.
Thanks for joining, Mr. R. Sanctuary. You're one of our regulars in the chat. We appreciate it.
It's getting late. Past your bedtime.
You guys are still hanging in there with us. I see 122 of you, it looks like, watching with us, but Go down and hit the like button, if you will, for us. I think we've got 56 likes right now or so, and one of those is mine. So
Yeah, that's running a little light.
help us out a little bit. If you're still enjoying the stream, watching these guys play in this 5-10, 25 no limit hold'em game on a Tuesday night.
The classic matchup of Ace King suited
Versus the
versus 7 deuce.
7 Dewey. Let's just give him an open ender right off the bat.
Yeah. Never easy, folks.
Nick's gonna see bet.
Yeah, and Nick's one that's put in a little heavier seed bets than some of the others. So he's been a little more spicy than some of the other stuff. So.
I left there 3 days right before the earthquake. So.
And it got raised, I believe.
How, in terms of...
And it just sucks because he's got hearts. You know, not much he can do here on this board.
No, it's nothing like poker.
More like chess then?
Danny is loving life. Ching.
It's a unique game. It's a very unique game.
The pat the table, which signifies good hand and also you jerk.
Yes.
You know?
Any boy.
I didn't want this black chip anyway. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead. Take my $100, you sucker.
Chipping in to buy some dog food for you.
Well, once you get checked raised there, you know, what are you going to do on the turn when your ace king bricks again?
Yeah, on to the next one.
No backdoor draws. Yeah, on to the next one.
Say we were here, and there's a table right over there. The guy
But you and I play and see enough games with you as a dealer that those people still get married to those ace kings.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Just get offended that they're bluffed and they'll stick their money in.
Yeah, it's a good notable difference between the 1-2 streets and the guys we have here today. That
Right.
I'll learn it.
no problem. On to the next one.
At least know the rules.
If you ever get interested in playing, there's a book called 5
We've had a few hands tonight where there's been a double straddle on for 50.
Hey, let's keep these 7 deuces coming, though.
They are coming. Danny just asked, I think, to get maybe a round of straddle, so we'll see if game gets a little bigger here. But in the meantime, we still have our nasty 7 deuce game on. Just not a good board for sixes. Let's see if he wants to come along. I believe that's legal in Texas, Isaiah. You can marry ace king, so come on down.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Marry and divorce.
But she gets half. Oh, man, look at this run out. The 7 deuce was looking good there on the turn to maybe get another bet through. Nope.
JD concedes.
He's like, son of a gun.
He did have a little bit of showdown value with that baby diamond, but...
A couple more outs. Yeah.
Defense.
On the turn.
To no avail, the medium diamond will get him.
Yeah. The schmedium.
Flush this.
Going back to the Texas OU, who do the Okies have coming up?
Yeah, this Saturday, the 21st, they have Central Florida, the first Big 12 meeting between the two teams. Yep, UCF
God,
will be in Norman.
So weird thinking about them being there. It was weird. I'm a Horned Frog, so
yeah.
Last week seeing TCU play BYU and not be a Mountain West game like it used to be. Like this is a Big 12 game, so it's weird seeing those new teams with Houston and UCF.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
It is, but it's the only way that conference is going to survive. So
Ace 9 of hearts just went away, no problem.
No questions, huh? We've had a really nice night with the card readers actually always picking up the hands sometimes that they don't get them both, whether the players swipe them. So tonight, it's pretty much been accurate 100%.
It's been rocking. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I took off Saturday to be in Norman to get to go to that game between the Sooners and the UCF Golden Knights.
That's right.
And then everybody went on vacation, so I'll be here instead, rocking.
Who's their coach?
Rocking the
UCF?
TCH live final table.
Who's their coach?
I didn't want to go to that game anyway.
Oh yeah.
All the same
Uh,
people that like
let's see, who are they?
games
Who do they have now?
You start liking Monopoly.
Can't remember who
Isn't
their
that
coach is.
the old Auburn guy?
There's a lot of good Monopoly.
Isn't he there now? Who am I thinking of?
Chiswick or I don't know the guy's name.
No.
I've done poker players to do that.
Harvey and I have discussed this before. Let's spread.
Harvey raised to 125 with fours.
Like 1 to
Gus.
1.
Yes.
Gus Malzahn.
There we go. That's what I'm thinking of.
Well done.
Somebody help us out there.
Yes. I can't claim that I came up with
Indeed.
that myself. It was the great Cooper.
Yes, that's the guy I was thinking of. I had him pictured in my mind. I'm the worst with names. Worst. I'm on a sports podcast once in a while, and they kick me off when I can't remember Kyler Murray's name or something dumb.
You guys play.
I forgot who's in the 8 seed today. Just kidding. That's Beeline. I know that.
That kind of was like after my time.
Yeah.
Amazing game. It's just.
The advances of the game are just amazing.
GTO says I'd never quit Ace King. I can't quit you. I think that's where he was going with that. I can definitely quit the AK. Ugh. Two of my last 2-5 sessions had both times Ace King of clubs and 4 or 5 bet, and just the guy had aces, of course, just like both times.
I will say it's fun to see these big stud, fantastic players like the ones we have here today. Now pre-flop, they might just throw down with it, right?
Right.
And I was surprised to see how often that might happen. But post-flop, no problem.
No problem, yeah.
On to the next one.
Speaking of, here we have an AK sighting against a pocket tens and another AK. Let's go. Let's see what we can get into here.
See if we can get any fireworks out of this one.
See if we can see a little AK on AK crime here. And 7 deuce. See if Nick wants to get, we'll just call him Nasty Nick if he gets in there with this.
Big blind, cut off, and hijack. Great recipe for some action here.
Is that a deep V he's wearing there? Is that kind of a deep V?
It is a deep V.
Yeah, I think he can.
If you're going to wear that chain, you need to rock a deep V with it.
He might even be able to go deeper.
Indeed.
We'll request that next time.
I've been like quasi-coaching.
If you haven't seen the deep V neck skit on Saturday Night Live, it's one you should definitely check out.
Okay.
Ben Stiller and oh my God, it's gonna kill me.
Oh, see, I started this mess. Now we can't remember names.
Yep. Or getting old.
I've had a lot of concussions.
Oh my God. I always thought it was getting my bell rung when I played ball, but evidently it was a concussion.
Yeah, right.
We didn't call it concussions back then. So he did make the call here with 7 Dewey. Unfortunately, Harvey's going to get in there and say, hey, I'm going to use this AK.
Well, this is an example of what I was saying.
Yeah.
They will fill it out and know when to kind of throw down with it as well.
Andy Sandberg, I think is who it is, and Ben Stiller, the deep V-neck competition. It's a
Bridge
ride.
Mike, 10s go in the muck.
Good fold for Bridge, just with the pressure being put on him. He's got the best hand, but.
Yeah, 3-bet behind him and a big 4-bet coming back. Usually a good recipe to not mess with 10s. Even though here he's probably have a nice advantage with both players having ace-king, but that's usually the recipe.
Yep. And Harvey's still on his first buy-in. Slick Rick's got the big stack right now, but this may be one where Harvey wants to battle with him. Hard to put somebody on aces or kings when you're holding those 2 cards, but like I said, I've run into it a couple times.
Super using
If they've got it, they've got it.
Yeah, I love this hand just as far as a fascinating spot.
Yeah, young, sharp, up-and-coming poker players in Dallas that are playing solid here. And 7 deuce is just going to just throw that sucker away as quick as he can, but he's just like, hurry up, make your decision so I can get rid of this pipe dream I had.
Still got 7.9K in his stack. He's looking to keep it.
17, right?
Just a call. And this is a player who hasn't been running good tonight, you know. Would he try to hit a flop? What do you want to hit when you got 7 deuce off?
He has been a little spicy, but I wouldn't think he's spicy enough for this spot. We'll see.
I think everybody has made them, but
He's got a little bit of an itch there, I see.
Yeah, he does. He's looking at his watch.
Oh, the watch.
yeah, he has.
Watch.
There
Nope.
we go. There we
Gets
go.
rid of it.
Yeah.
There we go. Fight the itch.
Did Harvey have 7 deuce?
He got me with it. He got me.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yes.
Curious to see what the 7 deuce equity was pre-flop against 2 opponents with the ace kings.
Yeah, right.
But of course, they both flop a king.
King comes out, 2 clubs. Harvey has the king of clubs.
And now we're probably waiting for the unfortunate tank all in, snap
Yes.
call, and then we end up chopping a pot.
This is where it can slow us down just a little bit by having these amazing graphics.
Harvey's got the extra 4% with the club in his hand. Problem is, if you don't get it in now, you risk folding. You know, with the best hand later.
It could go boom, 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 boom,
Yeah.
just with tanks in between. We may have an over/under on dead time.
Yeah, and Slick Rick here has him covered, so I think he's probably going to put him all in, but
Yeah, sure. What was the
He's
lead
just
out
gonna-
there?
just going to call 850. Playing a little small, maybe hoping he's got queens or jacks.
850 into 4K.
Yeah, now Harvey's free rolling.
That'll scare you.
I guess, yeah, running a 20 by 50 100 game is.
Can't lose.
For Houston, I think. There's another factor, yeah. Is the having difficulty.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Daniel. I mean, if he could have seen both of their cards face up,
Yeah.
he might have stuck it in with a 7 deuce. But
Yeah, I was going to guess 37, 38, but that's just my concussed math. So, yeah.
7 deuce still has equity here with the gutter ball.
The games like weren't as good because there was less demand, like things like that. And you're just showing up.
Check. Interesting check there from Harvey. Really surprised we didn't get some more money in on that flop there. But
And that's one thing I've noticed about the sharp players down here. Their flop bets are extremely, extremely controlling. I keep mentioning that word a little bit, but I was literally shocked how good they are about it. And I almost didn't understand it when I first come here. And then I started trying it myself and seeing exactly what they're doing. And oh my gosh, it's kind of nice once you figure it out.
Yep.
I'm still not much of a min clicker, but those small lead outs, man, you get a lot of information.
Yeah, definitely not a min clicker myself either. It just feels wrong to do it.
Right.
Min click plus something maybe, but yeah. Yeah, the controlled betting, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
the play is pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of bad play.
Yeah, poker 20 years ago, who would have thought we'd be betting 1/5, 1/8 pots and stuff, lead outs, It was totally different 20 years ago.
It's like 2 or 3 years down the line, but I've before just like talked to a bunch of the players about it.
Interesting check from Harvey there. Definitely trying to control this pot again. Never folding here probably, but
It's cool here. Both players could actually be scared a little bit of aces or queens with this river.
Private room back there. Yeah, it's big. It looks. I like noticed I was sitting just like in the seating area.
Check, check.
I was really excited.
Chop, chop.
Chop it up.
Well, they didn't have a ton of dead time. We might have hit the under on that.
We might have hit the under.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
I really thought we were going to get some stacks in there, but hey.
I heard something about ripping it on the turn.
He said, I thought about check ripping it, and Harvey said, I thought about check ripping it. So if he bet, well, he did bet, but if he
yeah, I hate to tell you, fellas, but instead we went check, check. I mean, I don't blame you. But
yeah.
For stream purposes, some sort of rip would have been funner. More fun, funner, something like that.
That's what happened tonight. It's like, it seems like
dropped the dog off and went back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, fourth club there could have brought some something juicy.
Mary made it interesting there on the turn.
It's never easy, folks.
Never easy. Still digging those lights on this table too.
They look great on the stream.
They do, and when the action is on a player, shows the green. Pretty cool.
I wanted someone to win.
We all knew you both had ace king. We all
Well, they're both stressed out though. So
It was ace king, ace king.
Yeah, at the table, I thought those were a little like overrated as when I was dealing or whatever, because you can't really see them that well, and when you can, they're like they flash that the green chip's kind of weird or whatever.
Right.
But on the stream itself, I mean, yeah, they're made for that. That looks fantastic. Definitely not overrated.
Hey, we got such a kick-ass production team helping out.
Oh man, Coop and the crew, rock stars.
Went to showdown. Danny's hasn't played a whole lot of hands that have gone to showdown here tonight, but he's only been in probably the last hour and a half, maybe.
Yeah, Danny and Cashman, it seemed like they're in that place that we've all been before, where you're a little bit card dead and you're running just a little below zero and it's kind of in the lulls.
I should fold that. I don't realize this is a too fun. That's probably the only hand that should have. I never have to go into it because I'm like Apple Paying and stuff, whatever. Or like, you go to this like merch shop. Queen. Yeah, ACL. Turn that into a I'm like shopping for it. I try a shirt on, I leave it on the floor.
The king of clubs would have kept him around.
I check out.
Shaky putting a little bit of spice in there with the 9 of clubs, 4 clubs on the button, making it 1 1/4 to go. Getting action from Jack 8 of clubs.
Could we see blood? Absolutely not.
Clubs are not feeling ornery today.
We're not going clubbing.
Yeah, these guys who are I was thinking it's weird. It's like not the greatest paying gig in the world. It's like that would change the world. Should probably just my ID was in there.
Those graphics are quick. Was that a bet and a call or? Yeah, I think.
Lost my website.
Now bet a fold. Harvey fold.
Yeah,
there.
and on the turn we have a check and a bet. Okay.
Old San Francisco 49er with the win there.
Sure, representing that ace.
7 deuce. Oh my God.
I'm jamming on the flop.
Finding a.
Did you hear Nick there talking about the hand where they both had the ace king?
Oh yes.
They're saying, what did you have? He said, oh, I had the 7 deuce, and he said, I'm jamming on the flop no matter what comes if I call. But fortunately for him, he didn't. Fortunately for him, he didn't call. If that was what he had up his sleeve, because he was getting called in both spots.
Indeed. Yeah, it was pretty cool that hand popped up as soon as we were talking about some of the fascinations that that these more skillful players can have with the ace king.
Forgot about it. That night people forgot about it. People forgot we were still in the round.
Like a lot of those rooms are 20 plus in Austin and San Antonio. Really? Yeah, like the lodge and stuff.
Where's Michael Owens?
I know James.
And then 10-10,
I hear Chris talking about, Cashman's talking about going to Austin. I don't think he's going to be 21 this year. I think he's still got another year, year and a half.
Poor guy.
And some of those clubs down there, poker clubs, you can't get in unless you're 21. I know the TCH location down there, I believe, is still 18 like we are here. So he can play there. We don't want him playing at rival clubs anyway, right? We want him representing the TCH brand.
I forget about our pups still having some issues with that around here.
Yep. And of course, they can't just drive across the border to Oklahoma like the youngins can here to go play if they didn't have a place. But fortunately, you can play poker here in the DFW area as an 18-year-old. You don't have to be 21, so you just have to have valid ID, and you are welcome to come splash around. It's a cool thing about poker. It brings people from all walks of life.
Man, isn't that cool?
Genders, races, different demographics, people from all across the country, the world.
Yeah, we might have the most diverse job ever.
Yeah, it's really cool, especially here in DFW.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had so many of those players that come in from Europe and other areas in the States and all over Texas, whether it's a tournament weekend or something. But it's been pretty fun. But here we go with another group of fun hands. We all like playing the ace-5 and the jack-9 suited, but not when we're up against pocket queens. Harvey's just catching pair after pair.
Yeah, jack-9 suited, always one of my favorite hands to get in trouble with. I doubt Slick Rick will.
I was like, holy shit.
Hey, they tricked one person there.
Right. I didn't see the final bet there. It looks like somebody raised to, what, 325? And
yeah, and Harvey went for
Harvey smashed
880.
it. Yeah.
Some 8-ish.
Yeah.
And then it took it down.
And then 7 deuce just had to shrink up like it's supposed to. But
Suited ace went away, 7 deuce went away, and then the 7 deuce. Chris flipped his 7 deuce to Harvey and said turn it over.
Yep.
So he turned it over, and then somebody threw him a quarter.
Somebody threw him 50. They thought they owed him money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unlimited straddles, as long as they're in,
Harvey. Game's easy.
Game's easy. Just catch all the Broadway cards and the big pairs, suited combos.
Is it my turn to raise, dealer?
Yeah.
Good night, Justice.
What's he up against here? Just ace-9 from cash.
I'm adding 2,000.
Adding 2,000 today.
I heard an add 2K out there.
That would be Beeline J. Boston guy's going to add 2K. See if he can't get a double up here and get unstuck. Wonder how much action GTO Optimize and these guys have on that extra 2K he just threw in there.
Let me tell him fuck off.
Yeah, we're trying to get GTO some money up in here. Let's go.
Yeah, we want the guy coming back. We want him bringing friends. We need a little bit of run good here. I could tell his buddies would be a fun group of guys to join the room here.
Yeah, I still have Boston on the list as a place I'd like to go.
I do too.
And I have not been.
And they told us that we are welcome.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
Indeed.
You guys don't mind a couple rednecks coming up there
Yeah.
from down here?
I've ran around about 40 of these states, and I have not got to go to Boston.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Boston's a city, by the way.
Right, I know.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, we want to come meet some. I think they call themselves mass holes. You know, that's their name for themselves. But every group of them.
Hang out with some assholes. All
yeah,
right.
every group of them that I've met have been cool guys. And when you get a little bit of booze in them, they're wild,
sure.
man. They're fun. I was living in Houston when the Patriots were in the Super Bowl against the Falcons down there. And obviously, we had people from all over coming down, to visit the Pats. But obviously, the natives from Boston that came down, man, they were a riot. Yeah,
Coach
I drove Uber that weekend to make some extra money and picked up some dudes from Boston. And I'm just telling you, I can't repeat any of the stuff they told me, but I picked them up at a strip club and took them to a Whataburger. Man,
Coach Shanahan gave him a gift of a fourth quarter that day.
yeah.
I remember that.
They said, "What's this Whataburger place everybody's talking about? You got to take me to
delicious.
Whataburger." Oh yeah. But that's the only part of that story I could tell because they were a riot.
Keep it PG 13ish.
Didn't see the rest of the cards Slick Rick's holding there, but looks like he ran out of flush there.
Another kind of boring board there. We had a few boards just kind of whip on everybody here.
But yeah, they've got big casinos up there, and obviously
obviously
they got plenty of sports teams up there. We're pretty sick of all the Boston teams winning down here, but they've had a run in the last 15 years of championships across all the different sports. But I got to go see Fenway. But I am not going to Boston in the wintertime. I know that for sure. I went to Chicago for a Cowboys-Bears game in December, and that was probably the worst experience temperature-wise I've ever.
Yeah, the only
been.
cold experience I want to experience is Green Bay.
So I've done both. I did Lambeau. I was in the corner of the end zone for the Des Bryant catch, so that sucked. But it was 24 degrees. and I was at the Bears-Cowboys game in 2013, a year before that, where game time temperature I think was 6, and it was like -2 with the wind chill coming off of Lake Michigan. So
Yeah,
if I ever go back, north of freaking Oklahoma, it's going to be somewhere between March and September. I think no need to go up there when it's that cold.
Yeah, I think Green Bay's the only one that has any cold nostalgia to it. I have froze my butt off in Chicago, and I'm like, you don't care to do that again.
No. I think I did it right because it's Soldier Field, right? You got to see the snow and all that.
Fun river there for the
fun river.
8s versus 9s versus 6s.
The open ender didn't quite hit there.
The board really keeping that pot small the whole time, but we did get a fun river.
Yep. Yeah, the Northeast is definitely somewhere I got to do more visiting. Fall, I think, months when the colors and the leaves are changing. I want to go up and see Maine and Massachusetts and all these states up there. We obviously have seasons down here, but we don't get the color change. It goes.
I had a quick trip to DC and a quick trip to Philly, and that's all I've done up there.
New York City twice for me. I've not been in anywhere else in the Northeast. I don't think I've been north of North Carolina outside of New York City on the East Coast. So
I actually spent Millennium New Year's in DC.
Nice.
It's kind of a fun fact.
Used to be like 5:30.
The 9-8 of diamonds.
There we go.
Raising it up.
Good to see a fun little pseudo connector. Open it up, and no action.
Sometimes it feels like you're just mining there. Keep mining to hit a good run here. We still have a good 45 minutes left in the stream. Still 93 of you hanging in there with us, watching this live stream here in Dallas.
That's why everybody's getting changed from you. Yeah, you got a second green there in the front.
One of these times is going to work. Shit. Times have I done that? I won't do it when you do it. So. Yeah.
I've been up past my bedtime a couple times this week, so my clock is thrown off.
Yeah, I've been working nights lately too, so.
Yeah. So if they bring us in lunch here in a minute, that'd be great.
My boy disappointed me, Nick Gutierrez, who likes to talk trash to me. I don't know if he's still listening. He's got 17 kids, I think, at home, so he's probably already putting them to bed. But he sent me a Happy Meal a couple weeks ago. While he was trash talking to me, he said, "Do you like Happy Meals?" I was like, "What is he getting at?" I'm not even going to answer that question. And I get a knock on the door.
Of course.
I knock on the studio door here, and we got a Happy Meal delivered to me. First Happy Meal I've had in probably 40 years. But
fantastic.
Yeah. Felt good.
Did you get the toy?
Oh yeah, Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Probably worthless, but keeping them just in case. 20 years from now, there's value. Niners.
Let's see. Did
small bet on the flop there of 75 gets called, but Nick's going to take this down with his 9s.
That's been a fun spot for the button there. When Cashman has the button, Rick and Shanky have been able to have a few pots. Nothing exhilarating, but it has been a fun spot for something. Some form of entertainment there. So we do, we're probably on our second lap here of $50 straddles.
They did put it on good. Didn't even realize that. JD just waking up with it. Going to raise it up. Kind of a small raise, but wanting to get some action.
Under the gun.
And he's going to get some action here from pocket 10s.
Once again, take note of the small raise out of position. Much different than the 1-2 streets we're used to.
JD not liking the ace hitting the flop there, but fortunately for him, nobody else is liking that flop either. We see a 3 on the turn here, maybe?
We've seen nobody get ornery with the 10s tonight.
Close enough. We've got an open ender now for Harvey. I think everybody's going to hang around here on this one. Harvey's definitely going to put in a call here. For such a small pot, try to get this thing built up.
Might even sense weakness on the ace.
There's this crazy guy who's getting in with ace 10 4 deuce.
Somebody did that earlier in perfect fashion. I don't remember who it was. Squeeze the turn when they sense a little weakness.
And good call by JD here, knowing that nobody's probably checking an ace on the flop there, unless it's just of the really weak variety.
They could do on their own, learn how to play better.
So basically, you're playing them, kind of teaching them.
Yeah, more or less.
Queen of spades missing all players.
Definitely no place like
Harvey's going to have to get real ambitious to bluff here. He's got no quit in him. The kid's got no quit in him, though.
Yeah, he's got no quit, and like I said, I think he might have sensed a little bit of weakness from the crew on that turn. But it does put JD in a fun spot here. How much did he bet there? 850?
Yeah, kind of spot I hate to be in, but you know sometimes you have to look your opponent up here.
I feel like, knowing JD, I feel like he's on top of this. But we shall see.
So I think like if I'm against really good players, I'm just gonna lose a lot. But it's one of those games where
Oh, he's gonna fold. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's leaned both directions on us here. Which way is he going?
Oh, no,
There we go.
he's
Well,
gonna
he
fold. And Harvey's probably not even gonna show it. Oh, he is gonna show it.
I would have lost the wager.
5 high. Kid gets
5
one
high
through.
in case of a tie.
Well played, Mr. Harvey.
Indeed.
Sensing a little bit of a weakness himself there, and rightfully so. Neither player liked the ace, and it was just a matter of who put in the bet there on the river to take it down.
Yeah, so many times a beginning player will see weakness and just want to pounce, but it's not necessarily a pounce. Harvey just showed you that it's more of a setup.
Yeah.
You know, the setup is crucial to that.
And very easy to just let that go. You missed your draw, let it go.
Yeah.
$1,000 out there, only a couple hundred of it's yours. But he's like, you know what? I'm taking this down.
Indeed.
Well done.
And it probably doesn't work if he didn't set it up there on the turn.
JD's going to use his 7 Dewey here.
Benham's been quiet since I got here. I know he had some hands earlier.
1150 and 1150.
Yeah, other than folding aces, you know, in a spot that was kind of weird earlier, he's hasn't really had to go to showdown a lot either. He's had a lot of bet and take it. A lot of these larger size pre-flop raises have been with the 7 deuce. I don't know if the
Right?
I don't know if the players have caught on to that or not.
That's very hard to pick up on, but yeah.
There's a it went from what Benham raising 475 and JD pops it to 1150.
In the beautiful world that we have of graphics, we can pick up on that a little easier for sure.
I get to see the cards.
A lot of small controlling bets with hands.
And a really good flop though for
3x, 4x with 7 deuce.
Yeah, really good flop there for 8s.
We did last week.
No club in his hand might concern him a little bit.
Now, JD tried to win a pot with the 7 deuce of diamonds earlier. when that deuce of diamonds, see if he can get replenished on that here.
Yeah, you can't hit home runs if you don't swing, right?
This time his deuce is live. Last time his deuce of diamonds did hit a flush, and it was trumped by the 6 of diamonds.
He's going to get paid regardless here. Sucks for Benham if he's putting him on 7 deuce. He's putting him on 7 deuce. He just improved. If he's putting him on air, he can win with the 8s, but he's going to get the bad news one way or the other.
I think Benham checked like he can feel it in his bones.
Yeah.
This is stupid 7 deuce.
40 hours. How do you do that?
Or is he just controlling the pot, doing it in the check call mode? Probably. If he thought he was good on the flop and turn.
I wasn't saying that
Probably still going to think he's good here. Sucks. What's JD going to bet here? Ooh, big.
Indeed.
Not compared to the pot size, but a nice chunky bet there. 1,600. Half pot. He calls. Give me an extra 100, sir.
7 deuce pain.
And you just saw him fold kings the hand before, and he says, you know, I don't need kings. I need just trip sevens.
Give me a 7 and a deuce high flush draw.
Attaboy. JD is definitely our most regular on this stream. If you've been watching for the last, almost 3 years on TCH Live. Captain Floppaset, I like to call him because he's notorious for that. But he'll run bad every now and then. But man, he's been a crusher on this stream for
he is sharp
a long time. Sharp, aggressive, just an all-around good poker player, fun person to watch. It's basically his game. These are guys that he's brought into play with him over the years, and he's kept this thing going. So we appreciate.
Another fun social media fella as well.
Is he? I need to follow him then. Is he on the gram?
Indeed.
Because we just recently connected on the gram.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And then JD does a good job of promoting streams and stuff that he's on, and he's fun to follow.
That I don't know. I think so. They used to have some weird rules like 5x. I think it's still at this place.
I still have all the socials. I think I have I guess it's called X now. I have a Twitter, but I don't get on there much. I'm probably most active on Instagram, but
I've had several Twitters over the years, but with the sports podcast mostly is what I've used Twitter for. So we talk a lot of sports and all whatnot.
I have so many friends that are on Twitter, and they're like, "Oh, you got to get on there because we get all the sports news faster than everybody else." I'm like, "Yeah, but you guys post it on your Facebook the second you see it, so I get to see it,
right?
So I don't have to be on there." But
and then the gram's been great for friends and family and poker stuff as well.
Yeah, I still have the old Face Crack account just because I have so many pictures and friends on there. But I deleted it for about a year in 2020 when COVID and the election was. I was like, I've had enough.
Facebook's what mom and dad and uncle have, so you got to stay there to chill with the folks.
You just got to unfollow all the crap you don't want to see, because they're the worst. They throw you once you like or comment on something, you're gonna see it a million times. And if you ever like or comment on a political story or a negative story,
dude, the cookies are taking over the world.
They just get you, and then it just ruins your day. And I'm like, I don't need that crap.
I can order a shot of whiskey, and the next day my phone will be like advertising whiskey.
Every
I'm like,
brand.
what the heck?
Yeah, they're listening.
Oh,
Those damn Russians, whoever they're listening.
Their perception's gonna change.
You're really not gonna like me.
It's like Back to the Future. Marty, I don't know how they found us. It's the Libyans.
Indeed.
Whoever it is, they're listening. Damn it.
They are listening.
Double cash. I get some idea.
Here they're listening to Threes battle it out with King 10 suited on a Jack 6 deuce board.
Got some ideas.
Queen of spades and over hitting the river.
I'm just going to bet what's in my hand.
Benham wasn't really having much of it on the turn, so let's see what happens here.
I love seeing a king high call just to be ambitious. Obviously, he's not going to be good here, but
right. I feel like he's not going to call.
No.
I was going to say.
And he's going to get the instant muck, maybe?
Indeed.
He wants to show it. He wants to show it. Good bluff.
And another job of setting it up on the turn.
Yep.
You're watching at home.
Don's like, oh, he can't afford that.
He did not say that.
Real poker starts on the turn.
All right.
Cashman with like eyes or water.
And even though it's a fun game, these guys are still friendly with each other. They're 5.5 hours in. I could sense a little frustration there, in that fold. Don't blame him. Sucks to be shown a bluff, but I'll tell you what, when I first started playing cards, I hated getting bluffed so bad. Now I'm like, I welcome it. Please bluff me, because that just tells me that you're not just a straight up poker player that only plays the nuts,
Sure. They really are good for the game, folks. They still are.
The worst is when you make the wrong call. That's when I go home and kick myself. If you bluff me, God bless you. I want you to bluff me and show it to me. Nothing better than that. I think it just makes the game fun, and definitely the lower stakes, they're not bluffed enough. So when you get bluffed at a 2-5 or 1-2 game, it's good
And there's
stuff.
spots when your stack kind of needs it.
100%.
Benham's been running a little dry here for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Finally got to pick something up there, find a spot to.
Nice little pot there, yeah.
Dong?
That he otherwise would have lost to
Right.
a raggedy little pair of threes.
Would have just folded on the turn and still be frustrated.
Beeline is going to get top pair here. He's going to actually get to drag a pot. But unfortunately, it's a $540 pot. He does win $315. So clap back in Boston if you're still watching, fellas.
Oh.
Back up over 100 people watching here. Good stuff.
If I'm a betting man, those guys are still awake.
No, they're awake.
Oh.
It may be past midnight in Boston, but they're still awake. You're drinking a Boston lager.
Indeed.
Probably watching that buddy play some cards.
Cheers to the lagers.
Hating this Texan guy trying to do Boston accent. But no, they've been a blast on this stream, man. It's
3 coins on the panel.
Aaron and I were just dying laughing earlier, just reading some of it.
Temperature.
Oh, temperature.
Yeah. You're fucking picking people that are definitely not gonna you gotta go with the guys who are like, oh, he's a kid, yeah, whatever. You're gonna get those pity votes, and that's the only way you're gonna win.
No, I don't think I
Remember the night the assassin got into it over at the poker house with it's a guy who won Gator.
Oh, we got into a Gator.
Who?
Assassin.
Oh, assassin did? Oh, yeah.
They both, I think, got barred for stream or something.
Interesting here. Danny's going to raise it up with a King Jack offsuit free to 800 and get called by the ace 9. And wow, 9 right there in the window. Outflops him. Maybe thought Danny was up to something. Now he's flopped top pair.
It's always fun to flop top pair, top kicker on a ace 9 hand. Makes for a fun hand.
And yeah, we were not seeing $2,500 pots earlier on in the stream with
Right.
ace 9 and King Jack. I mean,
What was his name? The guy who owns a trucking company?
I know who you said. Yeah, I do remember that.
and he's going to bet again.
Yeah, Carlos took it.
And Bink, what do you need, Danny? Danny, I need a jack.
Have a jack.
Have a jack.
Yeah, that was a good stream.
You bet, your opponent makes a good call, but then you get rewarded. That's just part of the game.
And then we check.
How about 2 pair? Which unfortunately for him is not, going to get much for him there.
Kind of took the fun out of this
It
hand.
did. Because I think Slick Rick calls if a 3, 4, something like that hits on the river. I think he calls a pretty chunky bet by Danny there.
He was picking up. They had 10 tables every night.
I know.
And now the only thing Slick Rick beats are the bluffs.
How much do you bet there? 2.7.
2.7. I think this whole line, though, he's thought Danny was up to something, even pre-flop, which is why he called with ace 9.
Right, so he could still have that feeling inside of him right here.
Unfortunately,
even though we've seen some terrible cards for that feeling.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Danny had a pretty decent starting hand and then just happened to
Man, how true is that?
get lucky.
Sometimes we feel that for sure when we dump call that river just because we had a feeling earlier.
Yeah, earlier you were right.
Yeah.
I think they still play that game, but they moved somewhere.
Still here in the background, got some good action going on.
I saw the PLO here was juicy today. 2 full games, giant list.
Yeah, after this hand, I'm going to put up a little advertisement that we have for one of the games we got going here. It's Rebecca's game. One of our local players.
Sure, I saw that going tonight in there.
Likes to play the 5 card, the Congress, they call it here, or Big O.
Look at this fun spot. It's like Rick's still fighting that intuition that we talked about. I was right earlier.
Yep. He just wants to make the hero call because he knows he was probably in good shape on the flop, and he was. It's just unfortunate the
things have changed.
Turn and river are part of this game as well.
Game of action and reaction.
How many times do you hear the table, I had you on the flop?
Yeah, right.
You did, buddy. But fortunately for
Yeah.
me, it's a 7-card game. I got the 2 more.
Yeah.
I'll suck and
There we
really
go. He
suck.
made
Good
it.
fold. Danny's really hoping he was going to get a call there. So like I said, we have
Plenty of meat on that bone, though, for
plenty of
Danny.
meat. We have a game going on actually right now. It's Rebecca's game. It's a Congress and PLO bomb pot game. They do an ultimate high, ultimate low, round of each type of game. So if you're interested, you can scan for the rules there. Scan that little barcode with your phone. That crazy technology. Tuesdays at 1 p.m. So that game's been going on since 1 p.m. today, and it's still going on. It's the table right behind that you can see here. But Tuesdays and Sundays, Rebecca hosts this game. It's been really fun. A lot of action in that 5-card game. And we come back to the screen, and what do we see? Just Harvey waking up to aces again.
Harvey's like, well, I guess I'll play a big pair again and see how this goes.
Yeah, if you see that table right there in the background, that is Rebecca's game going on right there. So if you're interested in playing that, let us know. Come check us out.
Top set, is that good?
Is top set good? The case ace. Ace 10 was already folded, but
4-5 open-ended
4-5. This is what we want on the stream here. RJ, can we get a 3 one time?
No.
Son of a gun. Okay, can we get a 3 one time?
You're right.
Either way, we're gonna have
3
blood.
would still be spicy.
Can we get an 8? Can we get a 3? Oh, Nick, you don't know how bad a shape you're in right now, brother, but
That was my biggest problem with poker.
Another fun little psychological spot where you're like, man, dude can't have it all night, can he?
yeah, I mean, it's just going to be gross if he hits.
There we go.
Dodged a bullet there.
47 table tap check.
Harvey sitting there with top vote. Ace is full. He could bet $25, and he's getting a fold, so.
Reach. See if we get a reach and fold here. What are the odds on a reach and fold?
Harvey's fresh new haircut is getting a little airtime right now.
There's the reach.
Unfortunately, instant fold. Good hand though, Harvey.
I couldn't see if the reach fold worked.
Got those ears lowered, they say. Got a fresh haircut, looking sharp.
Dude, Harvey's always clean.
He's always clean.
Assassin took too long.
He doesn't mess around.
No.
He thought he slow rolled some. It was the most ridiculous.
Probably
thing
eats
ever.
breakfast every day. He's nothing like us.
It was insane. It was just completely insane.
He could probably at that age eat whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah. Athlete as well, so yeah.
Still keep that physique.
I remember my athletic days. I could eat whatever I wanted.
All happened to be like good for them probably.
Feel great. Eat 3 breakfasts, ready to roll. Poker diet, a little different.
100%. Just adult diet, right? It's just.
Oh man, I'm the worst.
Yeah, I remember we were all like talking shit to each other. So
The battle of the AJs.
All right.
It was unbelievable.
Danny would drink and get mean, and like Danny would drink and be.
Sometimes it's boring when the big hands, big Broadway hands play against each other. Sometimes it's really entertaining. So. I thought the Ace King versus Ace King earlier was entertaining.
Looked
from
like
a
Danny folded his
fascinating
ace
point.
jack though.
Danny.
Unless that was a misread of hands, but so we've got Queen 10 here versus the AJ. And Nick's actually improved, gotten a little more equity here, even though he's just got 1 card to come.
10 years ago, it was like 2 in the morning.
Bet and takes it with Queen 10.
Aces and kings back to back. So people were laughing at him, so he jumped up.
That was an interesting hand there.
Out to my car and getting a gun and coming back.
Yeah, maybe the reader picked up something weird there, or
Something
just,
may have been a little funkier off of
well,
that hand.
I mentioned earlier that sometimes these guys will do that out of position.
Right.
And he comes back and he puts his arm
Like
around
there was
me
a
and
spot
said,
where
"We'll spare you."
JD wanted to play his ace jack in the small blind and actually got to play it. Unfortunately, he was playing it against kings. And I'd mentioned during that hand that sometimes these guys will just let ace jack go out of position, save the money, and play a different hand. It's not like a tournament, right? Sometimes we get locked into that tournament setting where we see ace jack, we're like, yes, let's play. Totally, it's not that. If you don't want to play it, go to the next one.
Yeah. Let's see if we can see some diamonds here. We've been wanting a little bit of blood.
a couple weeks ago.
I had a buddy in Oklahoma City
Blowing up.
talk to me about that very thing several years ago, and I thought he was crazy. And then, of course, after getting beat up for about 8 years, then you figure out what he's talking about. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
Throwing him at the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then these 1-2 players are like, look at him.
Fold those semi-strong hands out of position,
I
right?
start picking him up, and he gets so mad.
Bet in a call here. Danny's got a gutter ball, some backdoor diamonds that he doesn't want to hit. Hello.
Mama, open that screen door.
And storms outside. Yeah. It was so great. If those guys only knew what danger they were in by, as a function of picking those chips up.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have a ton of outs here. He needs to hit one of the 10s that Venom is holding. His diamonds are not alive. He can also hit a 9 or 7. What?
He put a bad beat on this guy.
Venom just fold king high flush draw there?
A lot of drinking. So he called security over and they warned
Maybe our
him.
table's having issues here.
Either players are tightening up here towards the end, which is the opposite of what usually
Right.
happens.
And that definitely could be the case.
It could be the case.
They're kind of locked up here and with the foot out the door.
They tasered him.
We've all experienced that in our poker careers as well.
For sure.
The one time I was ahead, I wanted to leave with it.
How about JD waking up with kings again?
Under the gun.
They can do anything they want.
Oh, here we go.
I think he had him under the gun earlier, right?
Interesting. Cashman just calling. Danny is going to come in with ace jack.
7 deuce is gone.
Can we see
I
the
wonder if JD's hand earlier under the gun with kings was exposed.
Is the case king too much to ask for here?
Do it.
Wah, wah, wah.
How about a 10 and a 3 and a 5 rainbow?
Rainbow 10-3-5. JD doing what a lot of players won't do, checking a big pair to induce some betting. There's a jack. Danny's going to think he might be good here.
Oh, Danny loves that card.
Yeah, Danny's
check
I got
flop.
top.
And,
No, he's like, nobody's checking queens or kings to me here.
And JD going to see what's out there, hoping someone might have hit the jack.
Cashman with a gutter ball to Broadway. Thinking, hey, that's a fair price. And there's a flush draw out there now, and Danny having the ace of clubs may decide to pop this.
Little bump.
Little bumpski. How about a little bumpski?
Puts
JD in a fun spot with the flat behind him a little bit. Interesting to see what he does here.
I mean, JD's got both of these guys way crushed, stack size wise. Decides to go a little passive route. Maybe let Danny try to hang himself if he is bluffing.
Cashman let it go there for 450 more or so there. I didn't see the exact numbers. Big old whiffa.
Is Danny smart here and check? Sniff this out. He's definitely smart enough. One of our smarter players at the table, but he's going through this. Do I get value out of my top pair? Yeah.
This is a valuable spot for him, he would think.
It's hard not to. JD played this, very well. Different than a lot of players play this hand.
And he put some cheese on there. Put enough cheese in there to make JD squirm a little bit.
And other than a flush, I mean, he's thinking, what, a set, maybe Jack 10. I just think I'm flicking in the call, regardless.
Yeah, Jack 10 and sets are the only thing that scare you here, and that he'll go over scenarios where if his opponent could have that, makes the $1,600
nice
call,
hand.
turns over his winner.
And Cashman's thinking, thank God I didn't 3-bet pre.
And Danny's so frustrated this moment. I mean, you bet that river literally thinking you have some value to it.
No, that you have to get value out of your top pair holding there.
And then surprise, surprise.
To be honest, both players played that hand, probably like it's supposed to be played.
Yeah.
JD played it really well, checking to 2 opponents, you know, trying to let somebody maybe catch up a little bit.
Escape, baby.
Yeah. The
Cashman, you could hear him singing and said, I escaped, baby, because he had ace-king.
escape.
Saved you money.
I did. No, I had escape. Just glad I called free.
I just saw JD's look on his face when Cashman said the words, I had ace-king. Like, you son. Like,
yeah.
why didn't you hammer me pre? Put in a big, big bet.
I was trying to remember all the cards I got folded, and I was like, I don't know. It was messing
Got
up.
a monotone heart board here.
Huh?
A lot of low cards.
Oh, I saw it in a deuce, but they're in different hands. All right, I was getting excited there for a second.
Heart. Who's got the heart?
He's next
Nobody.
level. I mean, he's like a walking, talking human poker equation. Just factors everything.
One
in
pip off.
perfectly. Boom,
Jedi.
boom, boom. No sweat.
It's kind of a fun sentence to say. No,
It is.
I don't think I've ever said that sentence in
One
my
pip
life.
off. One pip off.
One pip off, Jedi.
Jedi's another one of our fun people in the chat here.
We got a flush on the board.
We do.
Pert near a straight flush, but nothing's there.
Jedi is our master of rhetorical questions and sarcastic remarks in the chat, so I greatly appreciate him.
Indeed.
On the stream.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that. We love a little sarcasm. A little Shiite talking, never hurt nobody. Put a flush on the board here, like you said.
265 in the pot. Studs don't chop, JD.
He's like, do I really want to put 500 out there to chop 265? But you're going to make your opponent ask that same question. Now do I want to put 500 out there?
Yeah, baby.
To win 135 back? Show it.
No.
Oh, he showed the deuce.
Slow roll the 7 deuce. That'd be sweet.
Five of hearts.
Yeah, they turn their 7 deuce over way too fast.
Yeah.
10 of diamonds.
We got to get some slow rolls involved on that.
Have you watched any of those streams or been in a game where players have the kind of like the ultimate slow roll to see who can do like the best slow roll?
No, that'd be a good
I've
spot.
seen a little bit, and it gets pretty nasty.
That would be a fun spot.
And it has to be players that know each other well,
Sure.
right? Because you don't be slow rolling somebody from out of town or that doesn't know you. You know, just a jerk.
Cashman. Finally finding some aces.
With the cash hand.
125 to go.
Cash man with
Two
the
of
cash
our-
hand.
Two of our favorite.
And he gets the really bad news. I heard him say, oh my God.
2X and a stinger, and everybody goes away.
It's better than losing your rear end, though, you know? You hate saying it.
Yeah. And like you said earlier, I think we do have some players with the foot out the door here. Might create a monster here to get something going. Man, I was about to say something cool before Cashman had aces. What the heck? Anybody remember what that was?
Yeah, we've got just a few more hands left in the evening, so thank you all again for hanging in there with us. Definitely several more hands. We're not talking about just like a last song of the night kind of thing. We got a few more coming up. Looks like we might have a good one here. Harvey just waking up with it again. He's had aces 3 times and kings 3 times in 3 hours, I think he's been on this stream. So running pure.
Shanky's got a hand where he's like, I'm going to try to
cracking
make a hand. I'm going to try.
And just swing and a miss.
Kind of like his whole night has been.
Heads up when I got a big hand like this. I like to let people try to catch up. It'll bite you in the ass sometimes, but Harvey chooses to bet. See if he can get maybe an 8 or some sort of a draw to call here.
Yeah, right. 10 years ago, I'd say I stink at folding. I got to bet heavy. Got to bet a lot because I
Right.
stink at folding. But after watching some of these guys and learning a little bit more about that controlled pace and how it helps your green line in the long run incredibly. It's
Well,
a
and again,
totally different world.
He's thinking Harvey's just going to c-bet here with any hand, so now
Mhm.
I'm going to raise him. So in this case, you know, Harvey's decision to lead out with 2 kings, it's going to work in his
Has
favor.
induced.
Now, does he just end it now or just flat? You know, there's 2
Yeah,
different
this could
thoughts.
be an interesting spot here with Shanky only having 4.2 behind. A flat here could create some chaos.
Yeah, that's what he did. Good. I think that's a good decision. If he hits any kind of draw here, spade maybe. Nope.
Ooh.
Interesting card. Harvey's not loving it, but
For a check raiser, that's a pretty good card.
absolutely. I'm not sure that Harvey was around earlier, but you know, Nick is definitely not somebody that takes a lot of time with his bets. He acts very quickly. Not sure if Harvey's picking up on that or if he's putting any weight into that. Definitely something that we've picked on a little bit here on the show.
Yeah, he doesn't mess around.
He's never folding kings, but I just interesting to see a player. Does he just immediately lead out with trip 8s there?
After check raising, you might. After check raising the flop.
He said all in.
in. There we go. Let's see. Is he going to do it? The butt naked call. I love the butt naked check raise and lead out, but unfortunately, Harvey just has a hand that's too big, as usual.
Not hand, they say.
Nice hand.
Save this from the 7 deuce anyway.
And one more time, if you've enjoyed the stream and maybe thinking that you want to play some of the 5, 10, 25 stakes here at TCH Dallas, this is how you can get your name on that list. Contact Mallory at tchlivedtx@texascardhouse.com or call that number, or you can even screenshot that little QR code there to pick up the information. There's also some information on TCH's website. Top right corner, I believe, will pull down a drop box, and you can click on the live stream section to get you the information. They do live stream in Austin and Houston as well. So, but specifically for Dallas location, Mallory would be who you'd want to call if you want to play this game. This is the biggest game that we have going right now on the live stream. They do mostly 2-5, 1-3 at the other locations, a little bit of PLO. But we would love to have you out if you want to come battle with the big boys here on TCH Live in Dallas.
Yeah, oftentimes someone will hit me up and say, hey, how can I get on the stream? Right there. Mallory and her own bar scanning code. That's big league right there.
How about a disastrous turn card for Shanky here? Wow. Just lets the diamond draw go. Harvey did have the trip 9s, but that's an interesting fold. If you're
He's past the point. He's like, Harvey does indeed have it.
He does have
every
it.
time I'm out.
I'm just not giving this kid any more of my money. Yeah, tough spot. Again, every now and then the card readers, this RFID reading system can make an error, and a player may have some holdings that are not exactly what we're seeing, but it's been pretty accurate on this stream. We haven't had any issues, so usually our wonderful crew of Tyler, Cooper, and the rest of the gang and our production crew will tell us if a hand's been read wrong. So pretty sure we've been accurate. So we've seen some kind of tighter folds.
Yeah, and those flush draws for sure. Maybe sometimes a suit's off or something, but yeah, we've seen some interesting folds from some cheap flush draws.
Yeah. I mean, I typically don't like to pay a hefty price with one card to come on a flush draw.
Or maybe I'm just a donkey.
But if I'm stuck, I don't know. I feel like sometimes you just gotta. The only way to get unstuck is to get it in. Damn it.
I'm not prepared for that kind of
Bet the call here.
leveling war. I'm not prepared. I'll just whatever.
Bridge Mike's going to continue to bet his draw.
Trying to figure out what Danny thinks that I think. What Danny thinks that I think.
Does he have another bullet in him if he misses?
No.
And that's a terrible card for Mike. He knows he's not going to get any ace to fold now with the 2-pair king kicker.
Definitely.
No.
We have a check, and this should be quick.
I don't think that's good.
Not good, he says. Show him the 5. He did. He showed him the 5. Ah. Nice hand.
Yeah, nice hand. JD
Dealing with Jack.
revealed it all here with just a few moments down the stretch.
Just getting in your head.
Showed the ace. So nice.
No, they really.
How much? 2 more hands, and then a flip.
Got 2 or 3 more hands, and then they'll end the night with a $200 PLO flip.
Let's do it.
Still 99 of you that have hung in with us for this live stream.
Saw that question actually on Reddit poker like a week ago that some guy was playing like a bar tournament, and they were playing a tournament. They went all in 3 ways, and one guy had 150K, another guy had 100K, and the third guy had 50K. And they went all in 3 ways, and the guy with 150K lost to both guys.
Nick finding a pair against kings again.
He's like, wait, is this
The beeline. He's like, can I finally get somebody to dump some money into me when I have a premium hand?
Both these guys been running a little dry here, so they'll be eager to make a hand. King of diamonds in Beeline's hand.
You have to like put out your car keys to be able to make the call or whatever.
Got to try to continue, and unfortunately,
I was gonna say that might slow things down here. All the way to a halt onto the next one.
And that's part of running bad. You know, when you're running bad, you know, whether it's because you're not getting hands or you're getting you're getting sucked out on getting beat, and you get the premiums, you get the flushes, you get the big pocket pairs, and you just get no action. That's when you're really running bad. You know, that's a whole different kind of run bad.
Yeah, when you see a turn card that just kills all action,
right?
And you're like in a profitable spot to help your stack out.
Yeah. And it's the worst when you're at a table where there's 1 or 2 players that are just jamming into people when they have the nuts, and you're like, damn it, why not me?
Yeah, bad.
It's like I gotta change something on my face, because when I have the nuts, everybody folds. Bridge Mike's got a fun hand there with the ace 10 of spades.
Flopped a royal with that hand one time. That's
nice. Cool. I have not hit a royal with spades or diamonds. Those are the last 2 suits I've got to hit. Got the clubbies and the hearts.
2 pair for Shanky.
Ooh,
picking
how about
up
a little
spades?
How about a little equity here? And Shanky's also another player that's been running bad. He's like, screw it, I'm getting it in.
Yeah, I was gonna say with 2K behind here, he may go for it.
Mike's gonna fold. Obviously, that's a huge bet with only a few $100 in the pot. He was hoping that was a double up. Early on in the stream, that might have been a situation, you know.
Yeah.
We're late in the stream. People are kind of not as aggressive.
Yeah, and his stack's just kind of over the limit still. He's in that spot where
that was a big enough bet where Mike's like, screw it. I don't need to call.
I don't need to do it.
1 card to come.
Yeah, $500, $1,000 less, then he's in that spot. But he's just still kind of over it.
And he realizes if a guy's willing to put that much in, my ace hitting is probably not good either. So he's drawing dead to spades there.
And really, when you're stuck in that spot, I don't mind doing that.
Well, maybe we'll get a little action here. We got a 9-8 suited and a pocket jacks. Cashman's going to come along with a suited 5-4. All these are fun hands to play. I know a lot of people hate jacks. I like playing jacks. They're easy to get rid of. You know?
They are.
Wait a minute, I made a mistake. A terrible mistake.
King 10-10.
We're in very different spots here. You're like, oh yeah, please call.
So of our different variety of racers, we've managed to miss them all. Picking up hearts for JD.
And any bet's going to make Mike extremely uncomfortable with 2 10s and a king on the board. Attaboy, get your money out there. Tell JD you don't believe him.
You're like, I was hoping you'd call it 9. What the hell?
Or like 4.
Giant brick on the river, but do these players know that?
And JD put.
I wouldn't call it like 8.
He's going to go smaller. I was thinking a big bet.
Wow, dang.
But I think Mike's going to call this.
He is feeling a call. We got to reach.
That a boy. That's some
There
good
we
poker
go.
being played. He's like, what did you have? All right, 2 jacks. Nice hand there, Mike. Where are we at now? This is the final no-limit hold'em hand. Hand number 188. And then we'll have our $200 flip.
There's our VPIP percentages down there. You see the numbers are a little bit lower than some of our wild 1-3 games, but
Yeah, Nick Shanky really tried to do whatever he could to get that money back that he kind of lost early on, and unfortunately just never got in there. But with that high VPIP, it shows he tried like hell.
he was. Yeah, wait, that's what I was talking about earlier. I kind of noticed that he was on the border of being splashy, but he really wasn't splashy. He really just found spots to try to get something going, and it just unfortunate that it didn't.
All right, not a lot here on this flop. Bet and take it for Cashman. And that is our final 1-2 no-limit hand. We're going to do the PLO flip hand here, $200. Again, this is Eric Van Loosen here in the studio with Mr. AJ. RJ. Why did I call him AJ?
I don't know.
Because we're watching poker and
That's right.
Jack. Ace Jack, I don't know.
That's right.
So thanks again, everybody, for coming out, listening to us, especially you Boston boys for rooting on your buddy. Hopefully he'll come back into the stream, bring some of you guys with him here to Texas. Y'all are obviously more than welcome. Well, let's see what kind of shenanigans Mary can put out here. Yeah, I did say 1-2 hand. We're not playing 1-2 no limit. They're laughing at me. Obviously, I'm getting tired.
It's getting late.
Yeah. And then I called my guy next to me, RJ.
Hey,
AJ.
6 hours is a long time to sit in this chair for sure.
Yeah. Thanks, GTO Optimize, for keeping it funny there in the chat.
Yeah, thank you guys. Eric, thanks for having me tonight. RJ Dupree, by the way.
Yeah, you could call me Erica. Whatever. I deserve it. Got a straight possibility out there.
Any sweats? Let's see.
Got any 4-5s? I see a 4.
I see a 4. I see a couple 4s.
There's a 4-5 for Benham.
Benham
had a good night already. He's going to finish it off strong.
You got to win some more. Sorry, man.
Yeah, the stream's over now. We had a blast. Thanks again for joining us again. TCH Live. We do this every Tuesday night here in Dallas. RJ is going to do a tournament stream this weekend.
That's right. Final table Saturday night for the tournament we have here. And then Spring, Texas. Make sure you're checking that out for the $800 event they got going on.
Rock and roll. Thanks again, everybody, and good night.